are live. Welcome to CTWC 2021 Top 8. It all comes down to this. Welcome. And I am joined here by my co-pilot, James Chen, the professional, iconic voice of esports. Hey, James, how's it going?
I'm doing good. I'm excited about this. Really hyped about the classic Tetris action again. I mean, I know a lot of people have been catching a lot of the matches. Been picking up the classic Tetris hype, and I just got to imagine we're gonna have the biggest audience that we've ever had this year because again, it's just so enjoyable to watch this and the players this year. I mean, we'll get into this a little bit, but a lot of them are back from last year. But
Yeah, the
super
bar
hype
keeps
about
getting
this.
raised. We have returning players, we have new players on the field. It's just like a really great mix of that. Our sort of like veterans coming in, Joseph now being, this is like his third year. So, he's actually a seasoned veteran, even at this point. And we have other returning players, former world champion Joseph, also with current world champion Dog, and the runner-up from last year, Andy. The field is just so stacked. I mean, there's so many stories just coming out with this. And I know you were I was doing a Classic Tetris 1 channel, and you were on, the hip alternative Classic Tetris 2 channel doing some of these matches the other weeks.
Yeah, and the craziest thing about this, I mean, you're talking about the players who returned. I mean, look, this has been a very interesting year for classic Tetris, right? If people are just tuning in and have not tuned in, during the qualifiers and such, a completely brand new technique has been discovered essentially that has now allowed people to play even faster than before. Before last year, we were always talking about Daz versus hyper tapping, Daz versus hyper tapping. But a new challenger has entered the ring, and that is rolling. It's a whole new technique
It's
that
it's
people have.
amazing, and just seeing it shake up
Yeah.
things and kind of even putting the tappers on notice, and former DAS players and now former tappers taking up rolling, like
Mhm.
Huff, being a former tapper, has taken up rolling, and this news just in, getting the world record, 1.67, I believe, million was the record just made in the last couple of days. So history being made and records being broken moment to moment practically in our community.
Yeah, and despite that, and this is the most interesting part of the story. So rolling is still relatively new, so it hasn't taken a lot of time for people to perfect it. If people don't know what it is, basically, I'm going to use my phone as a fake Nest pad here, but you basically learn to hit the controller so your thumb actually taps faster that way, and you can like time your rhythm that way. But despite the fact that rolling is like the new hip thing coming into Nest Tetris, the top five from last year are back, and
Yeah,
so
back with a vengeance.
it's like seriously, like the consistency of these top players is ridiculous. I like we had the to qualify, we had records broken of number of max outs and such, and yet, despite all that, five of the same, literally the top five placers from last year are all back in the top eight this year, which is just ridiculous.
It really proves that you need to be legitimately good, legitimately consistent, and it's a tough achievement to get into top 8. But I love seeing our new faces too.
Yes.
Richie, Tristop, and Tetris Time. They're all great players. Tetris Time actually being kind of like, I like to call it, Cinderella story, coming out of nowhere, and no one predicted it. And he's so humble and so endearing, and you just want to cheer for an underdog. And we've got that in Tetris Time. And we have Richie, who's just like an amazing roller, taking up the play
Yeah.
style. I know he showed up to, I think it was like the Southern Qualifier live event, just really showing off the rolling style. What I love about the rolling style is different players are implementing it in different ways. Some
Hmm.
players play with like a vertical grip, and some players do like a guitar grip. I think Cheese does like the guitar grip style, and
Yeah.
some people have the foot grip. And we saw that with
Foot grip.
PokeNerd in the bracket, and like with the foot view, and getting the rolling on like that. And it's just so interesting seeing a new style being used, but in different ways from different players. And it's just exciting and interesting seeing it develop in real time over the course of the last few months.
Yeah. I mean, right now, as you mentioned, we have two rollers, right? We have Huff and we have is it Richie? Richie is the other roller, yeah.
Yeah, Richie,
And
aka Ruins.
Ruins. And the interesting thing to me right now though is like, what are we gonna see next year, right? Like, is it gonna get to the point where it's gonna be mostly rolling, kind of like the same way hyper tappers have kind of replaced the DAS players? Or
Oh, what's really cool is, people are talking about DAS players and how players who use DAS, might be at some of a disadvantage. A lot of DAS players are now taking up rolling. We have
yeah.
players like Green Tea taking up rolling. Matt Martin is taking up rolling. And other, some tappers are taking up rolling too. So I don't think that rolling is going to make tapping outdated just yet, but we're going to see a mix of styles, and we're going to see players who are proficient at DAS, who have excellent stacking skills, taking up rolling. And I really think that's going to be a mastery of all sorts of different types of using the controller and being able to use stacking and even DAS, maybe even to mitigate some of either the wear and tear that a tapper might undergo,
Yeah.
and maybe some of the accuracy issues that some rollers do, because we did see many rollers in the top 64, but some of them were having accuracy issues. Not all of them, but some of them did. So it's going to be down to the player and the
And
performance.
And it also, I mean, we've seen this with like, some players, like, I think we saw this with Pixel Andy or some other players. Pixel started with DAS and has transitioned a little bit over to, transitioned to hyper tapping. We could see a lot of players going with all three techniques, using DAS early on just to keep yourself, from, getting tired. We've seen some players, as they're playing, switch from hyper tapping to rolling to get out,
That's
in a
exciting.
dig situation. It's like this is going to be crazy. Like, who thought that in 2021 that classic NES Tetris would be in such a state right now where we just have new techniques and we just keep uncovering new people are getting to post level 40 now, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, it's
Yeah.
absolute insanity.
Yeah, and if you're trying to break the boundaries of the game, now we're breaking, physical limits of the hardware, but you're still using that card size pack NES controller in different ways, and
50,
that's just
52.
fascinating to me.
So 52 is the record right now, huh? Okay.
Wow.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
Well,
so it looks like we're getting ramped up to go here. We are going to intro you, everyone, with our Tetris national anthem, starting right now. Let's get to it.
Hey everyone, Sergio on the Holograms here. You can find all my work across all social media platforms like YouTube and Instagram. I hope you guys are ready for this competition, Because I sure as hell am. Boom. Tetris for you.
And we're back. So you talk about how we're expanding every year. The bar has been raised. This year, we've got a treat for everyone in the world. So we've got multiple channels featuring Classic Tetris in different languages. We've got Japanese, hosted by legendary players Green Tea, Corion, and SQR. The CTWC Japan's running Classic Tetris 2, the hip alternative Classic Tetris channel. In French, we've got Classic Tetris 3. And now in Spanish, our Spanish is on Classic Tetris 4. And since we're already niche, our Spanish language channel has twice the power of the Ocho. So it only needs to be Classic Tetris 4 and not 8. And then we've got Portuguese on Classic Tetris 5, hosted by LATAM as well. Cantonese, hosted by Classic Tetris Asia, which is John Wong, Dixon Wu. And Polish, we do have a Classic Tetris 8, and that is hosted by Michu and Bactrian on Classic Tetris 8. So we do have an 8, but it is in Polish. Check that
it's
out.
Awesome. I mean, remember last year was the first year we really truly went online, and we had Nenu from Indonesia, who's back again this year, getting the top 5, but it was really cool to kind of expand globally like that. And now we're doing even more so with the different language streams as well. So you can check those out on all the different streams here if you guys are watching here. But, one of those other channels is your native language. Feel free to jump on over there. We won't be offended, and and enjoy some Classic Tetris in your native language as well.
Yeah, or who knows? Just tune in and get global, learn some new languages, find one that you like. Maybe you'll continue watching Classic Tetris in your language of choice. We're spreading the love and happiness and competitive spirit of Tetris around the world in many different languages. I love to see it.
And it's funny because, you had mentioned, every year the bar has been raised. Since we're Tetris, should we say the bar has been dropped? I mean, that's kind of like
it's pretty cool. It's like dropping a mic. It's like dropping the bar, dropping that long bar. Boom, Tetris for you. And boom,
Exactly.
Tetris for the world.
Oh man. But again, we're going to be getting these matchups for you right away. Just to let you guys know right now what the matches are going to be here. And again, this is single elimination.
Yeah,
so I know
not double.
I know in the pools we had double elimination, but this is single elimination today. So you're done, you're out, and it's 3 out of 5. And so we're going to be starting with Joseph and Richie, aka Ruins, going up first. And then Tetris Time versus Huff, Dog versus Tristop, and then Nenu versus Pixel Andy. And so that's what we have lined up for you in the first round. And again,
all serious business. It's every match there is just your eyes are going to be glued to the screen because each one of these players is a heavy hitter. Every Tetris is going to count, maximizing scoring potential moment to moment. You're going to see that throttling, see that risk management all the time. It is so exciting.
Yeah, and again, just to reiterate, obviously, returning champion, Dog playing Tetris, right? Second place last year, his brother, Pixel Andy. Third place, Huff. Fourth place last year, Nenu. Fifth place, tied for fifth place was Joseph. Those 5, as I said, I mentioned all 5 of them coming in here. And again, to me, like, I know I'm going to keep bringing this up during the broadcast, but to me, like, to have the same top 5 players from last year make it back in here is absolutely a remarkable accomplishment with how many challenges we're getting. But again, please do not count out, Richie and Tristop and even the underdog Tetris Time. As you mentioned, Cinderella Story, probably the big underdog here, but would be exciting to have him make a surprising run through the top 8 for the ultimate Cinderella Story.
Yeah.
All right, but it sounds like we have our first match queued up and ready to go.
Yeah. So here's the profiles to lead you in. Get to know our top 8. Let's go.
All right, so as I mentioned,
Hi, my name is Joseph Saleh, and I'm back in the top 8 for the CTWC.
How does it feel to be the world champion?
It's absolutely a dream.
Exactly 1 year later, back in this position, your second trophy. How sweet does this one feel?
Amazing.
Last year, I feel like I underperformed. Obviously, playing against Huft, I early topped out several times. Of course, coming in as a challenger this year, I definitely feel like there's less pressure. There's more pressure on Dog, as a defending champion. But for me, I feel just like a challenger coming in for the first time. And, my goal is to win it all.
Yeah, Joseph's a Tetris away from maxing out here. Boom! Tetris for Joseph, max out.
My favorite game during the bracket stage was versus Benji. I feel like he put on a really strong showing with that first 1.19 score.
Benji takes the first round.
Yeah, Benji with the 1.1 when Joseph topped out and going for the 1.2.
If you're gonna ever beat someone like Joseph, what Benji just did is what you've got to do.
Of course, winning the entire tournament would mean so much to me. There's so many rollers nowadays, and of course, Dog and Andy are amazing tappers. So this would definitely be a well-earned win if I were to win.
1.03 for Joseph. I don't think Benji's going to be able to catch up. He's
end.
going to top out, and Joseph is your bracket winner.
I actually want to give a shout out to my roommates. They've been super supportive, and of course my family back at home. They've also been watching on Twitch, of course. As of recording this interview, I've actually got 400k from an 18 start with rolling, and I feel like rolling is the next step in my journey, so I'm really proud of that achievement. Most of my recent sessions have just been rolling, actually. So I haven't been really practicing for the tournament, but I guess after this interview I will be.
Hi, I'm Richie, and this is my first time in the top 8 for CTWC.
Tetris for Richie. Here we go, the roller on 29. Oh, man,
Oh my God, what's happening?
My first exposure to Tetris that made me kind of want to pick up the game was watching the 2018 CTWC finals. After seeing that, I was kind of inspired to take up the game. The event that kind of gave me the drive to want to pick up rolling was when I was watching the Classic Tetris Open with Cheese versus Joseph, and Cheese scored the first ever competition, 1.3 million, with 4 Tetrises past the kill screen, which was something completely unheard of and unprecedented. So I kind of wanted to get on the train as early as possible. My practice regimen early on kind of consisted of playing exclusively 19-5 just over and over and over. My favorite game from the bracket stage was game 4 against Meme in the winner's semifinals. I was pretty confident that one Tetris in the kill screen would give me the victory. So as soon as I hit kill screen, I built up for that Tetris, and at the last possible moment, the long bar came and I was able to get it over by the skin of my teeth. Ever since the bracket stage, my training regimen has been almost exclusively level 29 starts. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to develop what I believe is my biggest edge.
Don't even bother going to check it. And another one right there. Forget it, judges. He put the nail in the coffin.
The achievement in NES Tetris that I'm the most proud of is scoring 700,000 points on the kill screen. This is because the 29 score is the only leaderboard category that I hold the #1 spot in. There are 2 qualities that make a great Tetris player, and it's very simple. The first quality is you have to enjoy the game of Tetris. And the second quality, which is the more important one, is you have to have a lot of free time. I would like to thank my parents for giving me the free time to play this game so much. I would also like to thank my cousins who watch my videos on YouTube and throw a lot of support behind me. Winning the tournament would be a great honor. Like Jonas and Harry and Joseph and Dog have been my idols this whole time. To see myself in their shoes, it's surreal, and it would be a great honor.
So those are your 2 first competitors here matched up.
That's right. It's crazy to imagine that Joseph is, one of the old veterans now.
Yeah,
of
3 years
CTWC.
tournament experience.
Yeah.
And being the one to receive the torch passed by Jonas Neubauer to be of
Absolutely.
note. And definitely final boss status here for Joseph going in.
Yeah, and with a surprising 5th place exit from last year, surprising, opening a way for even more new players. But this is going to be an interesting one because it is going to be Joseph, the one who ushered in the hyper tapping, going up against Ruins, one of the rolling players.
During in the rolling play style. Blazing onto the scene with such solid play, and just recently in the last couple of days hitting 1.6 million with rolling. Inspired by Huff, who did that also in the last couple of days.
Yeah, but look, let's get started. We're here to watch some Tetris. Let's get to some Tetris. There you go. Joseph on the left of your screen, Richie on the right side of your screen right now, ready to play. You can see them both pumped up and excited and ready to go. Let's go.
Here we go. CTWC 2021 kicking it off. Joseph versus Richie.
All right, you see the players. And again, shout outs to the entire staff for getting this online setup working for everybody, making sure everyone's got their cameras, their controllers on screen, being able to play this online. It's such a wonderful job. Shout outs to all the people in charge of the Classic Tetris World Championships for making this happen and giving us the ability to bring you this excitement from around the world.
Yeah, and we had events across the year leading up to this. We had our top 64 bracket. We had regionals feeding into those, into our main entry. We had like over 210 entries this year just to get in, and it all comes down to this final 8.
Oh man, yeah. And as I mentioned, last year, Joseph finishing in 5th place, which was considered a shock, at the time. But, for those of you who have been keeping track with the storylines, I mean, clearly right now, Dog and Pixel Andy, Huff, are some of the strongest players in the world right now. And Joseph, isn't the favorite for this tournament. I wouldn't say he's not the favorite. It's just that at this point in time, anyone who wins is basically expected.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see unexpected things. So Joseph coming into the top 64 was barely practicing at all, tore through his bracket, and just had a dominant performance despite not having barely played at all. So he wasn't playing at his full power level, and he knows that, for top 8, he's going to have to get his game in and get more practice in. So who knows how well he's going to be performing today. We could see a new uncapped, unlimited Joseph taking off the weighted armor, to raise the bar against his opponent in Richie and Ruins. He knows what he's up against. A roller who also has the roller having a ton of momentum coming from his top 64 performance.
And what did we say here again? In Tetris, we're not raising the bar, we're dropping the bar.
Dropping the bar.
Dropping the bar.
Boom.
But again, it's going to be exciting to see how this is all going to transition throughout the next few years, because we even saw in the video Joseph trying to learn some rolling as well. So, who knows what's going to happen at this point in time. So it's just what an exciting time to be part of this NES Tetris community and scene. So if you guys are tuning in, maybe some of you for the first time, but for those of you who have been here for a while, I mean, you gotta love just how much this game keeps changing. This is a game that's older than most of the players in this tournament. But
looks like we're about ready to take off here.
Yeah,
and just getting revved up.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Begins.
All right. 5, 4,
3, 2,
1. Tetris! And here we go. As you can see here, the players are going to be having the same pieces on both sides. And for those of you who are watching right now, it looks like we're having some issues with Joseph's feed right now. We'll get that cleared up for you guys. But, you see a lot of data on the screen over there. Most important one is going to be the TRT that you see on the left, on the very right side right there, which is their Tetris rate. That is going to be the number of lines they've cleared with Tetrises. If they are clearing lines with burns, it'll go against the Tetris rate. And if they are getting nothing but Tetrises, it'll be at 100%. And it's usually the best indication of who is in the lead is by looking at their Tetris rates.
So you got something in from the judges. Looks like we're going to be doing a restart here.
Okay.
There's a tech issue.
Okay, so someone's got to let Richie know that this is we're going to get a restart over here for you guys. No worries, no worries. Again, look, just as a, FYI to people at home, we're doing this all online right now. And that's a challenge. That is obviously a challenge, as you can see here. And, hiccups like this are going to happen. So we apologize. It happened in the first game that we got here. We got all excited and everything. But
there's a lot of craziness under the hood. There's special software that interprets the Tetris screens so that it broadcasts and it can do things like score differentials and up-resing everything, getting the cameras all synced up and things like that. So a lot going on under the hood, and we just started off the day, so that'll get sorted out, and we'll be back into action momentarily.
Yeah. And again, don't worry, we'll have this all sorted out. And again, just as to reiterate, the challenges that the CTW team is facing to bring this to everybody, again, are amazing. And so to even have it run as smoothly as, it does is an amazing job. So we'll get this all set up for you guys. It sounds like in Joseph's entire game went down or something to that effect. So we will definitely get everything started for you guys very soon.
All right. So what we would like to do now is make a shout out to some of our supporters and sponsors, and we would not be able to do this without Twitch. Oh.
Well, we wouldn't be able to do this without a lot of people, actually, frankly.
Either Tetris or Twitch. So, launched in 2011, Twitch is an interactive live streaming service for content spanning gaming, entertainment, sports, music, and more. At any given moment, on average, more than 2.5 million people come together from all over the globe to interact around this distinct form of entertainment that is created by the shared interaction of millions. There's something for everyone on Twitch. You wouldn't be able to watch this live right now without Twitch.
Right.
And a big shout outs and thanks to them for putting us on the front page from time to time and really getting more eyes on our Tetris scene. Thank you, Twitch.
All right, so I think we've got the players ready to go here. Let's go ahead and transition over to there. And we've got Joseph back here, probably playing to his stream as well at the same time. You can see him probably talking to them, trying to you see him getting hype right now, getting ready to go. All right. And of course, again, we have Richie on the right over there. You can see him with the glove. A lot of the players, if you see them using the glove, that's used for the rolling. You're essentially sliding your fingers on the back of the NES pad all the time, and it just gives you better friction and better for your fingers that way, to play that way.
Okay,
and
looks
so
like
here we
we're
go, back
ready,
to the countdown.
ready to go now.
All right.
5, 4, 3,
2, 1.
And Tetris.
Tetris, let's go.
All right, so yeah, looks like things are working out here, and we are off and running into our first game of our first match.
Yeah, as I had mentioned earlier, the Tetris rate that you see there on the right side, the TRT, one of the most important stats that you're going to be looking at due to speed of players playing, et cetera, et cetera. It sometimes looks like one player will have a huge lead, but in fact, it's just that they were playing faster. The Tetris rate is usually the best way to determine who has the lead.
Right, and when it breaks down to gameplay, you're really trying to make as many lines as possible that are Tetrises and not anything else, not lines burned, not triples, doubles, or singles.
As you can see right now, Richie's still on 100%, but it's going to drop down a little bit. He's got to do some burning, as you see right now. He's got to, there you go, no problem. And again, players start at level 18, and that's generally the best place to start for the highest score. It's also the rules. And again, level 18, the way that I want to put this is that it's going to look fast to a lot of you people out there. Trust me, this is a casual trotting pace for most of these players here right now.
Yeah, this is sort of like required reading. It's sort of like the build up to even faster speeds that you'll be seeing soon enough. Usually at 130 lines, we call it the transition. They hit level 19, and that's where a lot of the outcomes are determined.
Yep. And also one other note that when you look at that TRT stat over there, every once in a while you'll see it change into a red number with an eyepiece next to it. That is counting the drought of eyepieces. So in modern Tetris games, they use an RNG called a 7-bag, where you're guaranteed every piece at least every 14 pieces. That is not the case here in Classic Tetris. In Classic Tetris, they give you whatever they feel like. And as a result, you can get a very long drought period where you do not get any eye pieces at all. And that's what that run number on the side will count.
Yeah. And sometimes you'll see both players encountering that, the same drought, especially since they're on same piece sets. And you'll see some players deal with it differently. And it's really how the player sets their stack up to accommodate all sorts of different pieces to be able to survive those droughts.
Nice little last second adjustment there from, you can see the drought right now at 19 pieces, but there you go, finally over there. And one thing also, as I like to mention for everybody at the start of these streams, this is not your modern day Tetris here. When you're watching these guys play, a lot of players are going to sit here and watch it and go, you know what, I can do this. I've done just fine in Tetris Connected. I can play this. Look, this is basically the brutal form of Tetris here in Classic Tetris. The pieces you can't slide the pieces anywhere. As you can see, there's no hold. There's only one preview. There's no T-spins. There's no cool wall kicks you can do. There's just all sorts of, it's like the brutal version of Tetris, essentially.
Yeah, they developed those modern conveniences later on, and this game was developed and made before any of that. The rotations are very limited, and when something touches another surface, when the piece lands, it locks down instantly, and you can't do anything more with it.
Yeah, and to be clear, there are some T-spins in here, but obviously not the super fancy T-spins, or not even the S or Z spins and such like that you can use in modern Tetris. Those things are not possible.
Richie setting up a dirty Tetris. Boom, dirty Tetris for Richie. This game is incredibly close. Scores are what we call neck and neck, where they're less than a Tetris apart from each other in points differential. So super close game here. 75 and 76% Tetris rate.
Yeah, and one of the things you can see, look how fast the pieces slide over to the side for Richie's screen. And that is as a result of that rolling. The number of moves you want to slide a piece over to the side is determined by just how many fingers you decide to use when you tap the bottom of the controller. And so if you want to, nice little burn right there from Richie. But unfortunately, he's set himself kind of an awkward gap there in column number 8, which he's going to clear out here. Probably go for a dirty Tetris. No. Oh, actually, he can't because there's that gap. Yeah. Okay.
Good use of the long bar. Not going to make a Tetris with it. May as well create a dependency and fill it in one fell swoop.
Yeah, as you can see right here, Joseph at 76% and Richie at 75%. Now, Joseph has transitioned. Line 130, you mentioned earlier, that's the transition. You can see how fast the pieces are dropping all of a sudden. And this is where the real game starts. And we have something called maxing out, which is essentially getting 999,999 points. And that's what we call max out. But obviously, we have the ability to see the score beyond that. So that will not be the limit. But that is definitely something we'll be calling a max out. And it's something to go for. That is basically a standard by which you want to go for. If you have an over 60% Tetris rate, that's what we're going to be calling max out pace.
Yes. So you notice when Richie hit transition, you actually kind of want your board to be lower than that. But Richie, being a roller, was showing no fear, no respect for the speed change, and going all out YOLO, playing super aggressively, being up high and trying to get every single line being a Tetris clear. And that's what we call playing aggressive. And you take a bigger risk when you play that way.
Yep. Oh man, just watching Richie right now, and like you said, just able to play. So again, in the past it was DAS or hyper tapping, and what hyper tapping was just basically just hitting hitting the controller as fast as you can. DAS trying to use the delayed auto shift, the automatic movement of the pieces to the side to the best of your ability. And at these levels, you had limitations with DAS. You had to make sure your stack was never higher than a certain height because the eyepieces just couldn't make it to the side. But with all these new techniques, especially rolling right now, you have the ability to play so much more aggressively.
Okay, check out this score. So Joseph at about 950,000 points is about to max out, about to hit 1 million points here. Amazing pace. And Richie not far behind.
This is level 20. This is at level 25. Yep. Usually you're trying to get, look, most people are maxing out like right before level 29.
Yeah. So this is going to be a massive game here. Joseph having to put weight on the well. He's going to have to burn that off.
Yeah. Shouldn't be a problem for him. Yep, there you go. He's cleared up. He's Tetris ready now.
One more is going to hit max out for him. Where is the log bar? There it is. Boom. Tetris for Joseph. Max out. Boom.
Double max out.
Double max out.
So like I said, most of the time you see players try to max out before they get to level 29. And nowadays it's just like you like breathe, and we're at max out at level 27. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is CTWC 2021. Bars being dropped.
Double max out on game number
1.1 for Joseph already, and still at level 28. Boom, Tetris for Joseph. 1.14. Boom, Tetris for Richie. 105. Joseph, and level 29. Let's see this post 29 play here. Holy cow! Where's the log bar? Can Joseph get another Tetris? Can he get another Tetris? And it doesn't give him the log bar time. He tops out Richie now. 107. He's 117 to catch up to Joseph.
This is where Rolling can take advantage, but it's not going to happen.
It's not going to be enough. And Joseph takes the first round of our first game in the first match, CTWC 2021. Double max out, double kill screen. Wow.
But we are in for a wild ride today. Let me tell you, we're starting out with a double max out, double kill screen. I mean, remember one of the classic matches from a few years ago was Green Tea and Joseph, and they double kill screen, double maxed out, and we were beside it. First game today.
What a way to start it out. What a statement by both of these players.
And just to reiterate for all the new viewers in the chat here who are watching, some classic Tetris for the first time here, we call level 29 the kill screen because in the classic days when most players were using DAS, the kill screen, once you got to level 29, it was basically impossible to survive. So you had to get your Tetris rate as good as possible before you got to level 29. Hyper tapping broke that open, and we got to level 35 and 36, and now rolling has allowed us to get to level 52, I think people were saying. And so again, it's no longer, I mean, we're still calling it the kill screen, but it's not really the kill screen. I mean, it's more like is it going to kill screen?
Yeah, which is exciting because you still have that threat, and you still can't really move the pieces as you with your full potential. So you still have to manage it and be able to survive it. It will still kill you eventually, we think, and that's what makes it exciting.
Everybody's saying it's now the thrill screen, so that's what we call it instead.
Thrill screen, skill screen.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, Tetris.
Game number 2 here between Joseph and Richie. And I just can't even imagine right now how many max outs we're going to see. And as you can see here, remember when I first said that this is just like a casual trot pace, you can kind of see that now, right? After you watch enough level 19 and then level 29, this pace seems absolutely chill.
Yeah, it's a good buildup. It's sort of makes it compelling to watch because here you get to see, more creative placements. You get to see, cool tucks and solves, and really just the versatility of the players, and kind of like a play style emerge from them.
Yeah, this is where you want to try to maintain as strong of a Tetris rate as possible. Obviously, when you get to level 19 and it speeds up a little bit, for these players, yeah, they can still keep getting pretty consistent Tetrises, but in general, the strategy is to get your Tetris rate as high as possible before you get there.
Right, and to do that, you kind of have to manage your risks in real time. You have to create a build that accommodates all different pieces while trying to make every line clear a Tetris, if at all possible.
Yeah. One of the cool things is, just through I don't know, just like very strong fortune for the Tetris scene out there. Before, if you wanted to try this out and see how good you could do here with some classic Tetris style, you'd have to go find yourself an NES. Oh, nice little tuck there from Joseph here, and he's going to be able to clean that out. Try to get himself ready for a Tetris. He needs a T piece to do that or a J piece. Otherwise, it's going to be, there it is. There he goes, finally being able to get that set up for a Tetris. But thanks to Tetris Connected, there is a classic versus mode that emulates all of the rules of this classic NES Tetris. So if you guys feel like, oh, I could do this, definitely go try that mode out for a little bit. Fight against the computer, and you will learn very quickly.
Like I said, it's even better than just buying an NES with Tetris, because it'll give you a computer AI to fight against, and it'll set things up just like this for the 1v1 format that we use in the CTWC. And you can't really normally get that, because you'd have to have two Nintendos and two Tube TVs or two hardware setups to even emulate that or to recreate that in your home. So having Tetris Effect Connected not just sets you up with the game itself, but with the competitive setup.
Yeah, and
Richie with that high left side there will be fine if you can burn down the right, which he will.
Yeah, again, playing the stack very high, especially for a roller, is not going to be a problem. As I mentioned, a lot of players who have played modern Tetris with the standard guideline rules, they see the high stack and they're like, yeah, that's fine. That's common. That's not hard to handle. But for classic Tetris, that's actually pretty scary. Except now that we have all this rolling here, it's not that scary to play that high for a lot of these players anymore.
Well, it is still scary, because if you mess up the rolling, you'll hang, and that will be probably fatal. But it's that you have the physical tool to possibly get it over.
Mm-hmm. You see right now, both of these players with amazing Tetris rates still. 76% versus 82%.
Yeah, so once again, a very close competitive game here. You could really see, like, right out the gate, their scoring potential and just how aggressive and skilled their play is.
Mm-hmm. And, both of them at max out pace still. And again, if you guys just got here and missed the first game, you missed a banger of a game there, because we started out with a double kill screen, double max out. Both the players maxing out at level 27.
Yeah, like, you don't usually see that. That's a first game, and that could kind of lead to the impression that that's just how it's played, but really just the performance here is on a whole other level to our other years, just even as we speak.
Yeah, to be on, nice dirty Tetris from Joseph. Yeah. Perfect pieces. Obviously, RNG is going to play a factor in the game, but, a lot of the times the RNG will be in your favor as much as it is against you.
Well, what I'm starting to see is that's some of, the 4D thinking and thinking outside of the blocks. The next gen play is to try to make Tetrises on top of your well. If you have to cover up your well, then to make the burn a Tetris.
Go for those dirty Tetrises. All right, Joseph's got to do a little bit of burning here, but still Tetris rate at 74%. He needs, perfect. He just needed that L piece. And there we go. Boom, Tetris for Joseph. Meanwhile, over there, boom, Tetris now for Richie, and he's still at a blistering 83% Tetris rate. Gonna have to do a little bit of awkward cleaning here, but getting exactly the right pieces to get himself set up for a Tetris. Back to the neutral screen, and boom. And they simul transition.
Yep. Both of them hitting level 19 at the same time, just showing really their kind of some similarities in their playstyle and pace here.
Dude, they are playing at the exact same pace. I can't believe it. This is crazy.
And it's what you need at this level of play. Clean play fields.
You know, we were saying that double kill screen, double max out is not what we commonly see. But maybe that's just not true anymore. Ooh, nice T-spin. See, there you go. There's the T-spins you can still pull off.
Yeah, Joseph getting out of what would normally be a scary situation for any player, just making it easy, making it look easy to get out of.
Yeah. And again, you can see right now, Richie with about a 2 Tetris lead because he is behind in lines right now. You can see the line. Actually, no, they're even in lines now. Okay, a little bit of a tricky situation here for Richie. He needs a couple of long bars to be able to get himself out of here. Yep, opts for a burn. Meanwhile, Joseph's field looking crisp and clean. Boom, Tetris for Joseph. Trying to catch
both of
up
them
now.
are really playing aggressively and maximizing their scoring potential.
And this is another thing. This is another thing too. In previous years, the players have been able to just kind of look and see what the other score is of their opponent, and based off of that, you know, if they were up by a lot, they can relax, they can, you know, play a little bit more conservatively. That's just all out the window now. I feel like you've got to be playing at the maximum pace possible and maximum efficiency possible, because nobody's going to give you any breathing room anymore.
I think there's a new meta developing in that later on, you have to maintain the aggression because the amount of points rewarded for a Tetris increases. Here we are in the mid-20s and going on to level 29, they get worth more and more. So you can't sleep on making those Tetrises later on.
No, I don't want to pull off what we call the commentator's curse here at this point in time, but we haven't been seeing a lot of droughts, right?
Max out for Richie.
What?
Already. And max out for Joseph. Double max out.
We're gonna see a double max out, double kill screen. It's gonna come down to, and look at this, Joseph with the lead now, but barely. Actually, that's not
Richie
even true.
Richie was leading for most of the game before, so Joseph has actually come back from that 2 Tetris deficit.
Yeah, but not a true lead, I would say. Oh my gosh, look how aggressive Joseph is playing. Okay, there we go. Boom. Tetris for simul Tetris now.
Tetris. 1.1 for Joseph, 1.1 for Richie. We are neck and neck.
Dude, there's only 2,000 points apart. Are you kidding me? Here we go.
Richie with the post-29 playing on the kill screen, continuing to make lines. Let's go.
This is what rolling does for you. Look at this, even at level 29 going for a Tetris. And this right here is going to show you why.
Oh my goodness.
Rolling.
Boom, Tetris for Richie.
Rolling
and
is
that's
the future
gonna do it.
Here.
The post-29 Tetris from Richie seals the deal.
And Joseph saying to himself, I can't believe I kill screen 1.2 and I still lost.
Richie continuing to rain down Tetrises into level 31.
Keep it up. Let's keep going. You've won already, but we want to see if we can get a record for an actual CTWC match.
Oh, triple. And Richie continuing to be able to burn and keep this alive. I mean, it's probably going to end in a top out soon, I think. But look at that potential of the movement with rolling. It's ridiculous. 1.34 is your ending score. Richie taking the second round. GG's. What a ride.
You know what? At this point in time, I'm 5 games. I'm saying right now, we're going to get 5 games of 5 double max outs, double kill screens. Why not? Why not? Let's do it. Let's go.
Double max out, double kill screens. Just hand them all out, all over the place.
Yeah, again, level 29, previously known as the kill screen, now known as the thrill screen. Or, you know, my FGC fans here know about the "Is it gonna kill?" I call it the "Is it gonna kill" screen because shout outs to someone. Yeah, shout outs to someone who came up with that name for me.
Nice. Well, so far it's always been a kill screen because, what I like to say, I think I said this in my game developers conference, imminent death is what Tetris has. And until someone literally plays forever, the game is finite. And it's how it ends and the path to that outcome. That's what's fun to watch.
Now, but you see, one of the things that's crazy about this now, a player like Joseph, who can easily max out. In fact, during his qualifying run, didn't he get like close to the most max outs? I'm not sure. But he had so many max outs. And yet, what his realization is that his 70% Tetris rate getting to level 29 might not be enough because of the survivability of the rollers.
Yeah.
Past 29.
You have rollers who are playing 29 as if it's like a 19 transition, right? Like, it's like, you want to make all your points before the 19 transition? No, now you got to make points before 29. Well, no, now you got to get points past 29. And that's something that, Joseph has started taking up rolling too. So maybe, we're not seeing them being done evolving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's crazy too, because it's like, I'm sitting here talking about surviving, level 29, but Richie was still getting Tetrises.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw several Tetrises post 29, and if that's what's going to take, definitely going, into 2022, people are going to have to up their game.
This is absolute craziness right here. And, I know I'm going to be saying this like the entire day about how crazy this is, but this is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what a ride. What a treat for all of us Tetris viewers and fans. Just seeing great Tetris, and it never stops. I mean, every year just gets more and more crazy. And even when we think that it can't be topped, something new happens.
Yeah. Little bit of an awkward piece is right here. The another term you'll hear every once in a while, the Tetris parity, Parity, for Richie wasn't great. But again, at this pace right now, at this speed, obviously not going to be a problem, easily solved. And now Richie still has the staircase problem. And, that is where some of that parity comes into play. You don't actually want to build those kind of staircases, as I like to call them. You like to have spaces of too wide. You want to create those spaces that are too wide because most pieces can fit in those. And that's the general idea. So if you have only like those little one nubs and lots of staircases, or also called saw, like saw teeth, basically, it's not a good field.
Yeah, and all of that playfield management, making sure that you're set up for Tetris, but yet set up to accommodate anything else and have good parity is, it's all part of the risk management and the challenge of competitive classic Tetris.
Okay. Right now, this is important. I can't even believe I'm saying this. This is important that Joseph right now has an 86% Tetris rate to Richie's only 75% rate right now, because as we saw, he needs to have every advantage that he can get to be able to beat the rolling of Richie.
Right. Joseph, being the tapper still, even though Joseph has taken up practicing rolling, he's not using it yet.
Right.
So he is in a situation where he wants to make all of his points pre-29 if possible and get whatever he can with tapping when level 29 hits, probably having a low playfield going in, maybe even setting up the playfield for Center Wells to get those last couple of Tetrises in.
Kind of an awkward build here. There we go. Oh, and then just happened to block it. And again, when you play modern Tetris, having 3 preview slots is such an advantage. And you'll see a lot of the times the players here today, they're banking on the fact they're playing by probability, because you only get the third piece of your preview, right when the next piece jumps in here. So a lot of times you're like waiting out for the long bar, doesn't show up, I give up. And then as soon as you block it, the long bar shows up and it's too late to make that adjustment. And having those extra preview slots is such a convenience in modern Tetris.
Yeah, here you just have the one, and you have to make a micro adjustment sometimes when you see that next piece and change your decision. And having the maneuverability, with being able to have the reflexes to adjust on the fly is definitely a skill.
Yeah, both players have dropped a little bit in their Tetris rates. You can see Joseph down to that 76%, Richie at 72%. So Richie's maintained it a little bit better here. Yeah,
and I mentioned before, maybe I didn't mean to take away from Joseph's ability to play in 29 because he can. And actually, he was one of the very first players to be able to push those limits to, set those records going post 29. Joseph was the innovator in post 29 play. And you can never take that away from him. And whether he takes up rolling or continues being a tapper, Joseph is still incredibly decorated in terms of level 29 play. So we want to see that performance here. Maybe he'll continue to be dominant with the tapping.
Now, Richie, unfortunately, with a J requirement on the left over there, going to get through there. Is he going to try to send himself a dirty Tetris? No, he's going to burn and go for the Tetris on the transition. You've mentioned wanting to have a very clean field on the transition. And so there we go. Both players with very, very nice fields for their transition. Joseph still not being able to get set up for a Tetris here. Going to opt for a burn. Finally is Tetris ready. You saw that little micro adjustment at the end, and boom! Tetris for Joseph. Yeah.
So here we go. Scores are neck and neck, and we are into level 19 plus speeds, heading into level 29, where we're going to see possibly more kill screen action.
Yeah. It's like I said, we have the potential here for 5 matches of just double max out, double kill screen. And, to even imagine that this would have been possible a few years ago, people would have said you were crazy. There's no way people would have believed you. But yet here we are.
And we also might not have known about just this entire new generation being ushered in, by players like Joseph.
Exactly. And I often make the comparison for the poker fanatics out there, what Chris Moneymaker did for World Series of Poker when he was the first, quote amateur to win, and it ushered in a bunch of new players. Joseph did the same thing for Classic Tetris. Really ushering in a whole new generation of players by taking down Jonas. R.I.P. Jonas, of course, one of the greats of all time. And you just can't talk about Classic Tetris without mentioning
Richie
Jonas.
with some dependencies. Let's see if rolling can get him out of this. Good adjustments, getting the right pieces to solve that and burn down. T-spin set up. Wow,
yes.
T-spin. Look, what a dig. And Joseph
and now Joseph topped out too. We were all watching to see if Richie could get out. So we're
Richie
not going to get a kill
first and was able to dig out, but Joseph was not. So now we have a very small chase down. Oh no! Oh my goodness! Holy! That was Richie's game to take.
And look at their screen.
Safer with the burns.
Look at their screens, 29, 27. They were taken out by the exact same drought. They both just happened to get a high stack at a long drought sequence. And so what happened right there was Richie was thinking, there's no way this drought is going to get up to 30 pieces. And it definitely did. And he did not get a chance to burn.
That's the biggest plot twist I've ever seen in an ending of a match in recent memory. what was that? It was just like Joseph with a 20,000 point deficit topping out, or he had 20,000 point lead. Richie only had to make 20,000 points. Like just the Tetris would have done it. And instead of burning, let it build up high, and it never gave him the long bar. And Joseph manages to take that one. So Richie is fighting for his tournament life now. This being a best of 5 set. So Joseph on the verge of taking this match.
And actually, it was back-to-back droughts because I'm looking at their line numbers now. And Joseph was down at 188. So Richie definitely survived the drought that took out Joseph. But
you were watching Richie fight to survive with that amazing dig, by the way, that Richie showed off there. Surviving that, it took out Joseph, but the next drought took Richie out.
Yeah, so essentially, there was back-to-back droughts, and that's why Richie's stack was so high up on the screen, because he wasn't there was basically a 30-piece drought followed by almost another 30-piece drought. And so burning was probably one of the most important things to do at that time, but just didn't get the chance.
Yeah, when Richie got out of that dig, his playfield was actually in good shape. And that's why it just seemed like he was going to be able to catch up to Joseph no problem, but that's not what happened.
Man. All right. And again, yes, the players are getting the exact same pieces right now. And here we go. Game number 4.
3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Tetris. Let's go. And again, this is such a crazy start right now. I mean,
Richie with a slight misgift at the start.
Are you not entertained? Oh man. What a way to start off.
It has become entertainment.
This is match number 1. This is the first match, and we are starting out with a big drought. Again, this is not going to be a problem. Both players should be able to survive this. I don't want a commentator's curse anybody, because I've definitely done that before. There you go. Boom. Dirty Tetris for Richie, and he should be able to get out of here. Gonna burn right through there, and there you go. Clean field, neutral playing field again.
Yeah.
Okay. And now Joseph, with a little bit of an awkward screen there, needs to clear out the left side of his screen a little bit more. He should be able to get that with 2 eyepieces. So there we go. He's back to the neutral playing field. And boom, Tetris for Joseph. Meanwhile, Richie with, again, a little bit of a dig. And again, I mentioned this. This is really important right now, because you can see it's 64% versus 29%. Now, we're very early on. So Rich is going to be able to get that percentage up very, very quickly if he can just get some more Tetrises. But here's another drought. And boom, there you go. Finally, a Tetris for Richie.
Yeah, Joseph opening up a slight lead, but that was due to mostly a bit of a dig on Richie's part early on in the round.
And here we go. Boom, Tetris for Joseph now. Joseph at 68%. Richie building up to 47%.
Yep, Richie looking clean now, looking to score. So scores are starting to even up now.
Just waiting for that long bar. There it is. And boom, Tetris for Richie. Yeah, and again, playing fairly aggressive right now. But again, another pseudo drought here. But perfect timing for Richie, being able to clear off that column 10 that he had blocked up. And that was a nice Tetris for him. And boom, Tetris now, once again for Richie.
Yeah, Joseph with a better Tetris rate here, going strong into this game. And I noticed Richie covering the well, but then very skillfully either burning it off within the next couple of pieces, or even sometimes turning it into a dirty Tetris like we saw earlier.
Yeah, one of the other things I'd like to mention about this, differences between this and modern Tetris, you'll notice that, they burn a lot because they need to because of how difficult it is, but it also doesn't hurt their score as badly as modern Tetrises. Modern Tetrises have the back-to-back bonuses where,
Right.
without burning in between. That doesn't happen here in S Tetris. So you can go ahead and burn, and the Tetrises are going to be the same scores no matter what.
And always better to burn as little as possible so that each one of those lines can possibly be used for a Tetris. And when you've got same piece sets like this, that is kind of like the thing you want to whether you risk burning or using it for Tetris. Yeah, Richie getting up high, but Roller's showing no fear high up on the screen.
And Joseph with a little bit of an awkward screen now. He needs to get through there. And as long as he doesn't keep... oh, no. That's an awkward build.
That's going to be a bit of a dig for Joseph. Let's see how he gets out of this.
Yeah, this is the opportunity now for Richie to be able to catch up in points.
And there it is.
Now you can see Richie with the lead at this point. So now he has the higher Tetris rate at 69%. So again, this is risky for Joseph now because we've seen, Richie have that survivability and ability to keep getting Tetrises, after the kill screen. And you can even see it, it's crazy, 62%. And we see Joseph shaking his head. This is the standard, Tetris head shake. You're always like, man, I wish I was getting better pieces. But at a 60%, that's still max out pace. And we have players shaking their head right now.
Yeah. And we're heading towards the level 19 transition. We're at 116 lines now for Richie. So they want to get their playfields in better shape. Joseph, kind of having to do some burning here. And they're both going through a drought now.
Yeah. All right. There you go. Boom Tetris for Richie. Joseph back to a neutral screen. He just needs a long bar.
Boom Tetris for Joseph. And boom Tetris for Richie. Here we go. Level 19. Richie is off to the races.
Yeah, Richie definitely has about a 1 Tetris lead. And so
now
here we
about
go.
2.5.
Yeah. And look at Richie again playing aggressive, but this game has been full of droughts for players. One of the disadvantages of playing online as compared to offline is players could actually notice when other people had the droughts. And if they are they could be listening to us commentate, but sometimes they could play slow on purpose and then hear, oh, this player has a drought, and then they know the drought is coming up on their side. But I don't think they have that ability here. Now that we're playing
they might be able to look at Max Out Club to see certain things.
Gotcha.
And I remember that Joseph was one of the first players I ever noticed doing screen looking. So awareness of your opponent's situation is a skill. And whether or not, I'm not sure who uses or employs those strategies, but I know Joseph was one of those that did.
Yeah, and again, make sure you pay attention to the number of lines they've completed. Even if I say something like they have a 1 Tetris lead and it looks like they have more than that, that's because at the time, Joseph was down by 4 lines. So 1 more Tetris would have put him exactly 1 behind.
Mm-hmm. So right now, Richie has a 129,000 point lead. Quite ahead. Joseph having a bit more time, few lines behind, but still Joseph has some work to do to catch up, especially considering Richie's extreme ability to use rolling on 29. Look at Richie getting that long bar over to the left to stack it up so high. Wow, passing up the Tetris. What's up with that?
And boom Tetris for Richie, 73%.
Richie just mocking the RNG there. Wow, no fear, no respect for the RNG.
And look at this. Look at what this is doing. Remember the year that Joseph was able to take it over Jonas. One of the things that we said on commentary was it was one of the first times we felt like Jonas was being pushed because he had always been just kind of like casually, outplaying everybody else and being able to relax. Joseph, I feel like, is feeling that same kind of pressure this year. He's at a 64% Tetris rate, and he is pushing as hard as he can.
Yeah, and Joseph, really wanting to kind of put this away because he is one game away from taking this series and eliminating Richie. But Richie, strong going in. Now scores are neck and neck. And Joseph with some lines to get. Oh, Joseph's left side. Left side's going to be major problem for Joseph. Oh,
no.
Hangs up on the left, and that's going to do it. And Richie is going to take that round. We're going to go to a decider.
And you see the expression on Joseph's face, just like with the slap to the forehead. Like, really? I played so well, and I still can't take this with a 23,000 point lead to get to the kill screen. 64% Tetris rate was not good enough.
That was a really close game. Actually, Richie had been ahead for a while. It was up by over 100,000 points. Joseph fought back, got it back to neck and wasn't able to fill on that left side. And he saw where the misdrop was and knew that left side was going to be a problem. And there was a chance he'd be able to get something over, but wasn't able to pull it off. So that's how close this is. We're going to go to a decider. Our audience and everyone else here probably just wants to see more Tetris. So going to a decider is, what some of us want to see. Joseph obviously wanting to put it away earlier than that. Both players kind of loosening up, making sure that they're in the proper mental and physical state going into this decider round. It's all good. We want them to be in their best form, in their final form for this showdown. This is going to be the last game for whoever doesn't win. So it's all on the line here for one of these competitors.
Man. First game of the day, going down to a decider, starting off with...
Yeah, what a ride already.
Yeah, back-to-back kill screen max outs in games number 1 and 2, and then in games 3 and 4, players, I think, in all 4 games, I don't think either player has had a lower than a 60% Tetris rate.
Yeah, and definitely... they're super aggressive. Like they have to be. They know what they're up against when in a match against another player with that much scoring potential. So they're leaving it all out there, and those risks, they can lead to a top out. So here we go, final game in this match.
That's right. Last year's tied for 5th place, multiple time winner Joseph Saley on the left.
Tetris, stress.
Going up against newcomer Richie. Well, not newcomer, but new to this year, I should say.
Mm-hmm. I think overall may still, be a relatively new player, like part of the new generation, raising or dropping the bar, as we say.
Exactly.
And Joseph really the innovator, helping to usher in that new generation. So
all right, boom, Tetris for both players. Simul Tetris to start up. You see their scores are exactly the same. Which we'll often see early on, but we saw one burn right there from Richie. Now Richie, got to clear out a little bit on the right side over there. No problem.
Yep, just a matter of balancing, the cleanliness of your board, and that is a factor.
Yep. Ooh. Okay, nice little micro adjustment right there from Richie. And now both of them with Tetris is set up. Boom, Tetris for both players. Again, you see 90% rate versus the 86%. It's just started. Little bit of an awkward drop right there for Joseph. You even saw him kind of shaking his head like, what in the world just even happened there?
Yeah, so Joseph's going to have to do a small dig to get back into scoring position.
Yeah, a lot of the times when you're watching players try to dig, it's so important to notice that they can't keep covering up that gap. A lot of the beginner players to Tetris, while they're cleaning, they keep accidentally covering the hole because they're not looking multiple rows down, essentially.
Yeah.
Now,
So-
Joseph needs to set himself up a Tetris.
Yeah, Richie taking the lead due to that little dig by Joseph, but Joseph is in position to score again.
Except he's
Well, it
getting
was.
kind of a little awkward drought. There it is. Okay,
Boom,
boom,
Tetris for
Tetris for
Joseph.
Joseph. Yeah, needs
Good
to
stim
clean
there.
out there. Perfect. Oh, I like that micro adjustment from Joseph. That
He
was
saw the
really
long bar
clean.
coming and
Yeah.
made a place for the long bar, which normally would have caused the dependency, but since he saw the long bar coming, he could just use the long bar to keep his play field clean.
Yep, and I'm going to say it again, but right now, Joseph is in a dangerous position right now with only 67% Tetris rate compared to the 88% Tetris rate that we see from Richie's side.
And that was just due to a dig resulting from a misdrop. So, kind of like a butterfly effect of things going on affecting the score.
And Joseph now with kind of an awkward screen.
Yeah. Okay, he was able to get the long bar over to the left and use the box to clear that out. So
Yeah, but you see, every time he gets the eyepieces, he hasn't been able to get the Tetrises. Okay, gets one there. But again, down to 68%. Like I said, every year previously, right now, we'd be marveling at the amazing 68%, 70%. But this year, it's a completely different story.
boom, Tetris for Joseph.
And, again, for those people wondering who just tuned in and is wondering what's making the difference, it is this rolling technique that has been discovered and perfected by a lot of players this year. Is it fair to say that Cheese was the discoverer of rolling and the pioneer of rolling?
That's the general consensus is that, yeah, he was sharing and discussing the technique first. Although I do like how Game Scout did the video on rolling and actually showed Jonas was discussing it with that guitar player, like some kind of technique where multiple fingers could be applied, but it hadn't been turned into something you could apply to a NES controller until Cheese did it.
Right. It was the track and field technique. For the old folk in the audience there, if I mentioned track and field, they'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's definitely that. And I remember Joust had a technique called hyper flapping. They actually called it hyper flapping back then because you ride this winged ostrich and you had to hit the button as fast as you could to make it fly. So flapping was a thing back in the 80s.
We are having an awkward build right now for Richie. He has been trying to get out of this mess for a while. And again, it's not going to kill him. It's not going to be a problem. It's just obviously the percentage is dropping down. And he is getting some unfortunate RNG. The pieces that he's getting are definitely not optimal for the clean that he's looking for. Oh, okay, finally he's getting close here. He had the ability to dig out there, but he made a micro adjustment that I feel like was actually not necessary. But he should be able to get a Tetris now.
Ooh, Vitz for Joseph in the middle of the board. Wow. That's a vertical I-tuck setup where you create a space for the long bar and tuck it in where you kind of don't use it for a Tetris, but you use it just to create a perfect stack, and that's what Joseph did.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I do miss about offline is, usually you get the players doing stuff like that, and you definitely get the audience clapping in reaction at just some of the amazing play and some of the digs that you'll see from these players. Here we go. Here we have a 15-piece drought. Joseph got to do a little burning, still has the Tetris ready to go. Boom, Tetris for Joseph. Both players have transitioned here. 74 to 75% Tetris rate. It is neck and neck, but here we go. Okay, not a problem.
Richie. And another Tetris for Richie. You are neck and neck, as James just said. Yeah.
For a second there, I thought Richie was in trouble, but what was I thinking? No trouble at all.
Just a clean board, and we're off to the races here.
A little bit too early on that tuck attempt. Yeah, he tried to tuck a little bit too early. Now, okay, there we go. Gets the burn. He needs the J piece now. Where's the J piece? Okay, the I piece is going to help. Perfect. Now he's out of there and Tetris ready. And boom, Tetris for Richie.
And Joseph set up super clean board. looking really good here. And boom, Tetris for Joseph. 800,000 now, up by 2 Tetrises. Now 3.
Yeah, but again, look at the line count right there. Richie is down by 10 lines. So even though the score says, that he's up by a lot, it's not truly a lead right now.
Yeah, it's about a Tetris difference in scoring potential with the number of lines between them.
Yeah. And Joseph, again, has to play so aggressive. There is basically no room for him to just kind of go for a little bit extra safer play. He's in a little bit of a trouble spot here. He has a reliance on that J, finally gets it, and now needs to clean. Can he get that before the eyepiece comes? He does. But now, the question is, where's the eyepiece? Got a 27 piece. There it is. Yeah.
And boom, another Tetris for Joseph. Now 9,000 points, 989,000 points. He's about to max out with the next Tetris.
And meanwhile, over here on Richie's side, you can see he's running into that drought that we just saw Joseph run into.
Joseph, max out.
Max out at level 27 again. And again, some unfortunate RNG right now for Richie. Is he going to go for the dirty Tetris? I believe he's going to go for it if he can.
Richie goes aggressive.
He's set up for it.
Boom, Tetris for Richie. Nice dirty Tetris on level 26.
Yep. 68%.
Joseph with a legitimate score lead. Richie's probably going to have to rely on post 29 play to catch up.
But here we go.
Oh,
bad screen
Joseph
right now for Joseph. And he has to do this. Okay. Chase down. Time for a chase down.
It's a chase down situation for Richie. Richie with a clean board. Boom, Tetris for Richie. Needs to get 1,067,000 to catch up to Joseph. So that's about 3 Tetrises.
And he's set up for another one. This, again, I don't want to commentators curse anyone. He's got a nice open playfield. Boom, he just needs one more Tetris. He's at level 29. Can he do this? This is where the rolling is going to come. Oh my God!
Joseph takes it. Joseph takes it. Richie not able to do the chase down. Oh my goodness! What a finish!
Richie
was all set up for it, and really it just came down to board management, and the kill screen came, and Richie not able to get that Tetris on 29.
It
doesn't get any closer than that. Look at those scores. It was just a Tetris difference. Just the long bar timing. Wow.
And you could see it on Joseph's face. I think Joseph was almost certain he was done for, gonna exit the tournament in 7th place this year, but no, the kill screen came just in time, and perhaps maybe the nerves for Richie catching up to him again. This is his first time in top 8, 19 years old. It's kind of a do or die situation that he probably hasn't run into on this big of a stage. And I can't even tell you how much nerves can affect you.
There was like maybe 5 seconds of deciding, do you burn down? Mm-hmm. Do you prep for level 29 and try to score safely on 29? Because if you're a roller and have the capability to move those pieces, you're safe. You could score, well beyond 30,000 points after the level 29 kill screen, or do you go for the Tetris? And Richie was all in for that Tetris.
So we had a total of 6 max outs, maybe more than that, right? I can't even remember now.
Yeah.
I've lost count in these 5
double max
games.
out, double kill screen again. That's where it started, and that's where it ended for Joseph and Richie. And Joseph is going to be the one to advance. Richie, oh my goodness, what a treat to see Richie and the rolling play style on display. So it's really funny because now Huff is the last hope for rolling. On the ropes in this tournament.
And I love it. Calling Joseph a legend, but frankly, I think legend is a good way to describe that game between the two players.
That is going to go down. Oh my goodness, that is going to be such a historic match already. Such a great way to start off the top 8 in CTWC 2021.
Yeah, and not only just the terms of just, the match right here being an amazing match, but it really sets up this narrative of what rolling is doing to the hyper tapping players. this we've been talking about rolling and how it just kind of has turned itself into such a powerful weapon this year.
Some people, think it might be invincible, but Joseph actually proving that you can survive as a tapper, making a statement, and Joseph really, I think, kind of continuing like his final boss level of play and showing up rolling. And even though Joseph himself may become a roller, he's still doing it with tapping in the year 2021.
And the scariest thing about this is the next match coming up that we will be showing you guys is going to be Huff versus Tetris Time, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and so basically, if Huff is able to take that, Joseph might have to face another roller.
Before that, we are going to actually get to interview Richie here, who is a top 8 finalist, and let's get his thoughts. And we're going to go to David McDonald and Richie.
Richie, holy moly!
Hey.
Congratulations on an insane matchup. So you mentioned how watching Joseph win the CTWC was the inspiration for you to start playing. How does it feel to have played Joseph in a CTWC match?
Oh my gosh, what can I say? That was absolutely insane. I mean, Joseph, just look at him. He's a celebrity. He's featured in a viral video. I mean, at one point, we've all idolized him before. So it's kind of crazy to be seen on like an even playing field. To go up against him head to head, it's not something I've ever anticipated. If you told me that would be where I was like 2 years ago, if you told me I was going to be facing Joseph in CTWC, that would have blown my mind. I would have said, you're crazy. Yeah, it was insane. The dream come true.
Yeah, so you mentioned you had trained specifically to have the edge on 29. You had probably an all-timer for the CTWC in that Game 2 incredible match where you and Joseph were battling it out on the thrill screen, as it's now often called. Can you take us through what was going through your mind as you entered 29 on that game?
I'm so glad I got that game in. Yeah, I could see out of the corner of my eye, Joseph was still going. Like I was going level 30, level 31, and Joseph was still there. I was like, this is not happening right now. I mean, you could look at my face. I didn't really have much of an expression. I was just going to like Zen mode, trying to tap into my experience as much as I could. And I was just banging down Tetris after Tetris. Everything came together in that moment, I think. Yeah, that was an incredible game.
So how does it feel going through a decider match where everything's on the line? Obviously, when you're practicing, everything you can start over, you can play as many games as you want. But when it's do or get eliminated, what was going through your mind at the end of that final game?
I think I should have lost the game before that. That was totally ludicrous for me to be put in that position. But I just dug deep. I was like, this is the one chance you have. The game threw you a bone, or the universe threw you a bone in that moment. Yeah, I just had to dig in there. I had to totally focus, eliminate all distractions. I think I don't really remember what happened. So it's all a blur. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to watch it back if I want to comment on it. That's just that's how it goes.
Well, I'm sure we'll have plenty of time in the future discussions, the future analysis to look back on this match, because it will be one to be remembered. You put up an amazing performance. I'm sure you can be proud, and the people who were cheering for you can be proud. I think you've been an inspiration as one of the 2 rollers to make the top 8. And so where do you see yourself going from here? Do you have any future goals in NES Tetris? Will we see you back next year?
I want to try to be back here next year. I think I have a pretty comfortable position in terms of the upper echelon of players. I'm kind of at the front of the wave of rollers. There's going to be a lot of new people picking up the technique by next year. So it's going to be a very crowded field, but I think I'm in a good position to, if I keep practicing, I'll stay ahead of the curve. So in terms of future plans, I hope to get a 29-star max out. For other goals, I think I'm going to be here next year. Yeah, I'm going to try to make it next year. It's going to be in person, so it's going to be cool.
Awesome. Yeah, the 29 start max out, one of the very elusive remaining goals that no one has yet done on 29, and I'm sure you'll be at the forefront of that chase for it. So
Yes,
we
absolutely.
can't wait to see what you do next. Thanks so much, Richie. It was great to hear from you.
I'd like to say hats off to Joseph for such an iconic performance. I mean, for me, I can't really be disappointed with a performance like that myself. Even the title of CTWC Top 8 is enough to leave satisfied. I've already won in my eyes. So I'm not leaving with my head down. My head is held up high. It's a performance to be proud of. I'm very glad. Shout out to my cousins who are watching right now. Shout out to everybody watching and supporting me. Thank you so much.
All right, so what a way to kick off our top 8. Such a great match.
Did he say he was trying to go for a level 29 max out?
I guess so. I mean, if you could survive that long at level 29, that's great training for the highest level of competition like this. And can you imagine if Richie continues to practice that? The entire field's going to be quaking in their Tetris boots due to that ability to roll on 29 and survive that long. So looking forward to that.
People
We
said
will
that
be seeing Richie again in this competition.
Yeah, people are saying that he's already gotten 700K on a 29 start. So he's actually not even that far behind. So again, this is just absolute insanity. And I don't know how my cat knows every time I'm on camera. She hasn't been here this whole time. And then as soon as, the camera comes back, she just comes waltzing in. She knows. But
yeah, I got my cats here too.
Oh, yeah. Nice, yeah. But again, the level of play here is ridiculous, and what we are starting to see right now, who would have ever thought that we would be getting to this point? It's absolute just insanity where Tetris is, and that was the first match. That was the first match of the top 8, and we have so many more to go.
We've got much more to go. So leading into that, a big shout outs to Tetris Effect Connected for being our sponsor once again for this year's tournament. We wouldn't be able to have such a cool sort of like a Tetris competition season like leading up to this. We had Connected 2021, which used the classic score attack mode in the game, which they implemented, which simulates what we're doing here in the CTWC with classic NES Tetris, except you could play it on a modern platform. So they just recently brought it up for Nintendo Switch, but it's out on Steam, Epic Game Store PC, Windows Store PC, PlayStation 4, Oculus, and Xbox One and Xbox Series S, and Xbox in general. So Tetris Effect Connected being, an incredible sponsor for us, we are going to have a giveaway, and some of you in the chat may know about it. And to enter the contest, James, why don't you tell people what they need to do to enter the contest?
Yeah, so the game recently came out on Switch. So now you can take it wherever you want to go, play it on the go. And to enter this tournament, so we're giving away that version. All you have to do is just type connected in the chat to enter. That's it, connected, because we are all connected. And the winner will receive, the winner will receive their choice of the Steam or the Switch version. And we will announce the 2 winners before our final match today. And again, Tetsuya Mizuguchi, who's in charge of Tetris Effect, showed up to CTWC a few years back to, promote his game. And I remember, was just blown away by the competition and how strong everyone was playing in classic mode. And as a result, he wanted to put classic mode into Tetris Effect. It was patched into the big connected update. And it's so awesome. You guys get to try classic Tetris on a modern version. and see just how brutal that
And
version of Tetris is.
it makes it more accessible. It makes our entire competitive scene more accessible to more people. People can try it out without having to, buy an old NES or a tube TV or anything like that. So it's great just to increase visibility and to get people playing the mode, and maybe some people who are proficient at modern versions of Tetris might dabble in the classic version and start competing alongside with us. And we got to see that in the Connected 21 tournament and hopefully on into the future. So we're going to go and watch a little video here.
All right.
Let's go.
One of the first formal studies of the phenomenon was at Harvard Medical School in the year 2000.
Participants played the game for 7 hours each, spread over the course of 3 days.
Remarkably, 63% of the participants, almost 2/3, reported seeing imagery from the game hours after they finished playing, often just as they were falling asleep.
Blocks. They all saw blocks. There is no end in sight for us, nothing could measure the kind of strength inside our hearts. It's all connected. We're all together in this love, don't you forget it. We're all connected in this love. There is no end in sight for us. We're all connected in this love.
And we're back.
Yep. Once again, want to give a shout out to, Mr. Mizuguchi for creator of so many great games out there and now working on Tetris. Also shout out to Green Tea as well. The wonderful player from Japan, was Daz player, now probably learning rolling, but he was definitely brought on to make sure that the classic mode in Tetris Effect was as accurate as possible. So again, really awesome collaboration on so many people on just a wonderful way that it all happened. And every time I think about how it happened, it brings a smile to my face.
Yeah, Green Tea being pivotal in the development of that product. Speaking of which, you can check out Green Tea commentating along with Corian and SQR on Classic Tetris 2. We've got our other languages going on: Classic Tetris 3 in French, 4 in Spanish, 5 in Portuguese, 7 in Cantonese, and 8 in Polish. So just a quick note there, more Tetris than you can handle in multiple languages, in fact.
Yep. And we are going to be moving on to the next match now, as I had hinted at a little bit earlier. It is going to be Huff versus Tetris time. And if any match in this bracket is going to be a David and Goliath, it is definitely this match here. Tetris
Huff,
time, probably considered the most underdog in this entire tournament.
Big underdog, big Cinderella story. A lot of people love to cheer for Tetris time. And then Huff, last year's incredible performance, taking out both the late, great Jonas and Joseph. And that was a bad one. Sorry about that.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Jonas and Joseph last year, and making a statement this year, coming in just the last couple of days, hitting that 1.6 million with rolling. So big, as you said, David and Goliath matchup here.
Yeah, I mean, that is the record, right? And he just got it a couple of days ago, which is just crazy. And again, we're just going to be getting records broken constantly. It's not going to stop. Even a few years ago, I feel like when we were starting to see the hyper tapping come in, we probably expected level 35s and, cool. And again, we thought it was going to kind of like even out, but it hasn't. It's just getting even higher and higher. But again, it is going to be Huff and Tetris time. Let's hear from the players themselves.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Tetris Time, and this is my first time in the top 8 for CTWC. I first heard about CTWC in 2016. I was watching Jeff versus Jonas. After that, I just saw the CTWC finals each year, until in 2019 I saw a video that GameScout made, and I realized how cheap NESs actually were. I bought one for myself and I started playing. What's special about my hyper tapping is I've been using it long before I played Tetris. Back when I used to play Minecraft, I used to use this technique called jitter clicking, and then I inverted it into Tetris by getting a table and then making my own grip so I can hyper tap as fast as I possibly can. I'm still going for 1.3, but I'd say that my achievement that I'm most proud of is a 1.2 against Ruins competitively in Classic Tetris Gauntlet. My favorite match in the bracket was definitely during Opox. I was down 2-0, but then I came back the first game by a good amount of points, and then he topped out on 18. Then on the last game he made a miss drop.
Finn with a fatal hang! Tetris Time completes the reverse sweep!
In order to be a great Tetris player, you need to have 3 great qualities: consistency, fast taps, and to never give up. I've been in many situations where it's do or die. When I'm in a high dig on level 18 or even level 19, if I top out, then it's over. So I tap the pieces as gosh darn fast as I possibly can. I've been practicing as much as I could just for this top 8 match. I know that I need to mainly focus on my consistency, because my consistency is what got me here in the first place. Winning the whole tournament would mean a lot for me, especially since I'm a huge underdog.
Tetris Time will be part of the November 8.
A message for my friends and family is to keep on watching until I am eliminated. You can watch the other players if I'm eliminated, but if I'm down 2-0, you keep on watching, because I promise you I can come back from that.
Hey, I'm Huff, and I'm back in this top 8 for CTWC. How did I do last year? I did pretty good. I think I overperformed.
You can't do it! He had a missed drop!
Just like that.
And there it is!
Out.
What was my journey in learning rolling? Cheese showed me in November-ish, late 2020, and it took me a few months on and off, but I got there. I learned it. It's good now.
Oh my
I was really willing to sacrifice this year for next year to be better, you know? I feel like I came in just on time, so that was good. Pretty happy with how I did so far.
Oh, Huff hangs this line piece. Hangs another one, and they'll probably do it. Oh, he gets it over! Oh my god!
My favorite game was the first game against Sodium. That game was fun. It was pretty funny.
CVS-style drought here. The receipt just keeps on printing. No, I don't want a coupon for baby wipes. Give me my receipt. I want to leave. And he finally gets out of it.
Winning the tournament for me would be absolutely crazy. I get to stack the golden trophies. So this trophy, I got that from the WPL Qual in Ohio a few months ago. My latest achievement that I'm most proud of right now, I just got 300 lines from a 29 start. It might be a while before I do something better, so pretty happy with that. I want to shout out Puppy Ball Fan Club, the homies, my aunt again, for getting me into Tetris. So my trading regimen, I don't know. I just play like anywhere from like 30 minutes to 2 hours a day most of the time. Sometimes I play more. I have days where if I'm going ham, I go maybe even 6 hours. I just grind games and try to get good at them all the time. That's my favorite thing to do.
So what a premonition in that video. Huff talking about, might be some time before he's going to be able to make another record. Speak of which, in the last couple of days, hitting that 1.6 million record with rolling, now the current world record for NES Tetris.
Yeah.
Wow.
And, I remember being able to commentate that matchup between Tetris Time and Fractal. And, obviously you saw the heartbreak on Fractal's face, but you also saw just how excited Tetris Time was. And, clearly just, a moment that he won't forget. And I'm sure, he's super excited to be here, to be in this top 8, to challenge last year's 3rd place finisher, Huffaluffagus. It's what an awesome time, I think, for Tetris Time.
Yeah. And I'm really interested in seeing Tetris Time because really so much hype seeing a new player, one that wasn't expected to go as far as he did in the top 64 and then into top 8, just taking that bracket was a complete surprise.
Yeah, and again, just as a
Worst
reminder
speed,
to everyone,
wow.
yeah, that personal best that Huff got was literally like 2 days ago. So
history being made in real time here in the Tetris community.
Yeah, so obviously right now the personal best on the screen is not up to date just yet. Just happened.
Yeah, you don't expect those things to happen. Like, okay, it's like, we're going to print, we're going to press, right? This is
Right.
what we're going to be using in a day or two, and well, nope, there it is, already outdated. So, but that just shows the power of the Huff.
That's right. And so again, we have these players set up, ready to go. You can see them ready to start playing. And once again, another display here of hyper tapping versus rolling. Huff,
And Tetris Time really, it's going to be a lot of fun watching Tetris Time play because his tapping speed, it does things that even you don't think a tapper can pull off. So one of the very fastest hyper tappers. I've noticed in that video he talked about the Minecraft clicking being so he, even though he's relatively new to Tetris, his tapping ability is probably something he's been doing for many, many more years. So you will see that on display here with Tetris Time.
Yeah, and again, remember, Huff was third place last year. There was no rolling last year. So to think about where Huff can go this year with the rolling, it's terrifying to think about
Crazy,
right now.
and definitely seeing someone adapt from tapping to rolling, and plus having really good piece placement on top of all that. Huff is just a brilliant stacker as well. So just all around great adaptability on display. Huff really just so well rounded and skilled. Here we go. Tetris Time versus Huff.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris time.
What time is it? It's Tetris time.
Oh man, so here we go. Again, starting off on the level 18. It's going to be nice and calm at first. But already Tetris Time already building himself kind of an awkward build here. Had a chance to drop the that one piece right there into the column 4 hole. He's going to get out of there, but you can see starting with a low Tetris rate. Hasn't gotten a Tetris just yet. And meanwhile, 2 Tetrises for Huff already.
Score. Boom. Tetris for Tetris Time.
Yep. Gonna need a tuck over here. That's not gonna be a problem. There you go. Huff getting that in there just fine. And now just waiting on the long bar. There it is. Boom Tetris for Huff. Yeah, but you can see here right now, obviously, like I said, it's early. Early on, it's very easy to raise your percentages very quickly. But, Tetris Time with a little bit of an awkward start. He's at 42% right now. And again, this SZ burst right now is just causing some damage to him. Finally gets the O piece. But now all of a sudden, an O piece burst.
See that tapping speed is allowing Tetris Time to just stack those boxes up on the left and dispose of them, putting them into their proper place on the left side.
Yeah, but a little bit of a mess right there on the left right now for Huff.
Yeah, Huff needed to fill that in with a long bar. Okay, opts not to get piece dependent. That was smart. Oh, but then he ends up not getting the long bar anyway, and we'll probably have to burn a couple of lines there to use that left well.
So kind of an awkward situation, but he should be fine.
And just use it to transition into a right well situation. Very smart by Huff.
Yeah, so Huff is looking clean right now. Just needs that long bar. Boom, Tetris for Huff.
Tetris Time needing a long bar.
Yeah, there it is. Boom.
There it is. Boom, Tetris for Tetris Time.
He's going to get the tuck there, so definitely going to clean out his field a lot more at this point.
Tetris Time trying to avoid being double long bar dependent, waiting for, either a tuck or something to fill that in. I wonder what he's going to do with that. He's just going to tuck the J.
Yeah,
And
so
then
it's not looking bad here. He's got a pretty clean field. And in fact, he can play at this level if he chooses to, but it looks like he wants to burn down to row number 1. He could have just played at row 2 Tetris and just go for Tetrises at that point, but he chooses to play it a little bit safe. But as a result, still sitting at a 40% Tetris rate, at 45%.
But hey, scores are neck and neck. So even with that bit of a dig by Tetris Time, Huff having to burn some lines too, the scores are really close.
Yeah, both players having some uncomfortable digs to have to go through. Yeah, you see right there, Tetris Time choosing not to put the T-piece off of onto the left over there, because that would have created one of those awkward parity situations.
Very close game here.
Tetris Time, yeah. Pieces right now are... The RNG for the pieces is being a little awkward for both players. You can see right now... Yeah, Huff needs to drop that eyepiece in column 9 and still reliant on another one for that Tetris, but finally gets it there. Actually, I think that was just a triple that he got, because I think there was a hole on the side that I didn't see.
Yeah, Tetris Time might be building. See what he does with this.
I've seen a couple of, like, I feel like misdrops from Huff. I'm not sure if that's what's happening here. It seems like he'll slide the piece a little bit before it touches down, and it feels like he's getting some misdrops as a result.
Yeah, nothing too serious yet. Oh, I think that was a misspin.
Yeah, he also has been missing a lot of those tucks as well. So still not Tetris Time, but Huff might be playing with a little bit of nerves here.
Tetris Time with a bit of a jagged play field. Probably wanting to get some of those holes cleaned out ASAP. Transitions coming in about 30 lines.
Yeah, where's that eyepiece? There it is, finally.
Single off the bottom. Boom, dirty Tetris for Tetris Time.
And was he's going for an... Oh,
nice.
God, he got it!
Well, Tetris. And looks like he's gonna keep the center well, at least for the time being.
Wow. And yeah, he can get another one if he really wants to. All right, where's the eyepiece? Perfect timing.
Boom,
Boom.
Tetris Time. And boom, Tetris for Huff. We're still pretty much neck and neck here. 10 lines from transition. Players wanting to get their fields in order before the speed change.
I can imagine both players are kind of relieved, having to do so much digging, yet they're still, within reach of each other. So,
Tetris Time covered his well, and we're 10 lines from transition. Let's see what he does here. Definitely wants to not have a unsafe board state here, if at all possible.
Yeah, but they're not giving him the proper pieces to be able to burn through easily without covering that hole again.
Yeah. Okay, so he's one clear away from opening the well at least.
There it is.
So
and now there it goes. And
okay,
perfect timing.
Boom. Tetris Time. So Huff up by 1 Tetris. Has a bit of a spire there. He's able to clear the triple to get it burned down. Boom, Tetris for Huff. Scores are neck and neck, and we are into level 20 speed. Level 19 speed at 20.
Okay, where's the eyepiece? Huff is reliant on an eyepiece. He decides to burn. Beautiful, beautiful. And again, all of a sudden, this burst of L and J pieces.
Yeah,
oh, man.
Not being kind, not getting the long bars when the players need it.
Yeah,
and Huff needing to dig now. This is going to be a major dig for Huff. This is not easily resolvable because the holes are in really awkward places.
Yeah, but he's doing it.
Oh, nice.
He's doing it.
Nice dig.
Nice burn there on the top of the tee. He's going to be able to drop in there. Yeah, but I mean, God, look at this. I think I'm not going to say anything.
Excellent.
No commentary occurs.
One way to get out of that, Huff has just done it and is getting the job done and survives what would normally be a really tough dig.
And he actually still has the lead.
Oh, Tetris for Huff.
And
yeah, Tetris Time having to do some burns in that.
No!
Tetris Time. Oh, nice last second tuck by Tetris Time.
Okay, if he can get another eyepiece. No,
oh, man.
No. Okay, that's
Tetris
probably
Time's in trouble.
Right there. Yeah.
See if he can dig out of this. Tetris Time's gonna have to do another hero dig on the same scale that Huff just did to survive this.
I mean, can he do this? Oh no! Oh
Might
no!
be fatal. Oh, but burns it down. He might be able to get the long bar to the right if it comes.
Don't.
Wow, look at that survival. Boom! Tetris for Tetris time. Look at these survivals. These digs have been amazing.
I can't believe it. They're both still going.
Now, Huff has opened up a gigantic lead of 137,000 points. So Tetris Time had some catching up to do, but to get that, you have to survive, and Tetris Time just survived one of the craziest digs. Boom, Tetris for Tetris Time, and Huff is in scoring position as well. Boom, Tetris for Huff.
Now, at this point in time, if you're Tetris Time, the goal is, just to survive, last long enough for Huff to perhaps top out and then perform a chase down afterwards. And you can see that he's trying to play a little bit more aggressively. Look at this. Yeah. He's going for a dirty Tetris. Yeah. Oh, no. And yeah, he had to play aggressive. And in the end, it's going to cost him. But he knew he had to do it. He knew he had to do it.
Huff's going to take that first round, but both players in life or death situations getting those hero digs and able to survive, which is key.
That hero dig from Huff was obviously key for him to win this, but still not enough can be said about that dig from Tetris Time as well.
Yeah, both players super tenacious and having to not hold anything back in terms of survival to get the score to take the win. GG's.
All right. We're going to be heading to game number 2. Good start right here. Great start. And Huffaluffagus taking game number 1. And again, both of them start off, I feel like, a little bit of nervous. And I feel like both players there were having a lot of misdrops at the start. I expect that their games are going to clean up just a little bit as they keep playing.
Yeah, a bit more digging that we're used to seeing, especially since that last game with Richie versus Joseph didn't really have too many digs. But this one, when the pieces fall a certain way, we see both players affected by it. And that's what we saw towards the end, especially with a lot of digging going on and a lot of just focus on survival. But both can be exciting. Scoring is one thing, but digging is also sometimes just as exciting and definitely just as important to securing that victory.
Yeah. Again, the ability to clean is more than just, filling out those lines. It's also, consciously previewing the gaps under in the lines below. Because a lot of times you think you might be cleaning, but you actually aren't cleaning at all because you keep covering up the holes that are a few rows down. And so you'll actually see a lot of times, when a player is cleaning, it looks like they have a piece perfectly to fit somewhere and they put it in this really awkward position. And it's because they're trying to avoid stacking extra blocks over a future hole. And that's one of the things that will determine your skill as a cleaner. If you can actually note and, play properly and address those future gaps.
Yeah. You talk about stack maintenance, but after you cover a hole, your placement thereafter will determine whether you get out of that dig or not. Mm-hmm. And we're off into the second game of this match. Huff up by 1.
Yeah, and again, a little bit of a messy start here for Tetris Time. Yeah, getting some awkward pieces, going to get the tuck in there finally, and now has the ability to clean his way through. And again, you see, he had the opportunity to stick that S piece over to the left, but he didn't want to because he didn't want to cover up a future hole, and that's why he didn't do that. Again, something very, very important to note when you're doing cleaning.
All right, Tetris Time clean again. Boom, Tetris for Tetris Time. Huff, meanwhile, up to about a 2 Tetris lead. Bangs down another one. Now up by 60. Well, another 2 Tetris. After with Tetris Time getting a Tetris is now up by 2.
Right, and you can see right now Huffaluffagus starting off with a respectable 100% Tetris rate. Oh, no, he had to drop it down. But we are having a little bit of a drought here. There we go, finally. Boom, Tetris for Huff, and up to 92%.
Yeah, Huff just blazing Tetris rates here. really going to have a lot of scoring potential. So Tetris Time's really going to have to maximize as this game progresses.
All right. Okay,
Time with
perfect.
clean board.
Yeah, but
Give a
again,
trout. Creates a dependency. He's going to need a couple of long bars. There's
okay,
one.
there we go.
And boom,
Ooh,
Tetris for
man.
tough. Boom, Tetris for Tetris Time.
Yeah, so now he's going to try to do a little bit of cleaning to get that gap over there. He needs 2 long bars or some clutch
He
cleaning.
covered up the well.
Yeah, he had
he-
to. He didn't really have much of a choice. There we go. That's going to give him nothing, actually. There we go, the triple. I thought he was going to get a single.
Yeah, it took 2 long bars to fill that dependency. Oof.
Man.
And now Huff having kind of like a need for a long bar and takes the Tetris now with had a column set up in column 9.
Yeah. Back-to-back tees are going to be perfect to clear out that space right there and get to that gap. And now some really nice pieces for Huff. Getting himself almost a clean board.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, Tetris for Huff. Huff at 75%.
So yeah,
Meanwhile,
finally these boards both looking clean, looking to score. Boom, Tetris for Tetris Time.
Yeah, again, obviously the first match we saw, the players were both so clean the entire time. Right now, this kind of situation here, I don't think is an indication of the players. I really do feel like the RNG has been a little bit wonky for the players.
Yeah.
And again, it's a factor, but we talk about RNG. That isn't to say that the game is random. Obviously, it's probabilities, it's understanding that RNG, it's risk management, understanding if you want to chase after pieces. There's so much you can do in this game to mitigate the RNG, and that's usually where the difference lies between the best, the best of the best.
Yeah, and actually kind of like a player having a moveset. We saw a few moves ago, Tetris Time just did a pretty cool spin there. So if you see a setup that can keep your board clean, that's the skill of the player dealing with the pieces that are given and able to keep their board clean out of everything.
That was so beautiful by Huff, but he's got a really awkward 3-wide column over there that he's fixing.
Yeah, dumping those Z's over there.
Oh, finally
Creating
getting
that
some of those
fire.
Z pieces. He had a Z drought, and that's exactly what he needed for those columns.
But yeah, now Tetris Time doing a little bit of a dig. So, chance for Huff to increase his lead here.
72 versus 67%. And again, as we saw from the last game, what rolling can do versus hyper tapping. And so, this is going to be a tough situation for Tetris Time being down. Not only is he trying to, okay, that's going to be a double. But not only is he having to do some cleaning here, but he also knows, we saw in the last game, remember how aggressive he was playing. He was trying to get a Tetris like way up at the top because he knows he has to, especially going up against a roller like Huff. And here we go.
Okay,
Tetris
boom, Tetris for
setup.
Huff. Boom, Tetris for Tetris Time. We have hit the level 19 transition. Players are off to the scoring speed round. And both fields are clean, ready to score. Well, at least Tetris Times is, and Huff's was, but now Huff has to do some digging. That's how fast the complexion of the boards change.
Yeah, survival of level 19 is so key. And just trying to be efficient enough to keep getting these Tetrises. And there you go, boom. This is a good opportunity for Tetris Time now to try to catch up because Huff is still cleaning. He's gotten his board cleaned right now, but as you can see, the Tetris rates are getting very close to each other. Beautiful burn right there by Tetris
This is a
Time.
pretty close game, all things considered, with all that burning that happened earlier. But still, they're at 600 plus thousand points, so good score still.
Yeah, again, 60% is about Tetris max out pace.
Yeah, max out pace.
He needs a tuck. How is he going to do this? Oh. Okay, beautiful. split burn.
Mm-hmm. So Huff now with a better looking field.
Yeah, and now he needs to figure out a way to cover up column 10 without blocking. See right there, that looked like he was going through there, but he had to create more blocks on top of the gap. He's finally through it now, but now he's relying on that L piece. Finally got that.
Yeah, it looks like Tetris Time likes to dig down all the way to the bottom before scoring again.
Oh man, where is the S piece? Is it too late? Oh, so he's got a really awkward build. He
Route.
keeps getting the exact opposite piece that he needs. Every time he ends reliance on an S, here comes the Z. You know, every time he ends a reliant on the S shows up.
High speed dig here by Tetris Time. Getting some Swiss cheese holes, and those are hard to clean because you risk covering the hole you're trying to clear with another piece. Finally digging back down.
Yeah, but again had to block.
Yeah.
See
So
right
Huff
there.
has opened up a pretty big lead now, up by 110,000 points now.
Yeah, the kind of pressure that Huff's play is going to put on Tetris Time. So is Tetris Time? Yeah, he's going to burn through there. But you can see his Tetris rate down to 49%.
So Huff's continuing to score, continuing to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, Huff doing a little bit of burning now himself. There we go. Now he's Tetris ready.
Level 28, so level 29 is coming soon. Next 8 lines for Huff, and 7 for Tetris Time. So if they want to do some post 29 play, especially Huff, being the roller, I want to get their board into shape. But it looks like Huff is gonna stack high for last Tetris.
Man, here we go, rolling.
Right, gets the Tetris
Max
on
out. Boom.
Max out from Huff, and now both players playing on 29. Tetris Time into level 30, continuing to play with tapping.
And he's just going after singles at this point because he
but
knows.
Huff's score lead is huge and is going to take this game by 100,000 points. So yeah, we have a double kill screen and a max out. Level 30 on both players.
That is crazy. And unfortunately, you can see the 51% Tetris rate right there by Tetris Time, meaning that, he still couldn't max out, even getting to level 30. And Huff there with another max out count for the day. I swear.
So yeah, Huff just really pushing the limits again, getting to a max out kill screen. And now Tetris Time is on the ropes and fighting for his tournament life. Huff looking to sweep.
Yeah, Huff right now with the 2-game lead. Again, we mentioned Tetris Time, being the underdog here. We can talk about him, being happy to get here, but he definitely wants to put some pressure on Huff and show that he belongs in this top 8. But again, Huffaluffagus, 3rd place last year as a hyper tapper, now picking up rolling. And you can only imagine he's just going to keep getting stronger and stronger. You said he just set the record a couple of days ago.
So much momentum with that, getting a world record high score coming into this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Huff is looking really strong coming in, and looking to sweep here and make a statement. Really having a bit of a tournament experience from last year is just the perfect balance of having experience, being a new player, and continuing to learn and evolve as the scene progresses.
Right. And people, remember that, in the video that we saw in his match versus Fractal did go up 2-0 and he was able to make the comeback. So Tetris Time has done it before. Definitely can do it again.
Tetris Time having that tenacity, capable of doing reverse sweep. So we shall see. That's what Tetris Time will need to do to come back and stay in this tournament.
So yeah, we've already seen the rolling earlier in the day, and now we're seeing the rolling here from Huff.
2, 1, Tetris time.
These these are the only rollers that we have in the tournament. Richie being the other one, Ruins, who was sent out by Joseph in one of the all-time greatest matches that that we've seen here.
Already, what a thrilling ride CTWC 2021 has been. Let's go.
Yeah. Again, you can see a lot of the building strategies very similar between, you know, the players here. And that's why you see this kind of situation right now where, you know, both of the players having kind of awkward fields to start, because again, it's not an indication of the quality of the players. It really is the RNG has been brutal in these first few games.
Mess for Tetris Time here, having to dig early on. Shouldn't be anything he can't handle.
Right.
And
But he keeps
Huff
being
too.
forced.
Huff
Yeah,
looking messy too.
They keep being forced to cover up the holes because they're just not getting the pieces that they need. Oh, this is such a frustrating start for both players. Actually, okay, Tetris Time. Finally about to get clean. He just needs a good piece. T-piece is good. Where's the long bar? There it is.
That triple starting to get his board back into shape. And Huff with a left dirty well now.
Yeah.
And
he's
there it is.
gonna
Boom.
get
Tetris
it.
for Huff. Left
Nicely
side
done.
dirty well.
Yeah, and you know what? He's going to keep playing there, and I like that idea. It's
Mhm.
level 18. It's slow enough that he can play at this speed.
Yep. Maximize everything. Boom. Tetris for Huff. Another left well there.
And now, finally, see, picking the right opportunity to finally dig out that hole on the right side. And now, what a nice smooth transition from the left well to the right well. Meanwhile, Tetris Time still struggling to get out of this.
Tetris Time had a tuck. He looked like he was trying to set up. And I remember some other commentators saying things like, you know, that's Tetris Time doing Tetris Time things and maybe getting into a bit of trouble trying to get creative to do some of those solves. But with the tapping speed to survive.
All right. But again, this is just absolutely wrecked the Tetris rate. You can see he's at 6%. He has not been able to get any Tetrises at all. He should be able to clear through a lot of this. And nice tuck. But now,
I'm actually
again,
surprised that Huff's score deficit's not bigger than it is.
yeah, the pieces that he's getting, he's just not getting the right pieces finally. But see how he has to keep creating these overhangs.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, he's going to be able to tuck that in there. Beautiful. Now he just needs to cover up that column 8.
So hopefully, yeah, that tendency and that desire to tuck has been fulfilled, and Tetris Time can go back to making Tetrises.
But as you mentioned, not even that much of a deficit here.
Yeah.
You can see, but these droughts are brutal.
Huff getting a tuck in there.
Look at this 36, 37 piece drought. 40-piece drought. Oh, finally the high piece.
Time. Oh, man. And Huff needs it now. Well, now having a dependency. He's going to have to skim stuff off the top. But yeah, now going through that drought.
Yeah, you see the 40-piece drought coming to catch Huff. But Huff's play field is pretty clean, so he's able to burn.
Setting up some kind of Vitz looking thing. Burns off a triple, nonetheless. Boom, Tetris for Tetris Time.
And there you go. Oh, perfect pieces to clean out the field. And there you go, another Tetris for Tetris Time.
But yeah, Tetris Time getting so creative on the delayed burns there. My mind is being blown moment to moment.
But again, just a little bit of some unfortunate RNG for Tetris Time. But man, is he going? Okay, yeah, I was about to say, it almost looked like he was going to go for a dirty Tetris way up there. But there you go, boom, Tetris for Tetris Time. But again, look at the rates. Look at the Tetris rates, 28% to 41%. So a good lead right now for Huff.
Yeah, so yeah, Tetris Time looks to be several lines ahead. Transition is coming. So definitely Tetris Time probably wanting to get that board back into a manageable state as soon as possible.
Perfect. And there we go. He's going to get
boom, Tetris for Tetris Time.
Yeah.
Huff's in great shape now too, looking to get that long bar. To score another Tetris for transition. Boom. Tetris for Huff.
And usually when you're doing a lot of cleaning like Tea Time has as he transitions, you will be playing so much further ahead than your opponent. And that's why he is so many lines ahead and why Huff hasn't transitioned yet. Oh man, these pieces.
Ooh. Looking for that dirty and doesn't get the long bar in time. Okay, can Tetris Time dig out of this? This is precarious and possibly would be deadly to any other player. But Tetris Time just so comfortable in these YOLO digs. It's amazing. What a dig.
He's still not out of this yet, but he's still alive.
Wow.
Look at this.
Look at that.
And
Clean.
out and boom.
Tetris
for Tetris
Time.
Oh, man. And again, another Tetris. So, again, he's very far behind, but he's keeping this. He's not letting Huff rest on his laurels right now. Huff
Avoiding
has
the
got to
cop
keep
out.
playing.
Gotta survive, because you'll never know what happens. You can always get a chase down. Ooh, up high. Really needing some long bars. L's and J's would be nice, too.
Where are the long bars? Got it! Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Tetris Time open again. Huff just down to the bottom, super clean. Looking to score some more. Wow, last second adjustment to facilitate a tuck by Huff.
All eyes, however, I think on Tetris Time right here, watching him try to survive this. And
Oh,
boom,
Tetris Time.
And he's actually increased his Tetris rate. Oh, what a beautiful burn.
Really holding out for that. Super aggressive, needing to take the triple.
Where's that long bar? Again, another drought. We're at 30-piece drought. Boom!
Oh, Tetris Time. But this is what Tetris Time needs to do, maintaining that aggression and keeping a stack that's relatively safe for burning, even if the drought comes. So Tetris Time really doing a good job of buttoning up the playfield and keeping it in the good position. Oh, a mischief there.
Yeah, okay. It's going to be a little bit... He's got to do some cleaning again.
Boom Tetris for Huff. Huff maintaining the aggression, continuing to score.
Yeah, 50% Tetris rate for Huff versus 35% from Tetris Time.
Really good solves and delayed burns by Tetris Time to keep up the scoring. Boom Tetris for Tetris Time.
Yeah, the
And boom
only
Tetris for
problem
Huff.
is we're at level 27 right now.
Yeah,
I
time
feel
is
like
running out.
Tetris Time is running out of time to be able to catch up. And Huff, with the rolling, is going to be able to survive post kill screen transition.
Although Tetris Time, you know, with that Minecraft tapping on the mouse, you know, those, he is able to survive on level 29 as well as a tapper. So check this out.
He's trying to
Here
go
we
for
are
it.
at kill screen. Continuing to make singles.
So fast.
Trying to get into a position to score. It's only down by 36,000 points. But Huff hasn't hit kill screen yet. And continues to make Tetrises on 28. Wow. Yeah, so that's going to do it for Tetris Time. And great performance by Tetris Time, surviving that long against Huff, who hits kill screen and also continues to score. So Huff is going to take that match, and Tetris Time has been eliminated.
Yeah, again, wonderful play from Tetris Time. Clearly the underdog coming into this match, but that doesn't mean that anybody was counting him out. Look at this, another Tetris at
level 30 from Huff. Huff just showing the power of the Huff.
Yeah, the
and
rolling is just ridiculous. Again, he just set a record with this rolling technique. Makes it look like you can move the piece at just unfathomable speeds. He's still going.
I don't want the rest of our field to be struck in awe and terror, but that's what we're seeing here. this crazy ability to move pieces like no other.
And honestly, with the rolling, it really makes it start to feel like you're playing with modern rules, you know, where the delayed auto shift of modern Tetris is just almost instantaneous. So you're never really worried about how you need to get a piece over to one side.
Huff managing to eke out the max out in your post kill screen here.
But this is exciting. This is a great preview for people out there, showing us what rolling can do for players and how it gives them the power to play at this, like I said, almost unfathomable level of speed.
Yeah, 35, 36. Let's go. Just showcasing the ability to survive post kill screen. And let's see if a dig is possible.
No.
Oh, he's getting it back down. Look at this. Wow. Able to place pieces. Wow, I thought right side would have been a problem, but he digs back down. Wow. What a dig here in kill screen. Can we see a record being made? Just because? There's that level 29 color again. We're about to loop back through the colors on level 39 here.
You are seeing some history being made right now. And again, this is more Huff just sending a message to his opponents, showing them that, your Tetris rate had better be at the most ridiculous levels. Otherwise, you can't outlast me, because I can outlast you and I can calmly sit here and keep scoring points.
Yeah, I mean, he's just sitting there calmly strumming that controller, and the pieces are just flying. He's digging. Like, I can't even say, like, they're in trouble. Okay, that might be trouble.
Yeah, that's probably it there.
Okay, there we go. So yeah, we need to create a new sport from this. That was Hufflepuff's Pro Mullining, doing that post-kill screen play all the way up to level 41. Wow.
Look at the arm fold. He's like, yeah.
That's the power of the Huff. Check it out.
Man. Level 41, you said? That is... Yo,
and
yeah,
look
there it is.
Huff chatting with that Brandstein Bears shirt. Amazing. And we're going to be going to a interview now, momentarily.
I mean, I just, again, 41, that's a record for CTWC. It has to be, right? At least in the top 8. Has to be a top 8 record.
Yeah.
That is absolute insanity. But again, I don't want that display there to take away the amount of skill and talent that it took for Tetris Time to get to this point. Upsetting Fractal, having one of the best Tetris days of his life that day with the crazy comeback, being down 0-2, and to get to this top 8. Like, what a wonderful performance, a great run. And, I expect him only to improve. This is one of those things. Once you get into this echelon, you believe you can continue to do it.
So yeah, looking at the bracket, it's filling up now. So yeah, Tetris Time out now, but Huff versus Joseph, it looks like, is going to be the left side of our bracket now.
Oh, man. Oh, that's a rematch, if I'm not mistaken. I think Huff was the one who took out Joseph from last year, if I'm not mistaken.
We're going to get some last words from Tetris Time here. Here we go to the interview.
Tetris Time. So let's talk about your 2021 CTWC. You made it all the way through the bracket stage, where in the official contest, the CTWC bracket prediction, 0 people picked you to win your bracket. You defied the odds. You busted every single person's predictions. You made it all the way here. How far were you expecting or hoping to go when you signed up this year for 2021?
I was hoping to make the finals of my bracket, get a little bit of prize money. That's the farthest I thought I would make, at the most.
You made it here to face Hufflepuffus, one of the new rollers. You impressed, I think, everybody with your incredible digs, your incredible resilience. As you said in the pre-interview, one of the main qualities of a classic Tetris player to be great needed is to never give up. So what goes through your mind when you're in one of these insane digs?
When I'm gonna dig, my mind is just thinking, like, what's gonna happen if I top out? So during that dig, I was like, if I top out, it's over for me. My run is over. CTWC is no more. That's all I'm thinking about. Like during these digs, I'm thinking about like the consequences of me topping out and not surviving it. And I guess that is what like motivates me to survive them.
Yeah, so it's like you turn on an extra gear when the pressure's on.
Yeah, Tetris time gear.
So yeah, let's talk about your play style. You mentioned that you adapted your hyper tapping from jitter clicking. How was the process of doing that? How do they compare?
I know a lot of people like to use their thumb, but I just could not figure out like a way to use my thumb, like to vibrate it or anything. And I then remembered that I knew how to jitter click because I'd been doing it for a few years at that point. And then I tried my very best to just like implement it, make a grip, and then I figured out where my hands go, and that's how my grip was made.
So you had some amazing games and you had some controller issues in this past week. You weren't sure if your controller was going to work. What happened there and how are you able to recover?
Um, yeah, on stream, I had a kind of a malfunction. The plug of the that goes into the console broke, and one of the wires also cut. And then I opened it up to see if there was anything I could do, and then the pads broke. So like everything just like broke within like 1 hour. So the only other controller I had was a third party controller, which I just could not use. It wasn't that good. But luckily I want to say shout out to Bidwell, man. He sent me a couple controllers. He saved me, man. I don't know where else I would have been able to get a controller because on eBay it's just like a bunch of like people bidding for controllers, and I don't even know if it would have came in time.
That's awesome. Shout outs to Bidwell. Absolutely. The power of the community coming together, people willing to do whatever it takes so that everybody can play. Tetris time. Is there anything you wanted to say to any friends or family or supporters you had after making it this far, getting to play in the main event?
I want to say thank you so much for watching. My aunts, my family in California, and some of my friends are also watching me. Thank you. I wasn't able to bring home the trophy or the second place trophy, but you know, I was at least able to have a rematch with Huff, who he was actually my first ever match, like in ever Tetris, was against Huff. That's
Wow.
something. It was in Classic Tetris Gauntlet. I played on emulator and I got like 300K. So thank you so much for my family and friends that watched up to this point. But you get to watch me next year.
Yeah. So how do you feel about how does it feel watching, an opponent get a level 41? What are your thoughts on Huff as an opponent? What he's become?
I mean, that's cool and all, but like, what do you get? Like a 1.1 or something? Like that's possible. I could have beaten that. I just didn't have the consistency today. And if I did, I probably could have won, but that's just how pressure works sometimes. It messes with your mind, and I didn't have a good mindset.
You dug through many situations that probably almost everybody would have thought were impossible. You definitely showed that you are a player that never gives up. So Tetris time. So glad we got to watch you this year. You put on an amazing performance, and we hope to see you again and can't wait to see what you do in the future.
Yeah. I think my only choice would be to switch to rolling next year.
Love to see it.
I think I have to because I can get kill screen Tetrises and set it up, but if I misdrop, then there's not too much I can do unless I get like really good pieces. I think that's the only way I can get like all this way up again is to learn how to roll. So we'll
You
see how
got a
that
kill
goes.
screen Tetris in this match. So you
Yeah.
definitely showed you had the speed even without rolling. So I'm sure you'll be,
Games
I'm
going
sure
into
we'll
the
see
trade.
do just another level of Tetris time once you get to the new play style. So can't wait to see it.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how I'll do 1 year from now. See how I can I can adapt my or invert my tap into rolling. We'll see how that goes.
Awesome. So another tapper saying they might take up rolling in Tetris Time. We have not seen the last of Tetris Time, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it happens and the community evolving in real time.
Yeah, again, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that's kind of some of the final words we hear from most of the players, transitioning to rolling. Obviously, the players at the top, like Dog, like Andy, don't have as much pressure to transition just yet to rolling. But I mean, as this keeps going, as this
top 8 progresses, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Especially if Huff is the one to take it all, but we have yet to see that. So we want to do another shout out to Twitch, who has made all of this possible. Extra special thanks for them putting us on their front page, bringing new eyes to our community and the love and joy and skill exhibited here in Classic Tetris and the Tetris community. So big shout outs to Twitch, launched in 2011. Twitch is an interactive live streaming service for content spanning gaming, entertainment, sports, music, and more. At any given moment, on average, more than 2.5 billion people come together from all over the globe to interact around this distinct form of entertainment that's created by shared interactions of millions. Thank you, Twitch.
Yeah, for sure. If there's anything that you want to watch on Twitch, I mean, Twitch definitely has it in terms of, the games and even just the IRL and just, people chatting and talking. And heck, if you want to sit down and watch Bob Ross for 24 hours straight, you can do that as well. So a lot of cool stuff here that you can catch on Twitch, a lot of cool games, but thank you guys for tuning in to the Tetris channel here, and shout outs to everybody from the front page of Twitch joining here. If this is not something that you've watched before, obviously we're between matches here, but stick around for the next match that'll be coming up. But
yeah,
again,
we're only
the players here
through.
are just ridiculous, like the level of play here. And it is definitely the most hyped Tetris that you will ever see anywhere.
To those just joining us now, we've had an entire year of competitions leading up to this. It all comes down to this. This is CTWC. This is Tetris season, the finale here in 2021. Mm-hmm. And our next matchup is coming up now, Dog versus Tristop.
Oof. And I just mentioned Dog. First place last year, grand champion, winner. Yeah, winner over his brother down the hall. Of course, that's Pixel Andy with the hallway match. I mean, we had one match from the U.S. to Indonesia, and then we went from the Pacific Ocean to across the hallway.
Competitors around the world battling each other, and it all came down to, in the end, two brothers playing against the hall. Across the hall from each other in the same house.
Exactly. And they're looking to do that. However, they are not positioned to be able to fight each other in grand finals this time. Only one of them is going to be able to make it if they can make it past their first round matches, because they are on the same side of the bracket.
It'll happen, just not in grand finals. It'll be happening in semifinals.
So that matchup could happen, but one, Dog has to make it past Tristop, and two, Pixel Andy has to make it past Nenu, who was fourth place last year. So,
they're actually got a tough fight ahead if the brothers want to fight it against each other. Tristop in this matchup, I got to commentate the round of 64 going in, and Tristop, came back and double swept Aaron, which is a really strong opponent. So Tristop really being a survivor and gaining momentum across the course of a day. So I'm not sure what Tristop's training regimen is like, but hopefully warmed up, maybe playing earlier in the day, and right now here in our top 8, ready to go for at max power, at full capacity for today's challenges.
Yeah. So
and we're going to go check out some words from themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, I'm Dog playing Tetris, and I'm in the top 8 for CTWC. Last year, I was able to win the tournament by getting a reverse sweep against my brother Andy.
He couldn't get it over there. He can't do it. Dog has taken it. He's made the comeback from down 0-2, and he is the champion.
We have a new Tetris World Champion. It's Dog.
This year, I didn't really know what to expect, to be honest, just because the amount of new players that are in the scene now and, you know, the amount of rollers, the new playstyle, it was definitely a lot different this tournament. Since you're the world champion, you know, you have to live up to the expectations compared to, you know, being a rookie.
One down the middle.
World Tetris for Dog. Kill screen, 1.27 million. What a game. Amazing score, amazing pace.
The double 1.3 combined score record, that was actually crazy. It was actually really nerve-wracking, you know, watching Puckin on 29 to see if he could chase down.
All Dog can do is hit. He's got 1.3, and he can't get it. He doesn't have it.
10,000 points.
Can you believe it?
Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable. 1.3 by Pokenerd, and he lost.
I don't really have any certain training regimens I do. I just sort of, you know, practice for high scores, and that's basically it. I now have a 1.4, which is, I think, like 8th in the world. I think that's probably the best achievement I have right now. It was great, you know, facing my brother in the finals last year, just because it was like, we were not expecting that whenever we signed up, you know, having that as the final 2 people. And now this year, that can't happen again. The most can happen in the semifinals, but I think that will be a crazy match if it does happen. It would be great if I could take this home, you know. I really want to go 2 for 2, you know, having 2 trophies. So that'd be pretty crazy. Thank you to my friends and family for supporting me here, and hopefully I can take this one home.
Hi, I'm Tristop, and this is my first time in the top 8 for CTWC. I've been playing NES Tetris for around 2.5 years. I first heard about the CTWC from Nick Robinson's video about Trey Harrison playing Tetris Effect in 2018. After that, I went to the description and found the CTWC YouTube channel and just watched all the videos and got interested. My favorite game from the bracket stage was against Eric ICX. I had my best tournament performance for CTWC against him with a back-to-back 1.1, and it was generally the game where I felt the most confident playing.
Tristop 1.18, Eric at 1.11.
Not able to burn anymore. That's wow.
To be a great Classic Tetris player, I think you need to understand the board as a whole. You need to understand yourself as a player, your limits, how high it needs to be before you burn, how the board reacts to every piece. Usually my training regimen is just to, on the weekends, have like a 1 to 2 hour session. I usually use Transition Trainer, which you start at the 19 transition and go to kill screen. It's my favorite way to practice. I think what's special about my playing style is that I like to do adjustments and spins a lot. I'm kind of known for 2 adjustments in particular, where you set up a S and a Z spin tuck with a T or an L. I don't know how to roll as good as other players like Huffa Ruins. I guess I just need to rely on my consistency to get me far. My goal for this tournament was just to get top 8, so winning the tournament would be an amazing experience. I'd like to thank my parents for always cheering me on. Getting to this point wouldn't be possible at all without their support. I'd like to thank some of my IRL friends who I've been friends since elementary school. They've always watched me play and supported me playing, so I got some of them to actually play Tetris, so I have something to talk about with them, so it's nice that they caught on to my hobby. And I'd like to thank all of the friends I've met through Tetris. I've met so many great people that I talked to so much throughout my years as a Tetris player, and I'm really grateful to have all of them.
All right. So here we go with Dog versus Tristop, our third matchup of the day. Dog being the current reigning, defending Classic Tetris World Champion.
Yeah, and the youngest, obviously, what he won, I think, at 13 years old. And so here you can see, actually seeded number 2, going up against Tristop. Now we are moving on to pure hyper tapping from both players, but again, the speed at which all these players can hyper tap is just absolutely ridiculous. And right now, I can't imagine, you know, either of these players having any problems to start out, but we'll see what happens.
Look at that score on the board for Dog in his practice setting up. 135, 1.3 million, just casually going into this. So I don't know whether he just kept that score there to strike fear and terror into the heart of Tristop, or if that's just another day in the classroom for Dog.
It's 50,000 points under his personal best right there. Oh man. But again, Dog and has the potential to go up against his brother Andy. I'm sure Andy is either in the room or maybe just right outside cheering on his brother, his younger brother.
Yeah. Sometimes, we watch these competitive broadcasts and, we'll see one of the brothers pop into the other's feed, and it's always cool to see. We know of just having a strong competitive influence so nearby can really help, push your own performance. And, last year, Dog and Andy, Dog had to reverse sweep Andy because Andy was just so close to the verge of victory, already so strong, almost taking the whole thing. So really just both of them could have taken last year, but it happened to be Dog.
Okay. We have the players obviously trying to get set up again. Once again, just a quick shout out to the entire staff of people here putting this on. A lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, a lot of technical aspects of this. And it's really impressive what these guys are able to do here for this tournament, I should say. And absolutely fantastic job by everybody. In particular, of course, the long bars, the three guys on top, Trey, Vince, and Adam, always doing the best job here possible, bringing you guys these events. And these guys have actually been bringing you this Classic Tetris World Championships for the years and years. So these guys are players. They love the game and they love this community. And great job to them and all the people who are also helping out with the streaming.
Yeah, we've got judges actually, wrangling the players and making sure they're getting their Max Out Club setups all good and ready to go. Making sure if there's ever a problem that we're able to quickly troubleshoot and solve it and put on the very best show for you guys. I know I've got like Sean Aldis doing it today, and we also have Chris Forrest, Chris Bidwell sometimes. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Tetris.
Tetris. Stop.
So you have Tetris time and Tetris stop. Okay.
Just flows right into it. Rolls off the tongue.
Yep. Just like the controllers roll off of these players' fingers these days. Not these players here. These guys are hyper tapping.
Yeah, no foot rollers here today. We'll have to, maybe we'll see that. We'll have that hot content for next year.
Oh, man.
Boom, Tetris for Dog. Boom, Tetris for Tristop.
Good start for both players. Yeah, gonna have to do a little bit of burning for Tristop, but nothing crazy. Again, at the start, just trying to establish a nice rhythm. But Dog sitting here with the 72% and Tristop at 61%. Starting off with here with a pretty decent drought here. Yeah.
Dependency filling it in. Probably going to take a double there and just skim off the top to get back into scoring position.
Yeah, so you see that fortunately for Dog, he was able to get out of that drought with the Tetris. Not the case for Tristop.
Mm-hmm.
Now he just needs that long bar again. He's just waiting for that. But another drought, back-to-back droughts for these players. And now the well is covered. He needs to get there before this well. Oh, my. Yeah, there's no S-spin to fit there. Where is the long bar?
Boom, Tetris for Dog.
Dude, what is that? A 30? How? Uh-oh. Feels like we're losing the camera feed over there from Tristop.
Could be an internet issue. Hopefully it'll resolve itself.
Yeah, hopefully his game is still playing.
Dog with a clean build now. Boom, Tetris for Dog.
Yeah, and still setting him up over here. Okay. Thought we got Tristop back. Not quite yet.
Camera's updating every once in a while.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back. Looks like Tristop has a nice clean setup.
Yeah, but as we've come back here, you can see that his Tetris rate down to 16%. So he's been cleaning for pretty much the entire time that we haven't been able to see his game.
But guess what? Scores are neck and neck. Dog now with a dirty center well Tetris setup. Let's see if he gets the long bar in time.
Actually, you know what? Actually, that Tetris rate might not be accurate here because of we
Missed
weren't getting
updates in Max Out Club. Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, I cannot report via his Tetris rate.
Yeah, we'll just check their scores at transition. Oh, Dog covering the wall, but getting another long dart. Boom! Tetris for Dog.
Nice.
And boom! Tetris stop. Had to say it once.
Yeah, it's got to do some burning. Yeah, there we go. Burns off to the right, and boom, Tetris for Tristop. And another one, back-to-back. Again, you don't get any extra points for the back-to-back, but still great feeling as a Tetris player when you
And
get
you always
some
want to
burns.
make every line clear possible at Tetris, if you can.
Of course. Back-to-back just means that you have a much, much better efficiency, which is what you want to go for. And look at this perfect burn into Tetris for Dog. He's sitting at a 47%. We can still talk about his percentage. Actually,
Just up ahead by a couple.
Okay, gave himself a reliance on that J piece. Got it. And here we go. Boom, Tetris for Tristop. So
and boom,
neck
Tetris for
and
Dog.
neck.
Yeah, relatively close game. Past 100 lines. So transition coming relatively soon.
Creates that hang. See if he can find a piece to slide in there. You can see Tristop with that awkward shape over there.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Eastman tuck there by Tristop. Just demonstrating that. I think they showed that off in his bio video, which is super cool. Seeing it now in action, wow. Good
It's
stuff.
so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Again, you can't do the kind of the same T-spins in this game as you can in modern Tetris. A lot of the modern Tetris, the T-spins are nice. And not only that, but the pieces don't even lock into place when they touch down. So you have plenty of times to make those kind of maneuvers. But in this game, as soon as the piece touches down, that's it. It's locked.
Yeah.
And so to have Tristop be able to pull that off is definitely a lot of practice and a lot of skill.
Yeah, it's a lot harder than it looks, but Tristop making it look easy. Built up a lot of material pre-transition. Let's see if we can burn down a couple of Tetrises into transition here. 129 lines. So is he gonna?
He needs a Tetris. He
Wait
wants
for
to
that long
transition
bar.
via that Tetris.
Hungry for a
There it
Tetris.
is.
Boom!
Okay,
Tetris for
here we go.
Tristop. Into level 19, and Dog now into level 19. Playing aggressively, bang down that Tetris.
Yeah.
Boom, Tetris for Dog.
See, both of them playing relatively calm here. It's still early. They both have beautiful stacks.
Yeah.
And both of them at Tetris, at max out pace, as you can see
Good,
right
clean,
now.
high
Again,
scoring games here. This is what you want to see.
yeah, if you just came in here right now, the Tetris rate on Tristop's side isn't accurate due to some technical issues right now, but that's why he has a lead right now, even with a slightly lower, quote, lower Tetris rate.
Dog playing super aggressive, stacked up high.
Oof, and just clears out. Tristop gets that.
Oh, left side for Dog.
Uh-oh.
Smartly
He should be
burning
able-
down the right side first. It should be survivable now.
Yeah. He should be able to survive, but he's got to do some cleaning over here because that's just going to lead to a triple. There we go. Back-to-back triples. But he could go for... No, that's actually just going to be a triple if he gets a piece over there. Yeah, so he's just going to drop that down. And there we go.
Yeah, when you're hungry for Tetrises and are forced to eat triples, that can make the difference when in a game, especially this competitive, with Tristop now at a 120,000 point lead.
Oh, boy.
I never thought I'd say this, but Dog has some catching up to do.
Yeah, this is important for Tristop. If Tristop can keep up this pace while Dog is cleaning. So is Dog, is he going to transition? Yeah, so he's going to transition over to the right side Tetris, which means he's still got to do a little bit of extra burning. So here we go.
Dog's board is good. The Dog cleaning has been complete. Let's see if Dog can get unleashed in time.
See that seat adjustment right when he managed to get his board clean.
Mm-hmm.
Every time you always see that whenever a player gets their board clean, it's either the exhale or like the adjustment. But again, now here we come with another long bar drought.
And boom, catch it for dog. But Tristop still up by 174,000 points.
Yep. All right.
Boom, Tetris for dog, catching up just a little bit. And Tristop in needing long bars here. Oh, getting dependent with and had a misshift. So that right side is going to be key. Cleaning that out to stay alive.
He's going to be able to do that.
Wow.
So there we go. And he's going to go right into the Tetris. And barely a deficit right now. He is 6 lines ahead. But that score is definitely more than 1.5 Tetrises ahead.
Boom, Tetris for Tristop. Maintaining that aggression.
It's important. It's important. Again,
max out for Tristop. Max out.
We've talked about how much these players have to push each other. It's just to the point right now where max out aren't even enough. Oh, he was so... Oh, he still got one more Tetris!
29 kill screen. Okay, so Dog has a chase down situation. Is on the verge of kill screen. Gets to kill screen. So he had a double kill screen. Dog still has yet to max out. It will come down to post 29 play for Dog here.
So here's the strategy. Is he just going to go for survival? Actually, no, he's going for the Tetris.
For Dog. Will another 2 Tetrises do it? And Dog is not able to make it. Tristop takes the first round against the reigning world champion. Wow. But a great game. That was double kill screen there.
Yeah, just under a max out. And with the
that
max
was
out.
Still a great game by Dog. So Tristop really making a statement with that first game, even kind of showing up the current reigning world champion.
And again, this is why you can't count anybody out of this event. Just because he's the reigning champion, just because he's one of the highest ranked in the Tetris ELO, it's not enough. Any one of these players can have the day of their life and play at a level that they might not have even been able to expect to get to.
So I wasn't looking at Tristop's hands, but I think some people in chat are saying that he might have switched to rolling to get that long bar over for that last Tetris.
Yeah. But it's a good start here for Tristop. But again, that's just one game. It is 3 out of 5. But keep in mind that there is no loser side of the bracket. This is just single elimination. So
yeah, the way this match is shaping up, Tristop having a 1-game advantage now.
Very important. But you mentioned it, right? Dog having the comeback against his own brother, Andy.
Yeah. Fully capable of doing a reverse sweep.
Yeah. But,
and maybe one of those players, like Tristop, getting momentum over the course of a few games and reaching that, full power level, that final form that we sometimes see our Tetris final bosses able to reach.
And again, it is single elimination. So the players, Richie and Tetris Time, who are out, have tied in 5th place. And so winner here moves on to the top 4 and into the money as well.
Yeah. All right. So here we go with the second game in this match. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Tetris. Well, both players kind of placing those. There's a lot of different ways that could have been played out, but for a while it was the same.
Yep, they were playing almost exactly the same. And again, that's not a surprise. Once you start getting to the, once you've played Tetris enough, you start to understand, what kind of landscape you're trying to build at the top of your stack. It's so important. And there's definitely optimal ways to do that. And both players know those optimal ways. And so they're going to play very similarly.
Yep, and both are stacking great, so their point differential is at 0. They're both scoring Tetrises when the long bar comes.
Someone's got to press down just to, Harry Hong it, right? Just give themselves a tiny bit of a point lead. But kind of a situation right now where Dog needs to do a little bit of cleaning. He'll be fine right there, but that's, oh no, what is going on Tristop's side? Has a really, really awkward situation.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a dig there. I mean, nothing severe or dangerous, but enough to make a difference where Dog's going to score some Tetrises at Tristop.
Right. Look how he won the last game, right? It was a chase down situation.
Yeah, really
and
close.
he won that. Every point counts. Every single point makes a difference.
Yeah, I mean, we're basically, you know, after you've maxed out the game, now you're maxing out the scoring potential of all the pieces that are given to you.
Okay, so 91% Tetris rate versus a 54% Tetris rate is what is giving Dog a pretty sizable lead currently. Let's see how he decides to cover up column 8, that is Tristop. He needs to do some burning over there. Yeah, finally opts for the burning and sets himself a Tetris. Boom. But now he needs that L piece. Now he needs the J piece.
Yeah, kind of getting dependent there, but he's doing a great job of kind of keeping it clean and ready to score.
Yep, so he's back to a clean playfield, a neutral playfield. But now the long bars are not showing up, and there's the head shake.
There it is. Boom, Tetris for Tristop. Boom, Tetris for Dog.
Yeah, but again, Tristop with only a 50% Tetris rate. Dog still sitting at 85%.
Yeah, Dog pretty much maximizing all the line clears here.
Sets up a hang. Not going to go for that S piece tuck.
Set up for 2 tucks. Gets one with the T. And there's the J for the tuck.
Yeah, needs to start burning.
Yeah,
okay.
just in time.
Just in time. Because that right side was getting a little dicey. Even for a
what you want to do, you want to have the 2 wide opening at the top of your well, and you can burn off a variety of pieces with that. And yeah, boom, Tetris for Tristop. Ready to score again. Boom, Tetris for Tristop again. So finally fighting back that point deficit, and now within a Tetris from Dog. Yeah, Dog letting up a little bit on that Tetris rate there. So that's going to allow Tristop to catch up as we head towards 100 lines here.
Yeah, again, Tristop also ahead in lines. So by about, now they're about equal in lines here. There you go. And so, yeah, definitely needs to play a little bit cleaner here for the catch up. Dog with the reliance on that L piece, which of course is not showing up, but that's perfect right there. That sets up to the point where L and J can both solve the problem, and perfect timing on that O block as well. Okay, there we go. Boom Tetris for Dog and boom Tetris for Tristop. Simul Tetrises. Okay, we're having a little bit of a stagger on Tristop's side. Okay, cleared up there. Both players right now with a clean playfield. Dog setting up that nice T-spin tuck. Beautiful job.
Yeah, good looking boards on both sides. Just stop tucking that J there. Was looking out for that.
Yeah, Dog has to do some burns now because, oh no. And then there was the eyepiece just in time, but he had blocked that well. Not going to be a problem. Boom Tetris for Dog and boom Tetris for Tristop.
Yeah, we are neck and neck. Headed towards transition, next 10 lines.
Yeah, that little drought over there from Dog has allowed Tristop to catch up. They are literally neck and neck. I mean, look at that. Only 4,000 points separates them. And yeah, Dog having to do a little bit of a cleaning over here. He's going to get a triple on this. And he's set up for a Tetris here, though.
Getting the dirty Tetris off the second row. And Tristop has hit level 19 transition.
And I think he's going to stick with this road 2. Yeah, and Dog going to stick with this road 2 Tetris. And he might still be able to go for another one if he really wants to.
Yeah, I mean, he's set up for it. It's only one row off the bottom, so why
It
not?
is.
Okay,
Right,
he's gonna
now
turn it down.
finally gonna get down in there if he can get the eyepiece perfect. And can he go for a dirty Tetris? No, the pieces are not kind enough for that.
Yeah, he's got one gap again. Tristop with a clean field. Boom, Tetris for Tristop.
Yeah, this is actually really huge for Tristop. Again, now building a bigger lead in terms of the percentage.
Okay, Dog is clean. Boom, Tetris for Dog.
Now set up for Tetris again. Same thing with Tristop. Boom, Tetris for Tristop. He's at 72%. Dog is at 71. Can't ask for a closer match than this. Well,
Yeah,
maybe we can because we definitely saw one in the first round.
But yeah, we're still relatively close. Dog within a Tetris now. Both players clean, looking to score.
Okay.
Dog just covered up as well momentarily. And boom, Tetris for Dog. Boom, Tetris for Tristop. Here we go.
Kind of has to set himself up. Unfortunate tuck. He's not going to be able to fix it into a way that it prevents a hole. So now Dog back to doing a little bit of digging.
Yeah, just a couple of holes on the bottom. Sometimes this late in the game, you have to decide whether to play aggressively and just build on top or to dig back down. And Dog chose to dig back down to the bottom.
Meanwhile, though,
Tristop.
Tristop having to do some cleaning himself. So again, every single time Dog's had to do some cleaning, Tristop hasn't been able to build a significant lead off of it.
Yeah, nothing huge for the lead yet. Okay, Tristop playing aggressive. Boom, Tetris for Tristop. Using the long bar to get Tetris ready and then the long bar coming after. That's the kind of gambles you need to take at this high level of play. Boom, Tetris for Dog.
And boom, Tetris for Tristop.
We are approaching max out here. The next couple of Tetrises for Tristop.
Yeah, approaching max out, approaching kill screen. There we go. Boom, Tetris for Tristop. Boom, Tetris for Dog.
Yeah, they're both looking to maximize every long bar. Boom, Tetris for Tristop. Boom, Tetris for Dog. Here we go. Double max out here on level 27. Let's go.
I mean, look, the last game, Dog was like maybe 20,000 or something like that away from a max out. So
yeah, better performance by Dog this time and really close game, neck and neck. Okay, Tristop now covering up the well, has to do a couple of burns. Let's see how kill screen's coming in the next 5 lines. Boom, Tetris for Tristop.
Oh boy.
How many lines, right, to get one last Tetris? I guess he's gonna have to do a burn there. Dog at 1.1 has the lead, up by 2 Tetrises now. So kill screen play. Now Tristop switched to rolling. Let's see how this plays out. Tristop being a tap roll hybrid player.
I just can't. Oh, and look at this. Oh, the chase down. He has to be able to do this.
Really
but the pieces weren't good enough.
And was not able to get any more line clears. And Dog is going to take the second round. Wow, what a finish. Double kill screen, double max out. Tristop once again switching to rolling at the end. Preparing to score post 29, and that's what it takes to be able to potentially dethrone our reigning world champion in Dog.
And remember, Dog was actually behind in Tetris rate at around level 27. He played so cleanly at the very end and got that Tetris rate up to 72%. And again, 72% versus 65%. These are the kind of percents that we're seeing here that we need, that you have to be able to win these games. You're losing at a 62%, 65% kind of rating at level 30. It's ridiculous.
So, a new element that I'm seeing, though, is even though you can have a Tetris rate difference, if you make those Tetrises, if you make the majority of them into the 20s and maybe even post 29 kill screen, since there were so many points, it can turn the tide and you could still win with a lower Tetris rate.
Absolutely. The chase down and just living
chase down and living long enough. And Tristop switching to the rolling had that there. Okay, here we go. Round 3. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Tris.
All right, here we go. Starting off again, both players with the same pieces. So any droughts, any RNG that hits one player will affect the other as well. No advantages to either player in this situation.
So yeah, last game was really both players were maximizing everything they could near the end. That's why you had such a close game. But it all starts here sometimes. And both players seem to be capable of playing clean, doing only digs and burns when they have to, and you have big max out pace games like that, ending at 1.1, 1.2.
But again, this is the way that the first two matches has gone is going to absolutely affect how the players play in these next coming games. They just, like I said, everybody knows there's just no period of time where you can just relax or play safe. You know, that was definitely something that we used to say as on commentary in the past few years. Okay, he has a lead, he's just playing safe. And that's just not an option anymore.
Yeah, pedal to the metal, and definitely when you're in a situation against the reigning world champion, can't leave anything out on the table. And Tripstop's has risen to the occasion. We're seeing some good play between these two. Dog up high, taking the necessary burns.
Okay.
And boom, Tetris for Dog.
And boom, Tetris for Tristop as well. But Dog here having to create an awkward hang, but he should be fine. And boom. You'll see the smile there on his face.
Yeah, Dog knew he was up high and really taking those gambles with making sure that his board was Tetris ready, yet not completely in a top-out situation. So that's that risk management at work.
Yeah, and he's just dealing with this, with these droughts and such. I feel like these games that these two have been playing have been, you know, early on there was definitely some really horrendous droughts.
Yeah, I think it's been a factor all day, really. We're just seeing it because the players are so good. They'll survive to see it, and they'll survive to dig out of it.
And again, as much as, you know, you would love to believe that, you know, the droughts are bad luck, etc., etc. Dude, you play this many games this long. Again, these guys are clearing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of lines. You're gonna run into a drought. You are going to run into a drought, and how you manage that will determine if you win. What?
Wow, Dog just taking a drink of water in mid-game.
And playing one-handed?
Wow.
Dog is flexing.
Dog, you. That is is that a new strat? Just striking fear and horror into your opponent.
Oh man. Imagine that. Most of us playing at level 18, we're like sweating beads and we're just like, oh my god, oh what do I do?
Dog just so casual. That's like, your world champion. That is Dog. That's the.
Excuse me, may I have a sip of water? Oh,
you know, pausing is not allowed. No pause, no problem. At least for Dog.
Oh man. But again, here, lack of long bars. Not a super drought right now, but the drought is getting up there.
Realizing maybe and kind of just brushing off the competition on cam there. That's some interaction there now between the players on their cameras. Dog opening up a lead now, up 72,000 points.
Yep, 69 versus 54%. But again, both of them with, you know, relatively nice play fields. Dog gonna have to, unfortunately, drop that O block over there, but not a problem at all. And here we go. Both of them still with beautiful wells. That O piece is great for Tristop. Has a situation here where he needs to get that column 9 gap. But he keeps having to, you know, force to cover it again because they weren't giving him the T or the Z block. I think he was looking. Actually, he was looking for the S. He was looking for the S.
Tristop back in good shape. Dog maintaining the aggression and now with a 93,000 point lead. So transition's going to happen soon. The next couple of Tetrises here.
Boom,
Both
Tetris
players
for
with good
Tristop.
boards.
Dog also set up for a Tetris.
Yeah, they're both set up for Tetris going in transition. Boom, Tetris for Dog. And boom, Tetris for Tristop going into level 19. Tristop with a slight mischief there.
See, if Dog gets a drink now, then he's really flexing. There we go. Boom, Tetris for Dog. And yeah, right now, Tristop needs to get back to that point where he can start scoring some Tetrises. He's got the opening, but unfortunately, he didn't have the Tetris ready to go. Trying to do some burns over here. Look at this hyper tapping. Has to block the hole.
I think that might have been a mischief. I think he was Tetris ready in that situation.
Yeah. Okay,
but
here we
he's
go.
back.
Oh, perfect timing, and
Boom,
right
Tetris
when the
for
drought
Tristop.
ended, too.
All right, so Dog now having to do just a minor burn there. A couple of long bars will get him out of that. Having to burn 5 lines there with a double and a triple.
Yeah, now I think he's going to be going for a left side Tetris, perhaps.
No, he's going to...
Oh, no, he had to give up the ghost.
Oh,
the
that's
pieces,
a bunch of gaps. So Dog's going to have to dig through that. That's not
Yeah,
going to be a Tetris. And Dog getting dangerously spiry up in the middle there.
Yeah, the pieces have not been the best. Oh, perfect split burn. And there we go. That's going to be a triple. Oh, he's going to set himself a row. Yeah, see, this is what I mean.
Row 3.
These players know the kind of pressure that they're putting on each other. Boom, Tetris for Dog.
So yeah, he is able to get a dirty Tetris out of that. Really trying to maximize every line clear, even if you have a dirty stack, still going for it like that. Double well dependency here.
Double long bar. Yeah, he's not going to fish for it for too long. There we go. He's going to be able to transition back to the right side.
Well, that's
Tetris,
great. And
which is
yeah,
good.
Tristop also in a dig. So Dog actually, with that dirty Tetris, able to maintain the lead.
Yeah, let's see what Tristop decides to do. No, because he had to drop that O piece over there on the side, he's going to transition. He's not going to go for a dirty Tetris.
He
Here
set
we
up
go.
for one.
Oh, no.
Passes
No.
it up. Boom, Tetris for Tristop.
I don't think he meant to. It was just kind of like a reflex because you saw him shake his head as soon as he did that. Nice micro adjustment to give himself a Tetris. That was beautiful. That last second rotation gave him that Tetris.
Dog with a huge lead now. Tristop has some catching up to do. Dog not letting up the aggression. Boom, Tetris for Dog.
What's interesting to me, though, I mean, obviously it's not his preferred way of playing, but Tristop does have a little bit of rolling up his sleeves. So he has the ability to play.
Play post 29 and survive long enough to do the chase down if Dog tops out. And
Exactly.
this is a game of Tetris, and there is imminent death always on the table. Your opponent's going to top out sometime, at least in the year 2021. Boom, Tetris or Tristop.
I mean,
And
a lot of the
Dog
modern...
with the max out. And to level 29. Let's see if Dog gets any more Tetrises or line clears in here. He is capable of posting. Oh, Tristop giving up there, and that is going to give Dog that third round. And Dog is one game away from taking this match.
And you can see, we've been seeing people play at this level, and obviously that's what Dog is doing right now for practice. But, most of the time they've been doing it with the rolling, and he's doing this with the hyper tapping and got to level 31. Not quite Huff's level 41 that we saw earlier, but still really nicely played by Dog. And yeah, going down one game at the start, coming back and winning 2 in a row. Going to try to do a virtual sweep, perhaps win 3 in a row after losing the first one.
That's on the table, or Tristop can come back and even this up for a decider. We'll see. But yeah, Tristop is fighting for his tournament life here with Dog 1 point away from taking this set.
Man.
Will Dog take another drink of water during the match? Because you have to realize that Dog took that match just taking a casual drink of water mid-game.
Oh, man, it was ridiculous. I mean, like I said, level 18, taking a drink of water, playing one-handed for a little bit. I'm blown away. Again, the talent level of these players kind of reminds me at the last offline tournament that we were doing, as we were commentating, Joseph would yell at us. We would say stuff and Joseph would respond to us while he was playing.
Air flips and pushing down and all sorts of different things are possible. But drinking water, this is not
I love these
human
guys,
tricks
dude.
playing Tetris. Change the text at the bottom to dog drinking water instead of dog playing Tetris.
Oh man.
Maybe that was the power up, right? Maybe in some games they take a drink of the power up and then it's go time. That's their secret skill. That's their secret power.
Look, I'm telling you right now, that was definitely the Tetris Blast flavored G Fuel that he was drinking there. That's what gave him the power up.
Must be. After all, they've got Tetris Blast and are the official drink of esports. One of our sponsors this year.
Yep. Mm-hmm. All right.
Remember to use the code CTWC25 for 25% off. It's got one more day that you can use that.
Get in there with that G Fuel. Definitely gives you the energy to hyper tap or maybe roll. Both of them will work.
Tastes like rainbow candy.
Yeah,
all right.
I'm trying out their strawberry shortcake flavor right now as we speak. You hear the water.
I'm taking the drink before the round. 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
He's like, wait a minute, I shouldn't power up in the middle. I should power up beforehand. Here we go.
We'll see if he gets thirsty. But both players thirsty for Tetrises. And Tristop dumping those long bars over to the left. And boom, Tetris for Tristop.
Oops.
Evening up
a little
the
bit
score.
of a mischief from Dog. And it's funny because, he's shaking his head over there. And it's not a problem. He can survive. But they just,
it's early on.
It's just more like, I can't believe I made that mistake. And I'm going to give Tristop that little space to have to build a lead early on.
Yep, and Dog is back to being clean. Really stacking up high on the left, which is kind of what you want to do if you can. If you're a fast tapper or a roller, then just the left side of the board becomes a virtual hold chamber. You can just dump whatever you want.
Yeah, just a bad situation right now for Dog. Look at
Long
this.
bar dependent.
Yeah, he's got he needs long bars everywhere now. And he also needs the S piece, and they're not giving him the S piece either.
Just stop now having to do a high dig.
Oh,
Needs
boy.
better pieces. Okay, getting the T. Ooh. Wow.
Nice.
Good pole vault.
Yeah. Beautiful job
Needs
manipulating.
an L or J. Ooh, this is dangerous.
Oh,
and
my
Tristop gonna pop out
goodness.
early. Dog takes the set and eliminates
Not
Tristop.
yet, not yet,
Oh,
not
yet. As to still do the chase
Not
down. I'm
quite
sorry. That was
yet.
bad call by me. I should have looked at the scores. For some reason, I thought the dig put Dog in the lead, but not yet. Still has to earn it.
Yeah. I mean, again, no attempts to commentate or curse anybody like I did during the 64 round of pools. So we'll just calmly sit here and see if
You didn't hear me
Dog
there.
And now you can see he's just chilling.
What is he doing with the controller?
He's just maybe he's I don't know.
What is this flexing here? What is Dog doing?
Hey, look,
Trying to do guitar grip to get the win. Yeah, cheese
Yeah.
grip there. So yeah, Dog's gonna take that round officially. Forget what I said earlier. Now it just happened.
Yep, there you go. Going with the cheese grip over there. So setting that up.
Shout
I
outs
thought he
to
was-
cheese, I guess. Showing off that alternate grip. Definitely cool seeing players have confidence for being able to do that. The end of
I mean,
at
look,
the end
he
of the
took a
match.
drink of water. He took a drink of water while he was playing. Okay.
Yeah.
So.
After the bar's been raised, after all the outs have been maxed, after kill screens have been conquered, and players can live forever, maybe the only frontier left is to do things like drink water, switch your grip, play guitar, while you're playing Tetris. And Dog being the innovator.
Yep. And so there you go. Oh no, is that his future rolling glove? Is that what we've got over here? Is he gonna practice his rolling right now? Are we gonna have another player transitioning to rolling? Look at this. He's like, you know what? While I'm here, let me see if I can show off my rolling practice.
Start just randomly.
Yeah, to let people know what is in store in the future from Dog.
Or maybe he's just prepping for his next match. Maybe he's, hoping his brother comes out of the bracket and we'll have another Dog versus Andy. Or maybe he'll have to go against the Survivor and Nenu.
Oh man, and there you see the brackets right here, and it will be Dog moving forward, trying to set up the rematch between brothers. Again, last year it looked like Andy was going to take it, but then Dog
sure
would
did.
come back 3 games in a row. But again, as we've mentioned for the other players who have gone out, shout outs to Tristop for an amazing performance, an amazing play over here. Was able to take the first game from Dog, put some pressure on Dog, but then just a unfortunate top out in that last game kind of, gave us the conclusion a lot quicker than most people were expecting. Unfortunately, it happens, and that's what happens when the pressure of the competition gets to you.
Yeah, this game is still dangerous, even on level 18, and every competitor, has to ensure their own survival as well as maintaining the aggression and scoring. So, still, early top outs play a factor, even in this high level of competition games.
Yeah, exactly. And so, as I had mentioned, Tristop out tied in 5th place. Well played to him. Very, very nicely done. He'll be tied with Richie as well as Tetris Time. And I think that means then...
Guess what that means? All of our new competitors in the top 8 have been eliminated.
Exactly.
Only veterans going forward, cementing the skill and just the legacy is actually important. Tournament experience being a factor in this finals.
Yeah, so basically the 5 top placers from last year are the 5 players remaining. The next match is going to be ridiculously scary, but before we get
go on,
let's talk to Tristop. Take it, David.
Tristop, an amazing performance. I think you surprised basically everybody when you started rolling from, the end of the games. I saw you had pulled out the glove, so you were ready. But when I talked to you a week ago, setting up the player profile videos, you felt like you didn't have anything secret up your sleeve at the time that would give you an edge. So what was the process of deciding that you were going to roll in the top 8?
Okay, so after that interview, I think a day later, I was in call with like Miles and Huff, and I don't know how this conversation started, but I said like, wouldn't it be funny if I just learned verse controls, and I could just roll on like a normal controller for like top 8. It was just like a little joke I put out there, and then the next day, I sent a picture to Miles. I was like, I'm actually gonna try it. So then this whole week, I was just grinding reverse controls and rolling with my normal controller, and it was probably the most Tetris I played in like a long time. I played like 3 hours every day. Shouldn't have done that, but yeah, it was really good, and I kept it a secret between me and Miles for like the whole week, and then later around like 3 days before the tournament, I told Coffee. So it was just really, I think that was just my favorite part, just keeping that a secret and like leading us to the top 8, and it was good experience. Yeah.
Put this together in 1 week. That is insane. Now, one thing that's really special about you as a player, you are a tapper mainly. You just brought in the rolling, but your PB, and this is unique for all the other tappers and rollers in the top 8, your PB is with DAS. you got the first ever 1.3 million with DAS. So DAS is a play style that, was dominant for many years. Oftentimes, we've heard people remark that they've missed seeing it, but you are an elite DAS player. What was the process? What was the thinking of going for a DAS 1.3?
I don't really remember my original intent. I know that there was one game I was like really close. It was like A70 to 26 with dash under the random lane before the grind. I think choking the 1.3 there kind of motivated me. I was like, I don't even play dash, and that was I could have 1.3 that. I think at the time, even more so a bit now, I feel like isn't like grand achievement for me to really just like people know me by. Actually, no, that's 1.3 is kind of that now. But at the time, like I choked the main event for CTM like 2 times already. All this stuff. So I kept like choking big things. So I was like, I kind of want something to be my own. So I was like, this seems fun. This will be hard. It'll be cool. And I knew it was gonna be a momentous like thing for the community because that's 1.3 is like no one does that. So well now Tuki's does that. Shouts to Tuki, he's cool. Yeah. So I think yeah, that's basically it.
How long did it take? How many hours and days of grinding for that record?
Honestly, okay, it took around a month from like June. I started June 1st and it ended June 28th, and I think there was like a dry season in the middle of June, so around like 3 weeks probably. And when I was really trying, I'd go for like 5 hours a day, but then that was probably like half the time I spent was like 5 hours a day, and half the time was like probably like an hour or two. But I was really going at it. Yeah.
It's crazy. You can roll, you can tap. You have the highest DAS score in the world. So, and you made it to the top 8 this year, and then you had to face Dog in the first round, the reigning champion. What is it like facing Dog as a competitor?
Honestly, it was really refreshing because a lot of the time when I'm in a tournament, a lot of the eyes are on me. Like in main event or masters event, I still haven't won one yet, so everyone's still thinking like, oh, this might be his month. Or for top 8, I was like one of the favorites to win. So, in top, like going into top 8, I'm not top 8, the bracket stage. Going into top 8, no one really thought I would be the one to win. Like everyone thought like, oh, Dog, Joseph, like Huff, Richie, Andy, Nanu, like I listed everyone. But everyone like I don't really think Tetris time also. But I don't think I was really like a contender to win. So having that pressure like not on me was just really refreshing. So I think I just had a really good time today.
You definitely showed you can hang with the best of the best. You mentioned that you've gotten to know many friends through the Tetris community and brought many of your in real life friends into Tetris. Is there anybody that's watching you at home that you'd want to shout out or say thanks to?
Shout out to Puppy Ball Fan Club. Shout out to well shout out to I don't know if they are watching. Should I say their names? I don't know. Their names are David and Anson. They've been my homies since like elementary school. And shout out to Goob House, I guess. What is that? It's a random server that's like Tetris people. They wanted me to shout them out, but yeah. And then I guess shout out to my family. I don't know if they're watching downstairs, but if they are, then hello. But yeah, and I guess shout out to there's a lot of people, but I guess
You're a popular guy. There's
yeah.
many people on your side.
Miles and Coffee were like the 2 people who kept the role thing secret. So shout out to them. There's a lot of people I wish I could talk about, but I guess shout out to Dog. Hope you do good rest of the tournament. And yeah.
Tristop, you're awesome. One of the most inspiring players, pushing DAS to new heights, showing, with your positive attitude, what's possible. Such a fantastic performance throughout the bracket stage and in the top 8 today. Thanks so much. And I can't wait to see you play more in the future.
Thank you.
So wow, Tristop being so versatile, being so multi-talented, just the entire spectrum, DAS, rolling, tapping, hybrid, being able to switch on the fly. Amazing job by Tristop, and we'll be seeing more of his Tetris play in the future.
Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of a
Again,
spectrum of skill, it's like a spectrum of rainbow candy, like G Fuel, which is what Tetris Blast apparently tastes like. Use code CTWC25 to get 25% off only for the next day. It's only good until November 15th. So G Fuel, the official energy drink of esports, thanks to being our sponsor this year.
Absolutely. G Fuel, being the official energy drink of esports, supporting a lot of esports in many, many different ways. So shout outs to G Fuel for their continued support of esports. And I'm trying out my strawberry shortcake.
Yeah, you're
flavor.
chugging it right now.
Yeah,
If it were rainbow candy flavored with the Tetris brand, I would be saying, boom, Tetris in you, James Chen.
Boom, Tetris in me. No, I've got a bunch of flavors here. I got a bunch of the G Fuel flavors here. This is the one that I went with, and they also sent me a nice cup too. So shout outs to G Fuel.
What's the official flavor of the one? Is it just strawberry shortcake? It's not tied to any particular game or gaming brand?
Not that I see though, no, but there was definitely Nemesis tea flavor here by Umbrella Corp.
Oh,
So-
interesting. Is that like boom evil in you?
Maybe, yeah. Actually, it'll be stars in me. Oh man. I actually haven't ever had a chance to try the Tetris flavor yet. So one of these days, hopefully, I'll be able to try that. So
Yeah.
but there you go.
Hopefully for next year. Yeah.
But good stuff. Giving me, not that I need the energy right now, but definitely giving me some more energy here. Obviously, these matches have been absolutely fantastic, getting us.
Just
as
getting
a-
better and better. It's coalescing. You know, we see advancing is Joseph Huff and Dog just on a collision course. We've got one more top 8 to be determined. But yeah, all veterans of our top 8 from last year are survivors now. So
And this is probably going to be the most unfortunate, for the players, because obviously these two are both, part of the top 5, the elite. They were in the top 4 last year, and one of them has to go out. So probably in terms of first round matches, this is going to be the hardest one. This is
the first one that's between two veterans from last year's top 8, whereas all of our matches today so far have had a veteran versus a newcomer. But Nenu versus Pixelandy, very, very strong players in their own right. Like Nenu just being such a survivor and being able to do some cool spins and tucks, and a lot of fun to watch, versus Pixelandy, such a strong player. And of course, Dog and Andy in quals just racking up the max outs to get 11 and 12 max outs for our qualifiers. So impressive and strong coming in.
So yeah, this is going to be last year's 2nd place versus last year's 4th place. The player of the top 5 that didn't make the top 5 last year was Joseph. And that didn't make the top 4 last year was Joseph. And
Yeah,
so
that's
he was
changed
one-
this year. So
Yeah,
yeah,
so now
Joseph's
he's in
back.
he's top 4 this time. And so now either Nenu or Pixel Andy are not going to be able to make the top 4. And again, we've talked about the globalness of this. Nenu from Indonesia, super cool to be able to open CTWC worldwide for everybody. And I
We
think
could have another international representation in the top 2. I think, having Corey on a couple of years back was really
right.
cool.
Yeah.
Almost having a champion from another country. So it could still happen this year.
Yep, and I believe we have their profile videos ready to go. So let's see what they have to say about their chances here in the top 8.
Let's go.
Hi, I'm Nenu. I'm back in the top 8 for CTWC. In the last year CTWC, I did pretty great. I got 4th place somehow.
And Nenu's going to run away with that 199,000 point difference. What a comeback.
The tournament feels so different this year. Many players have improved a lot since last year. Many of them are changing playstyle to rolling. My playstyle more or less still the same. I haven't learned rolling. Maybe I learned a few useful adjustments for efficiency. My favorite game from the bracket stage probably was my first game against Hydran. I was not sure that I can beat Hydran at that point because we already see what Hydran capable of. He scored 1.6 in the match, but that game gave me a lot of confidence boost for the next game.
So a 1.135 for Nenu. 1.135 is the target for Hydrant. A long way to go.
I don't think he's gonna have enough ammo to do it, and he tops out.
The new achievement that I'm really proud of is probably my second CTM win in May, because finally I was able to win another CTM after like 2 years since my first. My training regimen, just play the game, practice for consistency. Maybe lately I've been focusing on aggressive play, making sure not to top out early, because max out or even 1.1 probably will not be enough for this year. For my friends and family, thanks for supporting me. To be honest, it's already exceed my goal for this year was top 16. Winning the whole tournament with this strong field would be very surprising for me.
Hi, I'm Pixelandy, and I'm back in the CTWC top 8. Last year, my bracket stages were actually pretty difficult. I was only expecting it to make like top 16. Whenever I got to the top 8, honestly, I was fine if I lost at that point. But I got all the way past Alan and Nenu to face my brother in the finals.
Andy is going to take this first round, but look at those scores. Double max out, double kill screen. Andy making it to 30. We are on a whole other level.
This year, I was expecting to get top 8. My opponents actually did really well. Astatine Effect knocked me into loser's bracket, which was actually really scary for me. My favorite game from the bracket stage was definitely the last game against Asta. It was just so intense, and I accidentally burned the last line in that game, actually. I was trying to set up another Tetris, but then I burned into kill screen. But luckily, Asta also burned a little. There was only like a 40,000 point deficit at the end of the game.
Andy does it! Double max out, and Andy with the 3-0 completion, coming all the way back, winning 2 sets against Asta to qualify into the November top 8. Andy is back where he belongs.
My playstyle really hasn't changed a lot since last year. I'm still a hyper tapper, but I don't use dash nearly as often as I did, because last CTWC I was kind of using dash for 18 and then switching to tap for 19, but now I just do tap all the way. Some achievements that I'm really proud of that I've gotten since last year are definitely my Masters win, my recent Gauntlet win as well. I also got a 1.3 since my last CTWC. I definitely want to face Dog in the semifinals this year, because I think that would just be a really intense game, and it's not even the finals too. I'm probably gonna have to go up against a Roller or Joseph for Tetris time, so that would just be an insane match whoever gets by, and I'm really hyped for that match if it happens. My training regimen is just to play well, get high scores, make sure I don't die, and that's basically it. Thank you to my parents for supporting me, and of course, Dog playing Tetris. We're both pushing each other's limits to try to get to the next stages of CTWC, so it's awesome.
So yeah, really hype match coming up. Pixelandy just barely not taking the championship last year. So full potential for just the highest level of play between Nenu and Pixelandy. And Nenu, I remember last year just playing more matches in top 64 than anyone else to get into the top 8.
And one of my favorite stories last year was when Nenu was about to play, I think it was his final match, and the power went out on the block of his street. And a friend who lived a little bit of ways away said, come to my house and play over here. And Nenu had to grab his TV, his NES, the controller and everything, jump into a car and drive to his friend's house to be able to play that last match. And who knows if he didn't have to have that kind of stress, who knows what could have happened. And this year he's back and has the chance to prove it, and to show what he is capable of. So let's see if he can take
might not have to bend the boundaries of time and space to make the match work even like last year. Even his NES. So, Jeff Moore, boom, Tetris for Jeff. Jeff Moore is the one that sent him his NES. So it's not like you can pick one up, in Indonesia really easily. But Nenu getting that chance to compete took the ball and ran with it and really put on a great show for us last year, is back again to do it this year.
Yeah, so it's again really awesome to see him here back again. And you know, we talked about this earlier about the skill level of these players being able to, you know, make back-to-back top eights, you know, the same 5 players. Now, obviously
Exactly.
before, you know, we would get a lot of the same players, but the pool was so much smaller. Nowadays, with, you know, we have 200 people playing from all over the world, and these people are practicing all year round. Like these guys, they have circuits to play like every month. They're playing in, like, you know, side tournaments and such. And, you know, that kind of level with so many people gunning for your spots in the top 8, to have 5 players make it back from last year is just,
we now really have a well-defined like upper top tier now with those 5 players being the ones to make it through and to be the last ones standing here in this this Final Four, or going to be Final Four after we know the outcome of this matchup between Nanu and Pixel Andy.
And honestly, one of the only reasons why, you know, some of these players probably haven't practiced that much rolling is that they knew this was coming, right? So, I mean, you obviously saw that Dog even busted out the glove and started practicing a little rolling.
Yeah,
after
it
he
looks
won
like the
his game.
landscape is going to be changing for 2022. I mean, we're getting a preview of that even today of what could happen in the course of a year. And oh my goodness, my mind is being blown moment to moment. All right, so it looks like we finally got our setup here for our last of the top 8 going into the top 4. Nanu versus Pixel Andy.
Yeah, that's right. That's a Pixel Andy's super comfortable rocking chair here. That
Gotta have the
he's been
chair,
using.
that iconic setup.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, by the time we hit next year, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw like 8 rollers in the top 8. But
or they could
it's
be
all the
former
same
tappers.
people.
Yeah.
It's like all the same players, you know? Like I wouldn't be surprised if the same 5 here were top 5 next year and they were all rolling.
But, you know, guess what? Some of the players that haven't made it to top 8 are rolling. Green Tea took up rolling. We could see Green Tea back with a vengeance.
Oh, it'll be so crazy.
Yeah,
But here we go. The match is about to start. This is, like I said, the most dangerous match of the first round. 3, 2,
1. Tetris.
Tetris. Okay.
Nanu the survivor versus Andy, who nearly took everything last year, making it into the top 2.
And again, something to remind people, if you have just tuned in, and again, shout outs to the front page of Twitch out there if you are tuning in from there. The Tetris rate, most important stat to look at in terms of who has the lead. As you see the TRT over there, 100%, or now down to 88%. So both players at exactly the same Tetris rate. So they're basically neck and neck.
Yeah.
So
and
with
yeah,
that,
hitting the Tetris, no score differential. I mean, I'm hoping that Tetris rate continues to be a measurement factor, because you know, you could have players who sandbag the entire, 18 and 19, and if they're so confident that they could make all their Tetrises on post 29, that would be a big way to flex.
I mean, honestly, if the players who are experts at rolling, feel like that they can get a lower Tetris rate and then just survive and get singles and triples and even Tetrises, as well as we saw Huff doing.
Yeah, Huff was just really putting on a showcase for the future of rolling there.
Yeah.
Maybe for the future of competitive Tetris.
And again, just as a reminder for those who have just tuned in, this may look like something, I can do this is easy. I'm so good at Tetris. Remember, the rules here on Classic NES Tetris, so different than the rules of what we're playing on Tetris Effect, than on Puyo Puyo Tetris, for example. Very, very different and a lot harder. Tetris Effect does have the classic mode that you can try out and see just how hard it is for yourself. So definitely check that out on Tetris Effect if you have the game. which you should, because it's out there on every platform now. So you have no excuse.
So it's been a pretty close game so far. Nenu within a Tetris away from Andy. Good burns there. Boom Tetris for Andy, boom Tetris for Nenu.
Yep. And again, here, 18 is just establishing this rhythm, trying to get a high Tetris rate for when you transition into level 19.
And Nenu having to do some burns.
Yeah, he still has to get some burns, but the problem right now is that right side over there. Surprised he didn't drop that S piece on the right side over there. Would have
Nice
been able to
solves
get
there.
burns, but yeah, he should be able to get through there. Now he does have that situation. Okay, perfect. Z piece to tuck right in there. But now on the left side, he needs back to back, and
Yep,
he got him actually.
Mhm. Filled that in quite nicely. Trying to get back into the scoring position. And does.
Now he has a dependency on either L or J, and that's always so much preferable than creating yourself a dependency on only one or the other. So you'll often see a lot of the times if players can transition the dependency from one to both, it makes their lives that much easier. But here we go, another dependency for Nenu.
Oh, nice last second adjustment. Saw the long bar coming and spun that to accommodate and not cover the well.
Yeah, but again, now you see he has a couple of gaps, going to take the triple over here. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Andy on a 72% Tetris rate. He is looking great.
Yep. This is a beastly pace for Andy here.
And again, no surprise. You mentioned, the crazy number of max outs they had during the qualifying period.
Yeah. For a player like Andy, yeah, max out is almost kind of mandatory. That's how consistent they are, and we're seeing that on display here.
It's so crazy because, obviously him and his brother are both so strong at this game. You got to wonder yourself, is it really just something in the genes maybe?
And it also helps just to have a strong competitor around you as you play.
For sure.
You have something to continually measure yourself against, and especially if it's positive reinforcement and friendly, and you're always cheering each other on. That's a powerful thing to have. I was in competitive gaming with my brother, and we pushed each other to do better, and always helped each other out too. So
yeah.
I know that dynamic is very important to have.
Me and my brother used to play games all the time, except there was a lot of salt. Definitely not that friendly, but that's what that sibling rivalry will do for you. But I remember talking to Andy and Dog, in the interviews last year. They do say that their rivalry is very friendly, and these two support each other a lot. Like you said, that's a very powerful weapon to have.
Yeah, and you just love to see it because a big part of our Tetris community is players, brother or not, raising each other up, cheering each other on, and just enjoying each other's success.
Kind of a drought here for both players. Finally gets through, and both of them are going to transition at the exact same time. But you can see the Tetris rate difference here is giving Andy a distinct lead.
Yeah, 100,000 points on average, and Nenu knocking it down to 90,000 now as we head into post-19 speeds.
Yep. Boom Tetris.
Boom Tetris for Nenu.
And
boom Tetris for Andy. Here we go. Ooh, Nenu having to cover the well there, so there's going to be a bit of a dig. It's going to allow Andy to extend the lead.
Yeah. All right, and see right there again, even though it was nice getting that J piece over there on the side, it did require him clogging up the lanes a little bit, so it's making it harder for him to clean out. Oh, he just decided to fill that out before the eyepiece drop. He's going to be able to get out of
Tetris.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andy actually taking a triple and keeping his board just neat and low to the ground. So
yeah. Oh, there's a little bit of a misspin right there from Nenu. But, we talked about how you have to have the pedal to the metal the entire time. But I think in this particular case, that Andy knows how big of a lead that he has. And so I think he is actually playing a little bit safer.
For the first time, we're seeing someone, kind of taking the safe route and keeping that playfield super clean.
Because he knows he has a big lead right now.
Okay, so Andy trying to dig back down. Nenu having to
He's
dig as
having
well.
trouble because
Yeah.
every time he has to drop these pieces, he keeps being forced to cover
Whoa,
up that
what happened to
column.
Andy? He hangs the long bar over to the left, and despite the large point difference, Nenu is in a chase down situation and can take this away from Andy.
You see a lot of frustration on Andy's side for very obvious and justifiable reasons there. He was looking smooth and clean and was kind of set up to just get through here.
Yeah, Nenu
However,
needing better pieces. Maybe he's encountering the same drought that Andy did. Oh no!
Oh man!
Nenu topping out. Andy is gonna take that one.
Yeah, and again, you know, showing how the level of skill from these players is all so similar here. As you mentioned, probably the same drought that, I mean, if you look at them, actually, no, he got a little further because he was at 202 lines. But, you know, it's just that there was probably one spell that caused both of them to build their stack a little bit higher than they wanted to.
Yeah, that's actually kind of uncharacteristic topping out in that kind of situation, especially one where both players seem to be safe and trying to maintain their stacks, and were generally successful at it. And then just like that, a long bar hang for Andy, not able to fill out the left side, causing a top out, and then Nenu very suddenly trying to get the chase down. Yeah.
Yeah, he was at level 26 with 169,000 points behind.
Yeah, Nenu still had to be aggressive there, so
Yeah,
maybe those risks played a factor.
Yeah, he could have still did it for sure. He was within chase down range. But again, the stack was already really high up and it just didn't work out at the very end there. So there we go. And
The crazy outcome, just you'd never know sometimes until the final moment what's going to happen there. Super exciting. What a show.
Okay, so first game to Andy, trying to set up the rematch with his brother again. You know, obviously they share a lot of love for each other and, you know, have a strong bond between each other. But, you know, Andy probably still, you know, would like to get a little bit of revenge on his brother and try to take him out in the CTWC, especially after going up 2-0. You know, I'm trying to set up a more dramatic sibling rivalry that probably doesn't exist.
All good.
Man.
3, 2, 1, Tetris. And we're off to game 2 of this match. Andy taking that first point in dramatic fashion as Nenu is not able to get the chase down.
Yep. And both of them starting off with slightly different builds. Again, it's really fascinating to watch the players. You know, sometimes they have the exact same stack, and it's cool when you see that. But it's also really fascinating to see how the same pieces can manifest themselves into very different boards. You can see right here that Nenu is at the 100%, and we've had like you can look at Andy's. Andy's at the 100%, and you can see how Nenu has this kind of awkward build.
Yeah, Andy immediately tapping the pieces all the way over to the left. I mean, both players have some good piece movement skills, but if you have, you know, rolling or really high speed tapping, you're going to see more openers building that left side up.
Nice by Nenu to turn that into a clean field. Had that all set up and prepared and ready to go. Yeah, and you know, some people are talking about this in the chat, but you know, time zone is definitely a factor here.
Yeah,
Nenu.
it's 6:30 a.m. or something from what I hear over in Indonesia.
So yeah, he's it's bright and early for him right now.
Boom,
But
Tetris
he's still
to Nenu.
taking that Tetris. Nice. But you can't discount these, you know, external factors like that. You know, it's definitely plays a role in these games.
It can, you know, depending on you know, what your life situation is. I mean, I do better work at like 3 a.m. So 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. I'm all good, you know. I'm not sure how it is in different parts of the world, but
People don't know this, but we were talking to each other at like 6
yeah,
a.m.
that was really funny. James and I were, I mean, I barely use social media anymore, but I saw James post on Facebook about all the hype matches today, and I put a like on it, and then he says, "Hey, Chris, shouldn't you be asleep?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but I'm too hyped to sleep. I can't.
Yeah.
I'm like getting insomnia from the CTWC." And what time was it? It was like 4 in the morning or something.
It's like
5?
3 a.m. here in
Yeah.
Pacific time. Yeah. Oh man.
But yeah, that
here
was
we
really
go.
cool. And we knew we
Finally.
had to work it today, so
Yeah,
we're
I
working.
know, right? It's that whole thing. Like, I don't know if a lot of people out there know, but like when your parents are taking you to the cool theme park the night before, you can't sleep because you're just so excited. It's just how it is. I just knew CTWC was coming, and I mean,
CTWC
look,
is like we're kids in a theme park enjoying this highly competitive play.
dude. And if you guys miss that first game, man,
What a way to open it up.
right. So, needless to say, regardless of how much sleep I got, I'm wide awake right now.
Yeah, we're all good. We've got the energy, and we're booming the Tetrises.
And again, thank you to everybody in the chat right now watching live with us. Hope you guys are just as hype and enjoying this as much as we are. And here we have this game number 2 between Nenu and Andy. And Nenu, again, down by quite a bit in terms of Tetris rate. They have the same number of lines. And you can see Nenu down by about 2 Tetrises. So he's going to have to count on Andy trying to do some. Oh, that was so beautiful.
The bits.
Oh, God, that was so beautiful.
Vertical I-tuck setup.
As a Tetris player myself, when I see players do stuff like that, and I'm just like, I did not see that. And when they do that, it's just like, you just feel like, man, I am not worthy.
Yeah, Nenu is capable of doing some really interesting, fun to watch stuff. We haven't seen too much of it yet. He's probably got his game face on and doing everything that's optimal right now. But we might see some cool maneuvers, some entertaining stuff out of Nenu.
Yeah, has to do a little bit of extra cleaning over here. Meanwhile,
nice.
Pixel Andy still at a essentially 70% rate in Tetrises, so he has that max out pace.
69%, nice.
Yeah, Nenu is also at max out pace, but if he can just keep this clean from this point, he can definitely build that up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Nenu, really trying to keep the playfield clean. He's had to do some burns, so in these early rounds, he has been behind. But maybe his strategy is to get the higher percentages or get the higher Tetris rate going once level 19 hits.
Yeah. Nenu now Tetris ready. And he has built that up to 59%. He should be able to get over 60. Yeah. So now he's at 61%. So yeah, slowly but surely building that Tetris rate back up to try to catch up to where Andy is at. But Andy is at 71%. He's going to have to do a little bit of burning and cleaning right here. Let's see how he handles this. He doesn't want to. Yeah, he's kind of in an unfortunate situation right now. He's having to do a little bit of extended cleaning because the pieces haven't been perfect.
Nenu into transition.
Yeah.
Nenu really fighting back the deficiency there. Has now gotten it to neck and neck scores.
Yeah, this is really huge right now for Nenu. He just needs to. Okay, beautiful. Playfield is clean. What a little micro adjustment at level 19. And now
he's Tetris for Andy. Back and forth we go. This is what you want to see.
Okay, Tetris ready again. And boom, Tetris. Yeah. Look at this. Nenu now with the 67% rate. He's caught all the way back up to Andy. Like I said, both of them at max out pace.
Yep. Monster scores on the way. Wow, Nenu with that last second decision to create the tuck.
So good.
All right, Nenu waiting for the long bar. Andy also Tetris ready. Yeah. Wow, that spin timing from Nenu. Boom, Tetris for Andy. Boom, Tetris for Nenu. Just, here we go.
Nenu is a few lines ahead right now. You can see right now he's now only 2 lines ahead. And so Andy catching up and boom, Tetris
is
for
really
Nenu.
A close and competitive match here.
We are neck and neck. Nenu is only 1 Tetris behind. He's only 1 Tetris behind. Playing a little safe. Not going for
simul Tetris.
Yeah. Send himself a double I bar. See, but he could get a dirty Tetris.
Oh,
No,
but
no,
yeah, didn't
she's
get the
gonna
long burn
accept
time. Takes the
triple, yeah.
triple.
No, that was smart. I mean, there's
Mm.
he's close. So no reason to take that kind of a risk right now. But because of that now, Andy is technically about 2 to 3 Tetrises ahead because he's behind 4 lines right now.
Yeah, still anything can happen. There's still room for the lead to change. Andy playing really well now.
Yeah, Nenu here. Oh, that was a beautiful opening up of that hole to set up the Tetris. Oh, that was so nice.
Yeah,
Being
boom Tetris
forced-
for Nenu for that, and Andy waiting for the long bar. Boom Tetris for Andy. Nenu
Yeah,
got
but
a
an
couple of lines to
unfortunate ZS spam right there for Nenu, forcing him to go for some cleanup right now. And that's going to drop his Tetris rate down just a little bit, which means that Andy is just building that lead up.
Yeah, Andy's been relentless at this point. Wow, just burning everything down, opening up his field again.
Yeah, kind of a awkward field. Oh, that was so nice. What
Yeah,
a burn by
opting
Andy.
to taking a double to keep the field as clean as can be.
And again, for those of you just joining, remember the rules very, very different than modern Tetris rules here. So back-to-back Tetrises is not something that you need to fight for. You can go ahead and accept.
Starting to come back a little bit. Yeah. And now Andy having a couple of burns to take. So with the higher scoring Tetrises here, boom Tetris for Nenu again, as we are approaching transition to level 29, kill screen is coming. We're also on the verge of max outs too, so
couple of beautiful S tucks for Andy, but Andy
boom Tetris for Andy. Nenu kill screen, almost a max out, and Andy with the max out takes the round.
Look at that. He is literally, what is that, 450 points away from a max out.
Get a Tetris if you get low bar. Boom! Tetris for Andy. Post kill screen Tetris.
And he's still going with this hyper tapping.
Yeah, showing off the post 29 survival skills that a hyper tapper could do.
Oh, is he really going for a Tetris? Oh,
whoa.
My goodness.
Is it going to come? Is it going to come? There it is. Boom! Boom. Andy, level 30.
Even Nenu has to smile on that one. Oh,
yeah.
man.
Yeah, I mean, Nenu can't feel bad about that performance if you had to do that much more against Andy there. Wow, Andy taking the second round now, 1 point away from taking this match. So Nenu is fighting for his tournament life here.
I'm telling you, the amount of matches that we are getting, and Andy's Tetris rate is only below 60% because he was, clearing singles and doubles and triples at the end over there.
Yeah.
For all intents and purposes, it was above 60%. And the amount of over 60% matches that Tetris rates that we've had today that were losses.
Yeah.
Is
here in 2021, post 29 play, definitely a factor.
We probably have more kill screen 60% on over losses than we've had 60% kill screen wins from a few years ago.
Yep. That's just that's how the bars have been dropping. Bars have been raising and dropping.
Yep.
Here in competitive Tetris in the year 2021.
We don't raise the bar here. We drop the bars here. So there you go. Okay.
There you go.
And so now Andy with a 2-game lead over Nenu, and Nenu has been playing great, and yet still somehow down 2-0 or 0-2, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, strong games by Nenu. We're not seeing any early top outs or any disastrous digs. It's good, solid play by both players. This is what you want to see in top 8 or even top 4.
All right, but look, Nenu, 4th place last year, clearly very, very strong. And
even with a higher seed than Andy, if you look at it now.
And again, when I say 4th place, that's kind of a mistake. I should say tie for 3rd. Tie for 3rd.
Right.
Him and Huff were tied for 3rd is the better way to put it. I think it might have just been they used like a tie-breaking method to determine who was ahead. Or did they play
if they had like a match between that to determine placement. But I guess we have a long day, and in the end, I think they get the same prize, so it doesn't really matter. They're not really. It's only fighting for credit. I mean, they could have offline match, like if they want to do it on their own or something. That would be interesting. Or maybe if they want to increase, if someone wants to increase the prize pool, that would actually be a reason to do it. Who knows?
Nene, with an unfortunate situation here, has to clean out a little bit. And I call him unfortunate, but it's really not that much of a problem. It's just the word that I've chosen to use all the time.
Yep. Nenu, almost clean setup for Tetris. Boom, Tetris for Nenu. We are neck and neck relatively early on. There's a spire forming for Andy.
Yeah, just as a reminder to everyone as well, on all the other CTWC channels, we do have the foreign language streams going as well. Check them out at CTWC, Classic Tetris 2 all the way through 8.
Yeah, so we've got Japanese on Classic Tetris 2, hosted by legendary Green Tea, Corian, and SQR. French on Classic Tetris 3. Spanish on Classic Tetris 4, since we're already niche. We've got double the power of the Ocho, so we only need Classic Tetris 4 for our Spanish language. Portuguese for Classic Tetris 5. Cantonese for Classic Tetris 7. And we do have a Classic Tetris 8 with Polish.
Yep. All right, Nenu setting himself up a double long bar requirement. Obviously can burn some stuff in column 8 just like that if he wants to. Oh, that was nice. Sets himself a horizontal tuck off of the J piece.
Drought forming for Andy here, waiting for Lamar. Gets it. Boom, Tetris for both Nenu and Andy.
Yeah, both of them running into that drought at pretty much the same time. Going to be able to tuck the J piece over there. Meanwhile, Andy, 81%, but Nenu this time with 88%. This is important. Nenu has not been able to have strong starts, and so he's always been playing from behind. This is the first time that he's been playing from the front.
Yeah, not this time. This could be Nenu's chance to reverse sweep, possibly. Got to get it started because he's fighting for his tournament life here and needs to take this game to stay in the match and in the tournament.
Yeah, and again, I don't wanna make it sound like that this is a curse or anything like that. But remember, that's how Andy ended up losing to his brother Dog last year, was the reverse sweep.
Momentum plays a part. We saw that happen a lot throughout the history of this year's tournament. We saw a lot of reverse sweeps happening, especially on Classic Tetris 2 for some reason. But yeah, it's been a crazy ride. I watched all of the matches that I didn't commentate on. The ones that you commentated. What a ride! Like just great content. Even as I'm a fan myself, so just seeing the other channel have so many reverse sweeps, I was like, what's going on here? People were talking about your commentator's curse in our Classic Tetris 1 chat, and I'm like, what happened over there? Something happened.
I like I said, that's why I'm not saying anything today. Because one of those commentator curses that I did was one of the most epic commentator curse I've ever done. And
yeah, apparently your commentator's curse stat is off the charts. James 10.
Yep. Oh, man.
Okay, nice tucks from Andy to make a clean stack. Boom, Tetris for Andy.
Andy's screen is looking so clean, and now he's going to be able to perhaps take the lead over Nenu. But Nenu
was left well.
Yeah, going for the left well. And, for those people wondering why they go for the left well more than the right well, reason being is that it takes less taps to get the I bar in its vertical state to the right than it does to the left. And so you will always want to favor the right side over the left side.
But depending on the player's skill sets, some players are versatile and will take those Tetrises as they come. The playfield may form a well on the left, and Nenu taking advantage there, keeping that Tetris percentage rate up.
Yeah, especially at level 18, right? Level 18 is a speed in which they can manage the left well Tetris. But here we go. Transition for Nenu.
Nenu's still in the lead.
Trying to go for a Tetris to transition is Andy himself.
He does.
Oh, perfect pieces. Not going to get the Tetris off of that long bar, but there it is. Yeah. Boom, Tetris for Andy.
And both players with great playfields now.
Neck and neck.
Neck and neck.
Yeah. again, the percentages tell the true story here.
Yeah, they both had 85 or were a second ago, and yep, just simul Tetris is going back and forth here.
All right. Oh, perfect. Great RNG right now for Nenu. And there we go. Boom Tetris for both of them, actually. Simul Tetrises.
Yeah, the score differential was down to 700 points just a moment ago, so this is really close.
Yeah, like we said, the true definition of neck and neck.
And what you want to see in a top 8 matchup, especially with the last remaining players, these final 5 are all veterans. They were all here last year in the top 8.
Mm-hmm. Hardest part right now is Nenu, definitely the one with more pressure on his side, because if he loses this, he's out. He is out in his place. And Andy right now has a little bit of wiggle room. And I can't even explain to you how much that makes as a difference when you're playing in a stressful situation like this.
Well, also the momentum, right? Like, wouldn't Andy love to have the momentum of a sweep going into the final match or the semifinal match?
Yeah. But Nenu is playing so clean right now. Just nothing but Tetris. Look at his Tetris rate. Actually, look at both of their Tetris rates.
Yeah, really good. All about to max out here is Nenu. Boom! Tetris for Nenu. Max out on level 25. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Boom! Tetris for Nenu. Not letting up. We're going to see insane scores here. Andy. Boom! Tetris for Andy. Maxing out is Andy. Double max out. Level 25. Oh my goodness. We only saw this happen once before, and I think it was like in the PokeNerd match where we might see another double 1.3. We don't know where this is going. Let's go.
This is insanity. And we have a situation right now where Nenu has to clear out that gap, not getting the pieces that he needs. Okay, here we go. Starting to be able to dig through there. Oh,
and
boy.
Nenu needing to clean out now. Whew. Opening up the well. Really needs a long bar.
Yeah, he's not getting it. But look at these tucks, even at this speed, staying alive.
Over to the left. Yeah.
Meanwhile, on Andy's side, though, he's looking so clean and calm. He's Tetris ready, but this drought is ridiculous. Okay, finally,
Andy taking the lead. So Nenu really needing that long bar now. There it is. Boom, Tetris for Nenu. This is so close. Neck and neck. Here on level 28, about to hit the kill screen. Boom, Tetris for Andy. Boom, Tetris for Nenu. Nenu hitting kill screen, is behind, needs a single.
Yeah, and exactly.
Andy's got to take it. Sweeping Nenu in a huge finisher, still going post kill screen. It's now at 1.24 million. But look, Nenu got a 1.1 and lost.
Nenu's expression after he lost, he looked over and was like, clearly I should be winning this. And he looks over and yep, a 1.18. Level 29, max out at level 25.
You can be ashamed of that performance, but Andy busting it out when needed, on command with a 1.2. What a way to finish the first 4 matches of top 8. Our first 4 matches of top 8 are bracketed by just the craziest finishes. And wow, what a show so far. GG's.
Again, Nenu, tied for 3rd last year. Tied for 5th this year. I mean, we're going to talk about that as an amazing back-to-back performance, but the rest of the 4 players were top 4 last year.
And you know what's happening in our next round, right? It's going to happen. Dog versus Andy is going to happen again across the whole match. Oh my goodness. The hype. Oh my goodness, it's going to explode.
It's not going to be the grand finals for the brothers, but it is going to be
the matchup. The grudge match of the Tetris century will happen again. But yeah, and Andy had to earn it against Nenu there. Definitely. I mean, you can't say that wasn't earned. Look at that, 1.18 for Nenu. I mean, any other year, right? Any other year that would have been unbeatable, or at least virtually unbeatable.
77% Tetris rate, max out at level 25, kill screen, and you lose. I mean, this is the level of Tetris that we are playing now. And it's crazy. We say this every year, and I feel like it's like almost kind of a broken record status. But for those, especially like I haven't even been around since the beginning, but for guys like you, who have been here since the first CTWC, to see the advancement and see this level of play right now, like, if you were able to travel back in time and talk to yourself from like 10
First
years
year,
ago,
it's like 500K, 600K, easy clap, right?
Right.
Not easy anymore.
it's absolutely wild.
Yeah, just it's been an honor, just seeing the community and the skill level grow and improve just so much through the years. And even at this point, James, you've already been in like practically from the halfway point. So it's not like you haven't been here watching it grow along with everyone. And definitely you getting to see it grow from the Joseph era is in itself a saga in this history of our competition.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see. I mean, from any competitive scene, from any competitive standpoint, one of the things that's always most worrisome is when your player base starts to shrink. And for a while, I think that's kind of where a lot of the players in the CTWC were kind of expecting. It's NES Tetris, not a lot of young names in here. But then Joseph came and really just
It's never shrunk.
exploded.
I think we've only grown.
Right.
Which is crazy, right? Like what? Why is there a new generation of players dominant now? Like
that year that Joseph came in here and really blew the doors wide open, because it was like maybe like good steady increase, then Joseph, and then it was just like kaboom, like it just went absolutely nuts from there. But
I think part of it has to do with the fact that it's such an old game. It's not at its core going to really be changing, and you don't have a situation where it's changing additions every year, or there's like a
No
patch that's gonna
patches.
break the characters and that sort of thing, right? Like
No patches.
yeah, it's all the skill of the players really just pushing each other up, and everybody knowing and sharing the knowledge to set best practices. Things like rolling getting taught and shared. Even legends like Jonas being someone helping create the next generation by having informational resources available on, what's Tetris 101? How do I learn to start stacking really well? And that's the key.
I always like to mention Alex Kerr as well, who is basically the encyclopedia of Tetris. But I think we have the interview with Nenu set up over here. So let's go ahead and go over to them and let's get a chance to hear from Nenu.
Yeah, take it away.
Nenu, congratulations again for making the top 8. This is your first year as a veteran. You played last year, you made it to the top 4. How has this year compared to last year? How have things changed? How does it feel?
Yeah, thanks. It feels I already exceed my goal. I was not expecting to get to top 8 this year because the field are stronger now, and I pretty much left behind at this point because I don't play kill screen that good.
Hey, in each of your matches, you overcame the world record score holder at the time in your bracket stage with Hydrant Dudes. When you played Pixel Andy, your opponent you just played now in the finals of the March CTM, you had overcome a 1.3 million score against you in the previous round versus Alex Thatch. You are an incredibly resilient player. So what is your mindset when going up against these players that you said you feel like you've been left in the dust, but you've managed to stack up against players that are at the top of their game? What is your mindset going into these matches with these, insane players?
Yeah, my records against Andy are not that good. I think I managed to win like 3 times or 4 out of 20 or something. So yeah, in the first two game, I was playing so aggressive that it made me score slow on the 18 and couldn't keep up on the post transition.
You played phenomenally in the final game. What was going through your mind towards the end of that game, where it was neck and neck with Andy?
I actually didn't really see in this game. After the first two game, I was like, okay, I need to get into the zen mode, like just play my own game, and it worked out. But Andy is just better.
You've shown incredible resilience. Earlier this year, you set a new record in the Classic Tetris Monthly for longest gap between victories. As we talked about in your player profile video, you went 2 years between victories, but you kept on competing. You kept showing up every single month. You showed that you have the skill to measure up. You have the ability to break through. And even if you didn't take home the trophy today, you made it back into the top 8. And impressively, you're the only player from outside North America in the top 8. How do you manage your sleep strategies when preparing for big events like this?
Yeah, I came into
being outside of California.
I came into this main event like more prepared, like than the group stage, because in the group stage I only slept like 2 hours. In main event, I managed to flip my sleep schedule. Like I needed 1 week to be able to wake up at 3 every day, so I can play my best in the main event.
Well, you put on a show. Again, is there anybody that is watching at home or that is supporting you that you'd like to shout out or thank?
Yeah, I don't know if my family are watching, because it's like 7 a.m. in the morning. I don't know even if they are
It's
awake.
understandable.
But yeah, thank you for keep supporting me. I guess learn something new after this year.
Pull a Tristop, learn rolling in 1 week.
Yeah.
What about
I have
your
my
friends?
proofs ready.
Last year, so you had the power outage and you ran to a friend's house. Does your friend still keep in touch with your Tetris progress? Does he know you made the top 8 again this year?
Not really, but we play other game sometimes, yeah, but not Tetris. Like my friends don't really interested in Tetris.
That's fair enough. Well, I got to tune into you next year because I expect that, you will continue to go far because, yeah, you've shown that you have the ability to hang year after year. It's an incredible accomplishment with how fast the scene is progressing to be able to make the top 8 2 years in a row. So thank you so much, Nenu, for being a competitor, month in and month out. Can't wait to see what you do next.
Thank you.
So yeah, great seeing Nenu back in top 8 and hoping for maybe a third year because it looks like that veteran experience does play a factor, and it's great that we have now 4 veterans, and Nenu was the 5th and the first to be eliminated. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just about to say, I mean, again, it sounds like maybe he's going to go down the path of rolling. But I mean, look, I'm just going to say, he says he's left behind in the dust.
That performance, he made Andy earn that for sure.
I want to be left behind in the dust if that's what that means. Let's just put it that way. But if you players out there don't ever want to be left behind in the dust, look, Xbox is providing a lot of awesome things for players out there. We've got the new consoles coming out. If you get the Game Pass, you're never going to be left behind in the dust in terms of games. So very special thanks to Xbox, who is still going strong with the new Xbox Series X and Series S consoles that were the first to feature Tetris Effect connected.
That's
and
right.
The Xbox Series X is among the most powerful, performant, immersive, and compatible next-gen console gaming experiences, and will provide the freedom to play your games with your friends anytime, anywhere. So there you go. Definitely shout out
so much Xbox for sponsoring us again.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I hope you guys have been enjoying the amazing Tetris action here. I do believe we are still giving away a copy of Tetris Effect on either Steam or Switch. Just type connected in the chat and you will be entered into the raffle, and we will be picking the winner later on today.
Yep, but for now, it looks like we're going to be taking a quick break while we prep our next section of the bracket. We are now in the top 4. We know our 4 competitors, and will be Dog and Pixel Andy is one match, and the other match is going to be Joseph versus Huff. So things are coming together. It's all getting connected. Yep.
All rematches as well to find out who will go to the grand finals. Thank you again for watching, but we'll be back in about and after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Yeah, we're looking like maybe 20 minutes, so quick break.
Yeah. Most hype matches still yet to come.
Stay tuned.
Grand finals reset, the very last chance to take a stand.
It's
2 more wins for either player to be the first place finish. Oh man. It's like we're sticking to the 18 starts.
Yep. Yeah, I noticed you stopped going to 15. I guess that's once you get to this level, when you're getting players with the 600k transitions. Both players getting really high score transition there, like who needs 15, right?
Right, the players can choose what level they start on, but if you don't want to, you don't have to. Level 18 is the competition standard, of course.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, if you're serious about playing this game and being involved in the main tournament, then yeah, level 18 is pretty much the minimum you want to be practicing with.
And look at that.
Yep,
a 0 point difference.
Yep.
Ooh, Somalian. Kind of a rough build here.
Yeah, got some holes. I mean, nothing bad yet, but
right, not dangerous, but it is going to cost a little bit of scoring potential.
And probably going to play off of row 1 there.
Right, we have seen Somalian pull off really good Tetris rates with the
very
30
successful
Tetris.
with it. Has a chance to clear it down, but does not. Singles off of it instead. And yeah, is content to build off row 1. Let's go. Herbie with a Tetris lead now, up by 40,000 points. Somalian firing back.
Right, ooh, nice T-piece there for Somalian. Looking for an L now, maybe. J-Burn, Tetris, and well transfer. Very nice.
Yep, and finally burns off that bottom row.
So back to a clean stack.
Mm-hmm. And back and forth we go with the scoring. Yep, neck and neck.
Kirby with a nice use of those J and L there.
Yeah, those were the right pieces to avoid it becoming too jagged.
Both players waiting for the long bar now.
Yeah.
This is a drought forming, folks.
And
there it is. Kirby gets a Tetris. Ooh, Somalian has to block the well, though.
Yeah.
Does get it back open and has a mostly clean stack.
And
gets the Tetris.
Yep, boom, Tetris for Somalian. So 22,800, 0-point differential. Kirby with a
1
pushdown
point
point.
difference.
He's that. Wow. Like, you can see that smile too. It's like, oh, nope, you're not going to be tied for long, and gets just that one single point. And
You know, just in case.
Getting having fun with the game every way possible. That's what you like to see.
Here to win, but also here to just play Tetris.
Yep, neck and neck scores. Somalian waiting for that long bar. Where is it?
Yeah, where is the long bar? The eternal question of this game.
And there it is, that 1 point difference.
Tetris for Somalian. Yep. There it is. Somalian gonna plug up the well and avoids making a long bar dependency in the middle. Very wise.
A lot of weight on the well.
But, oh, jeez. Not a nice sequence here. S and Z.
Yeah. It's going to be a bit of a dig. Okay, opens that up.
Nice
Clears
T.
that. Needs a T, J or an L. Uses the long bar to open that up. So, yeah. Not
Kirby also working on cleanup.
Nice flat burn there by Kirby. Boom, Tetris for Kirby.
Somalian gets it open. Gets the Tetris.
Yeah, I'm definitely seeing that that 1 point differential pop up from time to time.
Yep, it's always there in the background.
Lurking, waiting for its first victim of a major tournament outcome.
Tetris for Somalian.
Now up by 44,000 points. We are approaching transition. Somalian with lines lead right now, so at 125 we'll hit transition with the next couple of Tetrises. Kirby is 9 away.
Alright, let's see. Somalian could have a nice low 500 transition if the game says okay to it.
Yeah, both players just on the verge of hitting level 19. Somalian hits a Tetris.
Yeah, 508 transition for Somalian, 464 for Kirby. Somewhat close. Kirby gonna grab a Tetris. Somalian, kind of a messed up board to deal with here.
Yeah, Kirby's got some burning to do too. Some holes are forming.
Oh, jeez. Alright, Somalian's bringing it down. Alright, just a few rows messy.
Yeah, both players pretty much resolved at this point.
Wow, simultaneous cleanups. Let's go.
Yep. Here we go. This is what is all about.
The clean play, the survival. Oh, Somalian, the square misdrop. This is looking kind of nasty. Left side needs something. It's a long bar over.
Kirby.
Oh, Kirby with the giant tower can't survive.
Yeah, and Kirby tops out. Somalian takes that one. That just is pretty much, yeah, trouble at the same time right after a couple of levels into transition, and it just ends so fast once a misdrop happens sometimes. So yeah, one, and this could be tournament point here. Kirby having to win this game to stay in, and Somalian can take the whole thing by winning this round.
Right, Somalian on the very edge of being crowned the champion. For the second time, actually.
Okay. Yeah, Somalian up by one Tetris. Now a little bit more than that. Okay, Kirby with a Tetris. Somalian need to...
Yeah, looking for a
fill
two-piece.
in that. Yeah. Gets it. And is open.
Yeah, Somalian had kind of a gap in the middle, but luckily had two eyepieces.
Yeah. pretty much the best way to approach that. Just fill it in and continue to build.
Kirby taking a few burns here. Somalian needs to get the well back open. Getting those S pieces over the left.
Yep, and Kirby's almost out of this.
Somalian clean, gets a Tetris.
Somalian set up, ready to score. Boom, Tetris for Somalian. Up by 38,000 points. Still a bit early on. Lions. Okay, so Kirby set up. Bangs down to Tetris. Pretty much neck and neck now.
Right, 1 Tetris difference. That's not much.
Yep. Just past 50 lines.
Somalian very clean. Kirby as well.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, Somalian's right side needs a little bit of assistance.
Yeah, some tucks will do.
Lands the S spin, now waiting for a long bar for the dependency on the left.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but that J doesn't burn.
Covered it. Yeah.
Did not expect that.
Open it up. So there's got to be a dig here. Needs
Ooh,
to get
those
that
S's are nasty.
Oh, covers the right side. This is going to be tough.
Somalian trying to survive. Lands a T-spin way
really
up there.
Needs help.
Gets a long bar to the left side. What the heck? Staying alive somehow. But missed
no,
on the
hands for
eyepiece.
long bar. No.
No, had a route out of there. Just couldn't keep it together.
But it's not over yet. This has come to the final decider of the final set after a bracket reset. This is what you want to see for a grand final.
This is the very last game of the day. The
very last possible game.
This is Classic Tetris, the absolute last game.
Yep, here we go. 3, 2, 1, Tetris!
Let's go.
Let's go. Final game. Connected 21, classic score attack. Let's go.
And clean stacks to begin.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Great way to start it off. And we've seen what these players are capable of. Great transition scores. Let's see them push them to the limit. Nice. Okay, Kirby scoring a Tetris. And Somalian ready. Boom, Tetris for Somalian. About as optimal as you can get at this stage. And Tetris for Kirby.
Tetris for Somalian.
Boom, Tetris for Kirby, firing right back. Neck and neck.
Yeah, whew. This is intense.
Still early on, but really seeing them, milk these line clears for all they can be.
Oh, Kirby with a missed drop there. But we'll get a Tetris.
Holes.
Not going to be too dangerous, but it's going to cost.
Yeah, both players got a couple of burns to make. Somalian with a slightly cleaner build. We'll score a Tetris if the long bar comes. Oh, nice burn off the triple off the top for Somalian. Really maximizing that clean there. Almost as if there were no holes.
A beautiful J piece as well.
Yeah, so Somalian coming ahead with board state here.
Yeah, Kirby just still working on cleanup. Somalian could start building up a lead.
Somalian's board looking good now, ready to score. Takes a triple off the top. So, playing a bit safer.
All right, this is not a lot of long bars right now. There's one.
Yep. And let's see if Kirby plays off row 3 there, and does. Boom, dirty Tetris for Kirby.
And erasing one row. But another
No good
hole
place-
formed.
Yeah, no good place to put that box at that point. So it was first forced to take some future burns there. And Somalian's board still looking good, has a 44,000 point lead now.
Right, had to block the well for that Tetris, but we'll get another one. 261k at 68 lines.
So yeah, right on pace for like a 500k transition here.
Indeed.
Strong game. Okay, and Kirby is looking good now. Set up almost for a Tetris. Just needs a couple of long bars. Opts to skip the Tetris and wait for the long bar. And it comes. Boom, Tetris for Kirby.
Kirby with a giant 2-wide well.
Yeah, this is an interesting strategy. Uses burns to form the well and scores a Tetris. Ooh.
That L spin. Whew,
Nice.
that was nice.
Yeah.
Tetris for Somalian.
Somalian has grown a lead now of 87,000 points.
Right, we'll take a few burns there.
But now
I think-
Kirby with a better state.
I don't think that Z was supposed to go there. So Somalian with a little bit to fix here.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, this is Kirby's chance to catch up.
That's right. But Somalian cleans it out pretty quick, so not much time for Kirby to make up ground. Tetris for Somalian.
Yeah, Somalian not letting up one bit.
48,000 point difference at 100 lines in. It's a close one.
Yeah, this is competitive. This is how you want to see the grand finals go down. Decider point. Both players really at great score efficiency. Just a couple of Tetris differences in score.
Nice L-Tuck setup for Somalian there.
Bit.
Ooh, and there's a Vitz
Yeah,
for
Kirby.
Somalian.
Oh wow, they're like vitzing back and forth. What is this? They're trying to make some Game Scout footage here. Boom, simul Tetrises for both players. I'm gonna have to end up saying things like simul Vitz someday. I'm like, what?
Somalian at 502,000 points at 120. Looking absolutely crisp here.
Yeah, transitions coming. Players want to get their boards good right now.
Ooh, a little bit of trouble for Somalian here. Has to put a hole in the stack.
Okay, Kirby scoring a Tetris, now down by 47,000 points. Both at 128 lines, so transition's going to happen with the next Tetris here, or double. So Somalian doubles into transition, sets up
530.
a well.
Oh, Kirby with a misdrop into 19.
A little bit of a mess there, but not too perilous yet.
Still concerning.
Yeah. Gets the right pieces for it.
Somalian, super clean. Tetris ready. Tetris for Somalian.
And
Kirby dangerously high, but nice movement there.
Okay. Yeah, Kirby trying to drill back down.
Kirby hanging on for dear life.
Okay. And LRJ will help. Got it.
Yep, Somalian still playing clean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Somalian continuing to score here. Opens up a lead, 71,000 points. So Kirby's got some catching up to do. And now is open again. So with that mess cleaned up, hoping to score.
All right, 78,000 point difference. It's a few Tetrises.
Yeah, but both
Somalian
players are now
stacking up.
Playing at high speed and
And a
ready
T-over.
to score Tetrises.
Another T-over. Somalian, so aggressive. And it pays
Here
off.
we go.
There's a Tetris.
Simul Tetris. Here we go. This is it. The final stretch.
Level 23. We're halfway through the 19 transition. So Tetrises are starting to get worth closer to 30,000 points here.
Yep. And here we're seeing the best play of the day on the last game. exactly what you want to see grand finals.
Oh, this is a nail biter. Tetris for Somalian.
Kirby smartly
Clean.
burning off there to stay safe.
Right, clean on both sides.
Mm-hmm. And Somalian with another Tetris. Kirby passing up the Tetris, but gets another long bar and scores.
Level 25 now.
87,000 point difference.
Tetris for Somalian.
Somalian with a huge lead now, 118,000 points. It's not insurmountable, but
Nice drop for
is not
Somalian.
letting up.
It's
Okay, so
low,
board
but it should be
state-
fixable.
Kirby's board state is in much better shape.
Oh, but time is running out. Level 26. Remember, 29, the speed will get almost unplayable.
Yeah, kill screens are coming, but only Kirby has knocked the lead down to 58,000 points. So a couple of Tetrises, and the difference could be made up. There's
Somalian's
one.
ready for a Tetris, but gets it. Missed drop for Kirby though. Somalian clean still on 27.
Somalian
It's a
taking
triple
there.
This is down to the wire, folks. Missed drop for Somalian. Can he get the
Adjustment
long
by
bar?
Kirby.
No, goes too far.
Oh, Somalian is in trouble.
Somalian's board is out of control. 27,000
Okay,
point difference.
Kirby has this game to take.
This is less than
Just
Tetris.
need the Tetris.
225. Cannot let 29 hit. Kirby cannot survive past 29. Needs to get this Tetris. Okay,
Hold up
ready?
for
Give the long bar.
Needs
For
the
the
long
win.
bar.
For the tournament.
For the win! Tetris for Kirby. Kirby is your connected 2021 Classic Score Attack Champion.
What a glorious
What a finish
to this
what
tournament.
An end. Both players, both Somalian and Kirby, busting out the best Classic Tetris we've seen played today here in Connected 2021 for the final game. What a way to finish it out. GG's to both players. Wow.
Holy cow. 820,000 to 840,000. Fantastic games from both players, pushing each other to the absolute limit to the bitter end. Holy cow.
Oh, okay.
This is the grand finals reset. The very last chance to take a stand.
Welcome back. So that was a really short break. Happened. It was.
There we go.
Time travels fast here in the Tetris World Championships. Let me tell you, it was just only a couple of years ago when we weren't having double max out, double kill screen. So
Yeah.
gotta be level 29 speeds of awareness, or you'll miss it.
Yeah, and again, I just want to thank everybody for, tuning in, watching some amazing Classic Tetris World Championship action. It's been quite a day already. We've already gotten through the top four. We've gotten to the top four, I should say. So we know who the next matches are going to be coming up. However, before we get to that, obviously, there's been a lot of tragedies here in the Classic Tetris world. One of the main ones that passed away this past year was Pepe. Pepe from the Classic Tetris LATAM community. He was a top 64 player in last year's tournament, and Pepe was the biggest force in Latin American Tetris. He dominated the regional tournaments, representing LATAM greatly in last year's CTWC.
And apparently a great DAS player.
Yeah, he was really creative and innovative with his stacking style. And yeah, as you mentioned, old school DAS player. But more than that, he was a great friend and leader in the LATAM community, always helping people to grow and get better at the game. And to the LATAM community, Juga Tetris Caramba.
Yeah,
and
that's
again, it's something that he used to say, when people were playing, other games, but it's just play some Tetris, play Tetris. So there you go.
yeah. Pepe will be missed.
Yeah. And so let's give a moment of silence for Pepe. Again, a great representative in the LATAM community.
And with that, I'll give one last boom Tetris for Pepe.
Yeah.
As a way to honor Pepe.
Absolutely. And, I'm sure he's excited and ready for this top four, just like the rest of us, watching from above. And we've got, again, look, amazing Tetris matches coming up for you guys. We are in the top four
Top
now.
four
Both
have
of
been
them.
determined.
Yeah, it's going to be rematches in both of them. Joseph going up against Huff, except now this is a rolling Huffaluffagus.
Evolved
And then-
rolling Huff
Yeah.
versus Joseph. Still, now back with a vengeance, number 1 seed.
Mm-hmm. And then on the other side, of course, is going to be, once again, the brother match that was grand finals last year. It is going to be Dog versus Pixel Andy.
Yeah, perhaps the craziest rematch because, last year, that's what determined our winner was this reverse sweep that Dog had to do against Andy. So Andy, every bit capable of taking the whole thing. And I'm sure, whichever of the brothers wins is going to get cheered on by the other to take the whole thing.
Right. Now, remember in the very first match that we saw today, and again, it's just amazing match between Richie and Joseph. But Richie's rolling was really putting a lot of pressure on Joseph. And in fact, it took Richie getting to the kill screen and failing a chase down in game 5 for Joseph to advance. And now he's going up against Huffaluffagus, who, for all intents and purposes, is probably the stronger rolling player here in the top 8. And so this is not,
they both had 1.6s, but Huff had the higher 1.6. So, if it's anyone who could defeat a roller, Joseph has proven that he can do it. So if Joseph is able to pull off this win, he might be known as the Roller Slayer. And that's kind of a cool thing. So we'll see if that motivates Joseph to, use that tapping to play past kill screen.
Yeah, and you can see the players on your screen right now, ready to go, ready to play. And
once again, I'll say that, Joseph was really the innovator and was setting all those world records, being able to use hyper tapping to get into the levels, 30 and above.
And it's so interesting because, as we said, Joseph now a veteran here. Basically, this is his 5th CTWC, first showing up in 2016, I believe it was. And when he showed up, he was kind of the young gun, mastering. Obviously, we had players like Corian and other hyper tappers, but Joseph kind of was the young gun coming in to shake things up. And
I think he started playing in 2016, but entered in 2017 and was the one to shake things up.
Gotcha. And he is now the one that might be getting challenged here by Huffaluffagus with the rolling.
Yeah. And
so
I believe
2018 was the first time he was there. Okay, yeah. You're right. That's right. This is his 4th CTWC because he won his first 2. And then lost in the 3rd one. That's right. So this is his 4th time. That is correct. And so here we go. You see the players getting up here, ready to go, ready to play.
Yep, Joseph getting his last few messages in. Make sure everything's all set up and stable going into this important match. Huff being the one to emerge victorious in their last championship meeting.
All right.
But yeah, Joseph games coming into this super solid, and we are, kind of looking forward to seeing more double kill screen, double max out play, and play into the post 29.
All right, here we go. And you can see both players are ready. The countdown has begun. This is to determine who gets into grand finals. Is it going to be the veteran, Joseph?
1, Tetris.
Or is it going to be Huff? Again, both of these players here finishing in the top 5 last year. Joseph tied for 5th place. Huff tied for 3rd place last year.
Yeah, so definitely wanting to improve their standing here and get into the top 2 this year. They're one step away with only each other being in the way.
And there you go, Boom Tetris. Yeah, for Huff.
Yeah. Joseph, clean playfield, Huff having to do some burning.
Yep, set himself an LJ requirement, but there he got it. So now he's looking actually for the L. Wasn't quite getting the L. Is he going to set him? Okay, there you go. Yeah, didn't want to give himself a double eyepiece dependency.
Yeah.
But now an awkward situation. There we go. Fine. Oh, actually, okay. I see what he's trying to do. That was really smart.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing the differences in Joseph's and Huff's stack. Joseph didn't really have to burn much at all thus far. That's
and again,
the difference in score.
For those who are tuning in, they are getting the same pieces. So that aspect of RNG is not a factor here. And again, it's just having this lead of 93% here, the Tetris rate, so important. Starting off with a 93% rate is going to be wonderful for Joseph here if he can try to maintain this. But again, it's still very early. They're only at line 32. So Huff is definitely going to be able to bring his Tetris rate really, really far up if he can play clean from this point forward.
But you can tell Joseph is focused and really looking to maximize every line possible. That's the only way you can get Tetris rates this high, even early on. Not willing to take those burns.
Better be well rested as well, because I believe he just got up from a nap. So
doesn't seem to be affecting his performance. This is as good as it gets.
Yep. Just needs to set himself a Tetris on that column 9, drops the eyepiece there, second eyepiece, boom, Tetris for Joseph, and boom, Tetris for Huff. As you can see, Huff bringing that Tetris rate all the way up to 72% already.
Yeah, catching up just a bit here. Joseph did take a couple of burns. And a triple there.
And boom, Tetris for Huff. And we see Joseph now at a point where he's Tetris ready. He's going to be able to drop that boom Tetris for Joseph. Yeah, some pieces here that you can see the head shake from Joseph.
Just some dependencies forming. Nothing too serious yet.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about watching Joseph is, how emotive he is while playing.
Yeah. And one thing I'd like to express is that some of our best performances have been when the player who's having the most fun is playing, and Joseph definitely enjoying this match here.
And look at this. Huff has actually surpassed Joseph in the Tetris rate now. So he's at 73%. Joseph is at 70%. Obviously, that means that they're neck and neck, but with that little bit of a rough start there, Joseph was not able to build a big enough lead, but of course was only just a small little hiccup for Huff.
Yeah, it was really just some burns here and there, and now they're optimizing so much with every line clear that even just a few singles and a triple are going to make the difference now at this level of play.
Take a look at Huffaluffagus' camera over there. You can see the rolling technique here. Playing with the controller upside down, having his thumb basically on the precipice of pressing the button down. So whenever he hits the bottom of the controller, he's actually pushing the D-pad into his thumb with each of those each of the fingers that he's rolling. And so if you need to move it 3 spaces, you just roll with 3 fingers. If you need to move it 4, you go with 4. And so it's a really efficient way to move the pieces exactly how far you want it to go.
Okay, Huff with a A lot of delayed burning happening here. Gonna have to take a double.
Oh yeah, actually he can't even get the dirty Tetris here. That's gonna be actually that worked out really well for him. If he can just get that J piece now. There it is, triple, and he's back open.
And Joseph needing to do the same on his field. Getting it done. Both players looking to score again.
Yep, so Joseph with a slight increase in the lead now. You can see 75 to 68%, but again, nothing that's even substantial enough. Because boom, Tetris for Huff, you can see it's basically tied.
Yep, basically neck and neck. And transitions coming in the next 10 lines. Will that play a factor?
Yeah, but of course, as soon as they get to 130 lines, that's going to transition over to level 19, which is considerably faster.
And players probably want to get their play fields at least manageable. They're in good shape now. Okay, Huff, first to go to level 19 transition.
Yeah, and again, you know, using the rolling technique, you can see how quickly the pieces slide over. Look how fast that eyepiece just shot over to the right. You'll see it again. There you go.
Boom, Tetris for Joseph. Neck and neck.
It's crazy to think that we could ever see something that makes hypertapping look kind of slow.
And even the fact that Joseph is taking up rolling in a way, you know, experimenting with it, seeing if it's for him, that's a testament to how powerful rolling is.
Yeah. Okay. Gonna go for a burn. Waiting. Look at this 22 piece route. Yeah.
34 on Huff's side.
Ooh,
and yeah, Joseph having to wait too.
Puck there. And now finally the long piece shows up, but both players going through that drought.
Yeah, so Joseph behind in lines a bit, so he has a little bit more time than the scores may indicate.
So here we go. Hufflepuffus has officially taken the lead, but barely. Oh man, all these matches are going to be so ridiculously close.
Yeah, and you love to see it. You love to see the top players pushing each other to break their own limits, and that's how we get records broken and amazing Tetris on display here. Boom, Tetris for Huff.
That first match between Joseph and Richie was just...
Oh, Joseph passing up the Tetris to keep the playfield level.
That's what you can do with hypertapping. It's one of the big advantages. There you go, not quite set up for a Tetris. Huff right now needs to get to column 2 and 3. Because see, column 3 is still slightly, but oh no, I think that might have been too many.
Wanted the long bar, yeah. Maybe just a crack in the armor of rolling there. Boom, Tetris for Huff. Nothing major, but if that's what caused it.
Yeah, that's going to allow Joseph to get the lead again. But again, you know, it's scary to say that Joseph, who was the pioneer of one of the pioneers of hypertapping, first people to get to ridiculous levels of, beyond the kill screen. But he may have the disadvantage here if he can't get a significant lead. That might mean that Huff can survive long enough during the kill screen to overtake Joseph.
But even then, Joseph being a player who can survive on kill screen as well.
Right, that's
neck and neck. Okay, max out for Joseph. You're on level 27, and Huff's looking to max out too.
As soon as we get a long bar, if it comes, where's that long? There it is, and max out.
Max out, and Joseph getting another Tetris. So Joseph being up by 1 Tetris now. So close.
Okay, gave himself 2 long
Joseph
bars.
doing it again. Boom, Tetris for Joseph. Passing up on the Tetris. Boom, Tetris for Joseph again. Super aggressive. Which is what you need to do. Bits on level 28 for Joseph.
But here's a problem right now. He's got... Oh, God, that was nice. He's
1 line away from hitting transition. Okay, he needs another log bar. Is it going to come? And he has to take the line clear. And Huff is in position to chase down only 20,000 points.
Like I said, this is the difference right here. This is the difference. This is something that Joseph never had to worry about before. Normally, in any other year, I think he'd have already won. Can Huff? Oh my God! Did you see squeezing that piece in there?
It might be singles on kill screen here. Double.
That is it.
That's gonna do it. Huff's gonna take it with the singles post kill screen play. And yeah, Joseph was really holding out for that longbow, wanting to get that last Tetris. But maybe the strat is to survive at the kill screen and seeing what happens with your opponent, because we know that Joseph can hang at least somewhat here post 29. So
and
we'll
again,
see what happens this round.
This is just an indication. Again, we were talking about this, from the Richie match that, this was, I felt like was the determining factor. And again, it was just Richie, losing it at the very end there on the chase down. But he definitely had the ability to do this to Joseph as well. And look at this. Huff is still going, and he is just in a zone. No reason to stop.
After 29. And the thing is, Joseph, if you look at his setup, was playing aggressively for Tetris. He wanted like a kill. He wanted the Tetris to score high enough, but you can't do that to a roller. And that's what we're seeing on display here. It's better to survive and see what your chances are and maybe out-survive with singles. But the scores themselves weren't that far apart. It's just a matter of knowing the outcome and being able to adjust to it in real time.
Dude, level 36 there for Huff. And he was the one that got the level 41 earlier in the tournament as well.
Yeah, so even if Joseph got that last Tetris, it wouldn't have been a kill shot. It would not have. Yeah, so yeah, maybe Joseph will adapt and adjust to accommodate for seeing what happens in post 29. Get that stack in order for the second transition.
I mean, they are all talking about this. A lot of the interviews that we have there, you can basically tell they're kind of hinting that they're going to be moving to rolling in the future. We've seen Joseph practice with the rolling. So he even is, who is one of the premier hyper tappers in the world, is going to be potentially transitioning to rolling as well. I feel like it's very similar to the way that hyper tapping kind of overshadowed Daz, and I feel like that's kind of happening with rolling versus hyper tapping.
I'm actually excited to see it, and I am just so I love seeing players, even if something like rolling comes up, they'll challenge themselves and try to take it up. They'll try to learn and evolve as the game progresses. And Joseph isn't comfortable to sit on his laurels, is trying rolling. So I'm excited to see, will he become a hybrid? Will he switch between tapping and rolling, or will he go all rolling like Huff is now?
Man, these droughts, early droughts here for the players. We've been seeing a lot of droughts recently. No, I mean, not even recent, just throughout today, we've just been seeing a lot of droughts.
Yeah. But it's up to the player to manage their stack and be able to survive and score as well as possible, given the piece set.
Yeah, Joseph shaking his head, but what a clean burn right there to get himself situated back for the Tetris. But again, look at what's happening to Huff right now. He's getting hit a little bit by that drought as well. But oh man, perfect timing for that eyepiece to clear it out. He's Tetris ready, and boom, Tetris for Huff.
Boom, Tetris for Joseph. We are neck and neck.
Yep.
100,000 points in.
Both of them at basically the same amount of lines as well. Boom. Tetris for Joseph, which means the eyepiece should be coming for Huff pretty soon.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Huff, Huff might be ahead a little bit. Yes, he is. Oh, beautiful clean from Huff.
Doesn't get closer than this. Beautiful setups. Neck and neck. Boom, Tetris for Joseph. Evening it up. 380 points difference.
Joseph, nice. Saw the eyepiece coming, so he set the T-piece perfectly for the eyepiece to fit right in there. But he's got himself a staircase and a sawtooth situation, which isn't optimal. There we go. Cleaned it up. There we go. And boom, Tetris for Joseph. Huff right now trying to get the Tetris as well. Himself set up with a huge staircase.
Yeah, finally deviating from being aggressive and taking that double and a single there.
Man, 16 line drought. So I think this is the same drought Joseph is going to run into right now. So yeah, Joseph is going to go for some burning. And there's finally the eyepiece, a little too late, but another one right afterwards. Boom, Tetris for Joseph. And again, players neck and neck. However, Huff doing some cleaning now.
Yeah, that's going to take a few burns, and any score difference here will allow Joseph to take the lead even further. He's up by 1 Tetris now, and now 2.
Beautiful pieces for Huff.
Yep.
Going to allow
Huff
himself
clean
to
again.
burn through there. Yep.
Adjustment there to accommodate the J.
Oof. Okay. Building up a nice little spire there in the middle, which is never pleasant to have to deal with. If you can find a piece to tuck in there, but they aren't giving it. Okay, finally, you got the piece to
Welcoming the box.
Yeah.
Kind of like getting that Amazon delivery.
Oh man. And
good double.
Joseph also having to do a little bit of cleaning. Okay. But has to get another J piece, or the I piece will help, and then the J piece. There you go. And there we go. Opens the stack up. But he's shaking his head, but Huff has definitely had to go through a little bit of the same drought. And so they're both still extremely neck and neck, because he's 63% versus 61%.
Yep. And only 1,000-point difference, mainly.
and again, this is tough, because keeping pace is bad for Joseph.
Yeah, he wants to be ahead. But they're maximizing so much here. Where do you go from this, right? This is max out pace already, and I guess we'll see after transition, because that's where more crazy things happen after you hit level 19.
It's weird, because a lot of the times when we were commentating Joseph versus Jonas long time ago, we were saying that it almost feels like Jonas has to hope for a top out from Joseph, and I almost feel like that's kind of a similar situation, that Joseph needs an early top out from Huff. Because if Huff can keep surviving this and then just getting those singles at the end, that little slight difference will always be able to overcome a close game.
But I think after the last outcome, just survival. I mean, you can't play over aggressive and top out. Joseph's best chance is for Huff to top out first, and then for Joseph to know how much aggression to throttle to try to get the kill Tetris at the end, or to survive on his own, making whatever lines he can post 29, because he can.
All right,
boom Tetris for Joseph. Now transition. Both players. Huff with a slight lead. Oh, neck and neck.
Yeah, neck and neck right now. And oh man, Huff in an awkward situation. I like that burn, but he needs something on column 10 now. There he goes. Gets it in there. Perfectly done again. The rolling, you just see that eyepiece just basically teleports over to the side. It's so fast. How fast the rolling gets the pieces over there.
Just such good stacking on both these screens. Just look at that management and building for best piece accommodation. It's mesmerizing.
Yeah, it's one of the things that makes it so that, even casual Tetris players will come and watch this, and they're just blown away by this level. Everybody's played this game. There's barely a human who has not touched Tetris before. And so you will see the level of play from these players, and you're just I can't even see what's happening. Oh, perfect pieces for Joseph. But now he just needs another eyepiece. There you go. Boom, Tetris.
Back and forth. So neck and neck this entire match. Boom, Tetris. Joseph.
This late in the game, that 71 versus 60% lead is actually a little more significant. But again, with the way that Huff can survive. Oh no!
And Joseph with a misdrop. Nothing he can't handle, but it's so critical now. Every single burn. Good resolve. And it's clean again. Boom Tetris for Joseph. And Huff looking really clean now too.
Yeah, 68 versus 65%. But again, is that enough? Huff needs something to tuck in there. Oh, a misdrop from Huff.
There. He's probably going to want to lower the right side to make that burnable.
There we go. Gets the T piece.
But that's going to allow Joseph to take a slight lead. And, Huff probably wants to survive to get to the part where rolling will play the bigger factor.
Really bad RNG there for Huff.
Ooh. Huff getting up high. Good dig.
Yeah, he's going to be able to keep digging. He's going to still be able to keep digging. No, he couldn't get the piece over there.
He peeled off his left. So Joseph is going to take that round. Very, very close game. Super neck and neck, like you said, James.
Oh, man. Oh.
Wow.
And
this is what it all comes down to. This is what we were here for. These really close matches between the top level players playing their best Tetris.
Yeah, so you saw that as soon as Joseph knew he won that. There was the quick fist pump there. You can see full of energy and full of life.
Definitely happy with that. Happy with his performance there. But really, both players just so efficient and wonderful stacking. Just if you want to watch good stacking, that's going to be another one to replay for the ages.
Yeah, I mean, these are great matches, for both of these players playing so efficiently to just go back and study and watch where their decisions are, what decision making they are using for their pieces.
Yeah.
It's so beautiful how
already I know this is going to be, people are going to talk about this match in the future because it's just so iconic. You have a former world champion and really just, evolving player in Huff. Being a tapper, going to being a roller, and being this like the first massive test of, a veteran versus the new play style in action when it counts.
Yeah, but again, one of the main things here is that I feel like Joseph has to kind of almost rely on Huff topping out because that's what happened there, right? That's kind of the situation. Had Huff been able to keep up with that whole entire situation and get himself to the kill screen or the thrill screen, as it were, it would have been a little bit harder for Joseph. But I got to tell you, man, one of my favorite things again about Joseph, look at the smile on his face. He is just having so much fun. And I love that.
I love that too. Just ever since seeing him enter, it's always been that way.
Yep. Since the beginning.
Okay, Huff stacking up high, looking really good there. Oh, takes a triple before the Tetris.
Yeah, but he's Tetris ready again and still at 72%. And again, that's just early on. This will bring him all the way up to 80%, as you can see how quickly the percentage has changed this early on. Interesting choice to put that piece all the way over there on the left, but he finally clears it out. Now here comes a drought that's coming in.
Oh, Huff taking another triple. Yeah, the drought, having to deal with it.
Yeah, both players right now are just like, come on, drought.
Triple. I'm just wondering, okay, so Max Out Club usually can determine when, Tetrises are made and other types of line clears. I wonder if it's possible to make like a Tetris torture trainer, which if you make a single, double, or a triple, it electric shocks you.
Stop giving Mizuguchi any ideas here.
oh no! Do you know about the synesthesia suit for Rez?
Wait, which one?
A suit. Okay, so for Rez Infinite, he made a suit that actually has game feedback. And it doesn't cause you pain. It's supposed to cause you pleasure. With the music and stuff. So,
yeah, on the Xbox.
Mizuguchi does have the technology to do this, and he has made suits that are interactive.
Dude,
That's
on the Xbox 360, you could actually use 4 controllers and put them in your pockets and stuff, and they would all shake as you played.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh man. Yeah, we're gonna see Tetris Effect shocking version coming up next. So yeah,
and also our community is just so incredibly talented and gifted. We have a lot of tools to help, with hyper tapping speed and line clear trainers and transition trainers and things like that. I don't know. Maybe they can get to it to make that shock trainer. Punish you for taking that triple.
Oh man. But here we go. You can see Huff now building a lead here, getting a higher Tetris rate than Joseph. While we were busy talking about the shock version of Tetris here. And yeah, Joseph being forced to do a couple of burns is playing a little bit safe because he just knows these droughts are brutal right now. So he's been playing a little bit safer than I feel like I'm used to seeing Joseph. Again, Joseph was the one who was always the aggressor when he was going up against Jonas, and now I feel like he's almost feeling like he has to play it a little safe here because, you know, he's not going to outpace Huff.
Mm-hmm. I think survival's the key, really. Just staying alive, seeing what happens to Huff, and adjusting on the fly. And Huff, for his strategy, also, you know, needs to survive to get to post 29, where rolling is a bigger factor.
Yeah, you see a lot of head shakes from Joseph right now. He is definitely not getting the best of pieces. And again, it's not usually a problem. They can usually manage. Normally, we would be saying, okay, he got through there and still at a 64%. But his opponent right now is sitting at 78%. And so that kind of a little bit of a dry spell right there is enough to potentially make it so that you can't win anymore. But now Huff needing to find, okay, perfect. And there we go. Boom, Tetris for Huff.
Yep. So Joseph, just behind by a couple of Tetrises. And, you know, I think level 19, with a 19 to 29 Tetris score increasing, even if you have, you know, a couple of Tetrises deficit going into it, that could be made up depending on how the pace changes after transition. And we're about 20-ish lines away, 25 lines away from transition.
It's just so crazy when you watch Huff's screen, how much, you know, with him playing with rolling, it just looks like modern Tetris with the auto daz, you know, throwing things all the way to the side almost instantaneously. It looks the same with how fast he's able to slide these pieces over.
Yeah.
All right. A little bit of
burns for Huff.
Yeah. Yeah, he keeps having to block that column 3 and kind of almost saw a mini head shake from Huff that time.
I think he was considering maybe using the well, but it just didn't form right for that. Takes the triple.
So this is important now for Joseph here to try to catch up. Even after that, you know, he's still behind in percentages, but barely.
So Huff hitting level 19 transition. And Joseph hitting transition with a really nice clean board.
Yeah.
Has space to lay that long bar flat.
Okay, here we go. This is a situation now where Huff needs to... Okay, there we go. Perfect. His board is clean and clear now. But even then, he's still not going too greedy. Oh, Joseph, yeah, I can't get the Tetris just yet. He's going to be able to get it on that one. Boom, Tetris for Joseph. Huff, boom, Tetris for Huff. Back and forth and back. Look at this 4,000, basically 5,000 points was separating them. Look at this. Oh, man. And again, as frightening enough as it is to say they have the same Tetris rates, but this being neck and neck like this does not favor Joseph.
Well, we'll see if Joseph adjusts and stacks safely to survive into 29.
Yeah, well, they're still at the beginning right here. A long way to go before they get to 29. Anything can happen at this point.
Yeah.
And anyone can get a random top out just
so
from
yeah,
one
they just need to
misdrop.
maintain the aggression enough to keep up, but stay alive to let it play out to it, because you just don't like here. It almost feels like at this state of Tetris proficiency, like topping out here is like an early top out at this point.
Yeah.
19 is the new 18.
Dude, all the definitions have changed. Kill screen's not a kill screen anymore. You know, Tetris rate being 60% isn't good enough anymore. We've seen so many players lose with 60% Tetris rates. Oh, Joseph, yeah, you can see how aggressive he's playing. He's not going for burns.
Boom, Tetris for Joseph. And look, neck and neck still.
Yeah,
okay,
look
Joseph
at this.
finally up ahead by 1. But that's not much here at this point.
Yeah, with the amount of singles that Huff can get during the kill screen.
Okay, Joseph with max out there on level 26. So, amazing scores coming here. Huff
amazing
nearly
how
maxed
much
out.
getting a max out. Before we used to say max out, and like kind of with this intonation that they're guaranteed to win now.
Nope, not even the case anymore. And boom, Tetris for Huff, max out. 102. And Joseph with another Tetris, 1.1 million. Here we go.
Okay, Huff, Tetris ready again. Boom, Tetris for Huff. Nice little adjustment for Joseph at the last second. Neck and neck.
Neck and neck, going into skill screen. Boom, Tetris for Joseph.
Just 5
Huff
more
with a
lives.
gap. Huff super aggressive. Boom, Tetris for Huff.
This is what Huff wants to see. This is what he wants to do. He wants to be able to survive through this. He's going to get a triple
9 lines for Joseph. Okay, Huff into kill screen. Joseph Tetrising into kill screen. 124. So Joseph is now safe on kill screen, and Huff actually gives it up. And Joseph takes that one now with the level 29 into level 30 play. It is time for Joseph to do some mullining now and strike fear into the heart of his competition by playing after the kill screen.
Yeah, showing, you know what? Go ahead and use your rolling. I've got my hyper tapping. Look at that.
This is Joseph Saley, the innovator of post-kill screen play, the original player to break all those records, level 33, level 34, back when those records were being broken on practically a daily basis. On display here by two-time world champion Joseph Saley. GG's.
Level 32, going up 2-1 over Huffaluffagus. Again, last year's tied for third place with Nenu.
And will you believe that the roller Huffaluffagus fighting for his tournament life against the two-time CTWC world champion Joseph Saley? Wow.
1.1, not enough. 68% Tetris rate, not enough. This is the kind of level that we are expecting here. This was set up in the first game between Joseph and Richie, and what we were going to expect for today. Look at the kind of matches that we are having. Just taking it to the limit.
Yeah, this is I knew this was going to be a memorable matchup, and it's not even over yet. And this is going to be one for the replay reels. Game Scout is going to have a field day with this. I just love it.
But it's crazy. Can you imagine Joseph going down in 5th place last year, seeming like it was time for the younger generation to even pass him up? Because, he still kind of counts as the younger generation. But can you imagine?
I don't know. Torches officially passed from Jonas Neubauer to Joseph Saley.
Mm-hmm.
So the most veteran here.
Yep.
Against the new blood in Huff, representing rolling, the last shining hope of rolling. Joseph hoping to make rolling look like Das here as the roller slayer.
Right. And then the craziest thing about that, though, is that can you imagine 4th year to get into grand finals? He would be in grand finals 3 out of 4 years with all these players stepping up and challenging, and with even these new techniques. It would be almost unprecedented for him to be able to pull that off.
Yeah. Okay, so some burns by Joseph early on. Boom Tetris for Huff. Boom Tetris for Joseph.
Huff with a
just
needing
a tuck.
to clean up here. Yeah. And actually beautifully handled. All right. But still needs to get something into column 8. Column 8 is where the problem is. Yeah, he's going for the double line bar. Still maintaining that. Yeah, he's giving up the chase because look at this drought. Look at
No
this
vid
drought.
for Huff.
Yeah.
That's going to be a lot of burns.
Yep. But again, still very early on. Kind of similar to how Huff started last time, and he was able to catch all the way up and even take the lead against Joseph. But he keeps getting the exact backwards piece of what he needs. That's what it feels like the RNG likes to do to you.
Joseph now taking a sneeze break.
So we got water from dog side, and now Joseph with the sneeze break.
That could be Huff's chance to catch up. Nope, Joseph maintaining composure and hitting another Tetris there.
All right, setting up a LJ requirement. Now just a J requirement for Joseph. Oh, there it is. Finally gets it.
But you know, it's best that Joseph gets his sneezes out now because you don't want that to happen post 29.
Oh man, it's true. Got these players who are maybe Joseph is allergic to rolling or something.
Well, he's taking it up, so that could
Yeah.
form some countermeasure.
Wow, look how aggressive Joseph is playing. Yeah, it came at the wrong time. But again, this is the kind of play that these two are forcing out of each other. They know they have to play super aggressive. And as much as Huff has had to spend cleaning up all the way up to above 50. Don't worry, guys. We got
Drought
this.
here. Okay, let's see how they handle this drought. Or Joseph's still in it.
Go.
Problem.
And perfect timing. Boom, Tetris for Joseph. Which means the long bar should be coming for Huff as well very soon. Where is it? There it is.
Boom, Tetris for Huff. Neck and neck. What you want to see. Boom, Tetris for Joseph.
Joseph. I mean, look at this. Both of them with such clean play fields.
Mm-hmm. I mean, both these players are just really playing clean, best Tetris. Pretty much possible. Yeah, that nice tuck. Boom, Tetris for Huff.
You know, there's a way to build your stack that you know it can always be fixed. And these players are so good at doing that. And then, they know which pieces are going to solve that situation. And they have it all set up and ready to go, as you just saw from Joseph right there with the double T tuck, which was just, it's so beautiful.
Yep, that's what makes up a player's moveset. They know the possibilities and throwing down pieces so that they have the most vast array of possibilities to solve them is a way to go.
Yeah, bad timing for a couple of O pieces right there from Joseph, but able to handle it like a champ, like a pro, of course.
Stacking up so high.
Wow! He's playing so risky, but it's going to work out and pay off for him.
Yeah, really aggressive play by Huff there, and he's able to catch up and score.
Yeah, but he's ahead by 7 lines.
Yeah. So it's not that big of a...
So technically, Joseph still has the lead.
Yeah, some lines to give.
Okay. Yeah, Joseph having to build an...
Oh, nice. He saw that coming, the long bar, to clear that out, so he knew that covering the well would unsolve with that long bar. Oh, having to take a triple there.
Now Huff is in a winning situation. But he's getting the long bars that he needs at least to get that playfield great. Unfortunately, he can't get Tetrises off of them. But still, oh no. No, this is not the right time for an LJ burst.
Coming. So Huff probably wants to get his board in better shape. Okay, he opens it up. And we'll be able to get a Tetris if the long bar comes.
Yeah, that's why he's not trying to burn right now.
Okay,
there we go. Transition. And he's going to be able to clean out here. But now he's down to a 58%. Joseph, on the other hand, 67% on transition.
Yeah, this is still a really good close game.
Yeah, with the way, again, that Huff can play post-kill screen, this lead might still not even be enough for Joseph. He's having to do some burning himself now. Yeah, sets himself for a tuck, but where is that J piece? Or that right there.
Nice spin from Joseph.
Yep.
Just so precise.
Now he needs something over there on the right. How is he going to play this out? Doesn't go for the burn. Goes for the burn right there. So many head shakes from Joseph.
He's doing great. I'm not sure what there's a head shake about. Boom Tetris for Joseph again. Super aggressive, just raining down the Tetrises.
Oh, what a sequence of pieces for Joseph. That was perfect. To get him almost.
And yeah, look at this lead now, almost 120,000. So Joseph in great shape in the post 19 game. Huff, actually doing well, but the lead has been growing just from those few burns here and there. Boom Tetris for Huff.
All right, Huff now set up for another Tetris, waiting for that long bar, but of course here comes a drought. Choosing again not to burn, had a burn opportunity. There we go. Okay.
Off the top. Definitely the right thing to do there. Okay,
Finally.
hold it out. Boom, Tetris for Huff.
Yeah, now he actually needs a J piece, or the I piece will do it. And look at this, boom, Tetris for Huff. Beautiful stuff.
So yeah, Joseph had to take a few burns there, nothing too major, but is able to keep his playfield clean. So clean. This is such a great match. Boom, Tetris for Joseph. It's like you can't look at both screens at the same time and appreciate the solves that we're seeing.
Right? Uh-oh, okay. Now Joseph, unfortunately, needs to burn a lot off of that right side.
Got it. You got it.
Yeah, but he's down to 67%.
Yeah.
I make that sound like a bad number.
But what might end up happening is, Joseph was playing on kill screen last game, so they're both able to throw down in the post 29. We may see a post 29 showdown between these Tetris Titans. Wow, nice spin by Joseph. Nice tuck. Look at that maneuverability.
Yeah, but this is a problem. He's got a really, really ugly board right now. He might be able to survive, but what he's got to do to clean this is going to be... Oh, that was so nice. Oh, what a smart decision.
Huff looking good now with a clean board.
Yeah,
starting to rain down Tetrises and has caught up in score. Ooh, Joseph fighting for his life here. Probably wants to get his board in shape no matter what. Survive. Ooh, nice spin. Kill screen's coming. Let's see if Joseph can burn back down and get back into safety. Huff has taken the lead slightly. It's not insurmountable, but it's going to take the post 29 play. And Joseph is on 227 lines. Really needs that Tetris. Okay, he's got a Tetris into... Okay, he needs to get another long bar in there. Takes a triple. Now it's just a matter of survival. Can he burn down on 29 enough to maintain the lead?
It's going to be the same thing
Very
again.
Small lead.
It's going to be a chase down on level 31. And Huff just getting the singles, the doubles.
And yeah, we're seeing history repeat itself. And we're just a few lines away from knowing.
Oh, 860 points. There it is! And Huff.
And that means we are going to be seeing a decider between these two superstars. Wow.
Decider. This is, again, like I said, that last sequence right there from Joseph, where he had to do all those burns at the top of the screen, may have cost him, but maybe not, because look at this. Huff is still going.
Still going. They've been trading back and forth, the mullining here.
This is... I don't want to call it unfair, because like it's so crazy how these players
Joseph has to walk away. He's just the carnage is too much.
This is filthy. Just what you can do with this rolling is so potent. He's still going level 36. Again, we saw him get to level 41 earlier today, and now he's just going for triples. This is, again, the reason why they do this is to practice, to make sure that they're in shape in case that they need to do this to win. So he's going to keep playing this way just to make sure he's in shape for this.
Yep, and getting that momentum going into the next round is always good.
Yeah, and Joseph is just thinking to himself, man, what do I have to do to beat these kids? I don't even think
to be on the receiving end of that.
Yeah,
it's only been a couple of years, I
don't even think he's that much younger than, older than Huff, right?
Oh, Huff almost making the Tetris. Oh my goodness. That Tetris. even after kind of hanging the long bar there. Yeah.
Level 40. When he got that Tetris, you just saw Joseph going like, what the heck, man? Oh boy. And one of the craziest things about that, what a lot of people don't realize is obviously rolling is really fast and it's going to get you the hits really, really quickly. But you also have to learn to time the first hits of your finger, like literally right when the piece comes in. So there's this rhythm, this timing that you have to be able to roll in there. And I don't know how they do this because, again, I haven't tried rolling myself, but we talked about why you favor the eyepiece going to the right, why you put the well on the right. You have to 5-tap to get the eyepiece all the way to the left. So I don't know how you would do that with rolling because, most of the players are just using the 4 fingers. I'm not sure how that works. I'm gonna have to sit down and try to practice rolling at some point in time to get some better insight in this. But again, 2-2, we are going to the decider. Look at the effort that Joseph has to put out just to be able to win. Like I said, if Huff does not top out, I don't know. Can Jonas win?
We're gonna see. It's all come down to this, where they're coming into a crash course into each other here. A decider. 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris! And this is going to be the final game in this match between Joseph and Huff. Will Joseph become the roller slayer, or will Huff take this into the top 2 for the first time?
And just really show everybody the power of
solidifying that power of rolling.
Yeah, he already has shown people what the power of rolling is, but like you said, solidifying it is a good way to describe it. Yeah. Whoops. Even Joseph just going like, come on, man. But you can see what it's doing. He has to kind of second guess himself because he's like, should I aggressive, safe? And like it's not a clear conclusion anymore, even at level 18.
Yep, and Huff playing super solid now. 88% Tetris rate.
Yeah, it's so funny, the contrast between these two players. You can see the way, what is happening to Joseph right now? Not like this. But the stark contrast between these players, how Joseph is just, like I said, so emotive, and Huff is like, he's like the Terminator here, just expressionless, in for the kill.
Yeah, it's working out. Okay, Joseph almost back into safety here.
Oh, I'm surprised he didn't drop the
I'm surprised he didn't, put the eye there to facilitate the burn.
Yeah, as a result, he is having to do some longer status burning over here. Okay, finally getting that gap open, but where's the eye? Oh boy. Oh, perfect. Perfect. All right, but again, this is bad news for Joseph. The amount of efficiency that he's losing in this situation. He's going to get out of this as, expected. But look at this.
Losing pace that much, you're almost forcing yourself to rely on your opponent topping out. So hopefully you'll be able to get back on pace here. Huff, meanwhile, 85% Tetris rate. It's been banging them down. Hasn't let up one bit.
It's crazy, but does that change anything for Joseph? Because he has to kind of rely on his opponent topping out no matter what. It almost feels like
consistency, is still a virtue here in 2021. So even if you have a bad Tetris rate and you survive more than your opponent has a bad game and you happen to survive even though you don't have the highest score on the game that they top out, you will still win.
Mm-hmm. Oh, great, beautiful micro adjustments. Again, I always felt like, when I first joined this community, Jonas was the master of those micro adjustments. But you can see so many of the players able to just do that on the fly all the time as well now.
Yeah. I mean, actually, that's part of the next level, 4-dimensional level thinking outside of the blocks.
All right, Huff now still sitting at that 83% rate. All right, there we go. Boom Tetris for Huff. And again, the crazy thing is, if you're Huff, like I almost feel like you can play a little calmly now. You know, you can just kind of take your time. I don't think he can play safe, but playing safe might be the right choice for him, because if he has this lead and he can maintain this and get all the way to kill screen and turn it into
has come back a bit. Yeah, Joseph has improved the efficiency. What he needs to do is really kind of button down and not been taking any unnecessary burns. So the gap is closing. Huff up by about 2.5 Tetrises now.
Yeah. All right, boom, Tetris for Joseph. And again, at this point in time, it's just like I'm so mesmerized watching this and seeing what's unfolding here. 80% Tetris rate for Huff. He is just looking so calm and collected right now. Not that if he was ever in a panic situation, I think we would ever even see a change of expression on his face.
Yep. That's just how Huff rolls.
Yeah.
Boom Tetris for Joseph. Boom Tetris for Huff. And that about 60,000 point differential is gonna stay this way probably into transition here, coming soon.
But a little bit awkward right now for Huff.
Yeah, a bit of a spire in the middle.
And a lot of LJ dependencies right now. So he needs an eyepiece there. He needs an
He might
eyepiece.
go aggressive with
Get
the
a
center
dirty
well.
Tetris.
Dirty center well possible, and there it is. Boom
My.
Tetris for Huff. That kind of aggression. Joseph hitting transition now. 559,000 points. It's a good transition score, but Huff is still ahead.
Yeah. Even to be able to get a Tetris in that situation, just amazing.
Boom Tetris for Joseph. Boom Tetris for Huff. Here we go. Now the deficit reduced to only about 38,000 points.
And Joseph needing to find something to drop over there. Okay, finally gets the piece that he needed.
Oh, boom Tetris for Joseph. We're about to see a lead change if Joseph can get another Tetris before Huff does, but Huff hits it first.
Man, I can't believe Joseph is actually catching up. He's getting there.
Having to do some burns, but does it as efficiently as you can with that setup. Nice.
All right.
Boom
Ooh,
Tetris for Joseph.
simul Tetris. But Joseph is ahead in lines, only by one. But he's still down by one Tetris, but it's only one Tetris now. But again, is that going to be enough? Can he do this without having Huff top out? Oh, he's saving up
Joseph
for that.
taking that tuck, super aggressive. Very good. Boom Tetris for Joseph.
I can't believe Joseph is
Yep.
getting away with that that situation. Boom.
What you got to do, super aggressive play.
Yep. There's no holding back.
And Huff has not let up one bit. They are both neck and neck. Going to level 24, 840,000 points versus 852,000 points.
Okay, set up for a Tetris is Joseph and Huff. Huff, had to block that, but not going to be a problem.
Created
Cool.
a couple of holes.
Yeah, and now Huff.
Yeah, have a few burns.
Yeah.
But we are still neck and neck score-wise. They both have the same number of lines practically.
And Joseph actually tying it up now. But again, that kill screen. Huff wants to get that in there nice. And he's going to get a boom Tetris for Huff.
Boom Tetris
Look
for
at this.
Joseph.
Transitioning at practically at the exact same time.
Okay, max out for Joseph.
It's crazy. Like I said,
Maybe
how
another
max
one of these
outs
games, pushing each
are
other to the
almost
limit.
Not enough.
Ooh, nice line burn there.
Yeah.
Trying to keep the playfield safe.
Oh, this is tough. Oh, no.
Joseph with some dependencies.
Oh
Oh,
no, that's gonna be a hard situation for
hard
Joseph to get
decision.
out of. That might do it.
Can he survive? Oh,
It's
and
not
Joseph
gonna happen.
cuts out. Huff is going to take it and advance into the top 2. Oh my goodness.
Hufflepuff is gonna take it from a missed drop from
Oh,
Joseph,
man.
and there you have it,
It
Huff.
was so close up until the end.
And finally, the smile breaking out from Hufflepuff. Just, oh, look at him. He is elated. And Joseph again. Gonna
Two-time
go
world
down
champion Joseph has been eliminated, but what a showing. And, Joseph taking up rolling, we're going to see him again.
And it's so crazy. I mean, again, like I said, 4 years of CTWC, first place, tied for 5th, and now tied for 3rd. But this might be the reckoning that we're seeing here, the welcoming of the our new rolling overlords, perhaps, because Huff has set himself
Yeah,
up.
we've got a roller in the
Grand
top
finals.
2. It might be, just over the course of the year, rolling might just win, this first year. So it's possible. It's going to be a roller versus a brother. I used to say there's going to be either one roller or one brother possible making it in, and it's going to be a roller and a brother.
Yeah. And again, just amazing play by Huff right there. Again, it's just that steel cool calmness. Like, I felt like we never saw him panic. He never kind of hit it. Every time he had he had to burn. That's just the thing, is the confidence that he has, one as a previous hyper tapper, previous top 3 finisher here, and now with the power of rolling behind him. It's just, there's no situation that really will throw you into a panic. You just feel like you can make it out of any situation. And he did. He clearly made it out of every situation that he got in, except for, a couple of games there. But it's just absolutely stellar play from Huff. Congratulations to him.
And it looks like we're going to be going to an interview with our Tetris royalty 2-time former world champion, Joseph.
Joseph, my goodness.
Hey, Scout.
So much. Hi, Joseph. So much has changed since 2018. Was, both our first years going, pulled off victory in your first year. Now you are the veteran. You have been in the scene, longer than anybody in the top 8 this year. How does it feel being the veteran now, the other end of the spectrum?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just haven't let it sink in just yet, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just getting old.
How has it felt in this top 8? You had to go up against 2 rollers back to back. Richie talked about how you were his inspiration to start playing the game. What was your mindset? Because this is a challenge that you haven't had to face previous years.
Yeah, I mean, obviously before the tournament, I knew that Ruins had some crazy stuff on 29, 1.6, I believe, as well now. And, I just had to make sure, or I don't know, my consistency is all about what I'm looking for right now. And I'm not sure how often, these players can pull off 1.3, 0.4, back to back. So I was just kind of hoping early top outs would happen. And, I just got really lucky actually this tournament, especially with Ruins.
I mean, you definitely played consistent. You put up 9 maxes, or actually, how many maxes did you put up in quals again?
Yeah, 10. No.
10.
I might be lying. Is it 10? I forgot. It might have
got
not been
enough
10.
maxes that I can't even keep track of it. You made it through your bracket stage again, and you pulled off maxes in 4 of the final 5 games. You pulled off maxes in every single game you lost against Huff. You played amazingly. And not only that, in a tougher field this year, you got further than you did last year. So you managed to improve.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really proud of that, making it to top 4 this year, and especially with games like this. Like I think my average for my last match with Ruins was average of like 1.06 maybe. So like I really performed well, and these players are just outperforming me. So there's nothing I can really do.
Well, you did have an amazing match versus Ruins. We didn't get to talk about it after that match, but let's go through what were you thinking at the end of game 5? The nail biter that came right down to the wire.
I seriously got so lucky. Like, oh, he could have definitely like brought it back at the very end there, and I don't know. I'm still speechless. I still got to watch that video back, do some analysis, but yeah, just really lucky in my opinion.
So you had to face Huff last year in the top 8, and you had to face him again this year in the top 4. How has Huff been as an opponent last year versus this year?
I don't know. He definitely beat me last year with tapping. I definitely don't think I performed as well as today. So there might, I don't know. I don't want to say anything about that, but obviously Huff rolling definitely beats me all the time, I feel like. And yeah, I feel like he's going to keep going here and take out the winner of the right side of the bracket now.
So that's a soft prediction, perhaps.
Yeah, soft prediction, you could say.
Well, you definitely showed that you're still up there at the top. You pulled off so many amazing games this year. You have so many matches to be proud of. You talked about how you felt like a challenger this year again, just coming in, trying to win it all. You made it further than all but 2 players.
That's right.
So, is there anybody watching that you'd want to thank?
Yeah, I believe some of my family is watching right now. My aunt, my parents, of course. I'm not sure if my brothers, my sister. But yeah, thank you for them. Thank you to them for watching, supporting me always. My roommates, of course, and of course, Anthony Ho. I want to shout out Anthony Ho. He's been here in VC with me, all night. I'm pretty sure he pulled an all-nighter just to stay up and talk with me all night. So I'm really grateful for him, being around. Of course, the MSM community. You guys have been really nice and made me happy. So, yeah, I think that's it.
So, a lot of players, including from your generation, got introduced to the scene watching Jonas versus Jeff match. Players that from that era, a lot of the new generation, specifically your match where you won for the first time, was the one that inspired them to get into the game. Is there anything you'd like to say to the whole new generation of players that you have specifically inspired and are now playing because of you?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm really happy that you guys are all playing. It's great to see a lot of new players pop up every single year and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm just keep going, keep doing what you're doing. Eventually, you're gonna be at the top. And yeah, I can't be grateful. I can't be grateful enough for the community here. It's so tight and it's just great.
So one last thing. You mentioned how you have a 400k PB with rolling in the previous pregame interview. When did you start rolling, and how has your journey been with that?
All right, yeah. So Cheese actually told me back in like October 2020, when he was barely figuring it out, and I don't know. I just really didn't want to switch playstyles at the moment. But yeah, I started using the rolling technique probably like a month ago. Yeah, probably like a month ago. And yeah, that's basically where I'm at with rolling right now.
You plan to continue developing it in the future?
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, I think this is my last day tapping. Yeah, I think I'm gonna actually try to pick up rolling and jump on that train. And I don't know. We'll see what I can do with it, but I don't know. Tapping is getting tough. It's creating muscle imbalance. I'm always sore. My wrist kind of hurting sometimes, and rolling is just so good. Seriously, the speed is just unreal, and so I have to jump onto it eventually. And I think now is a good time.
Right. Well, there's so many people who are originally inspired by your run, and it's inspiring in another way to see players who are now more on the veteran side picking up the new techniques, keeping pace with
Right.
new players in the scene. So I look forward to the next step in your Tetris journey. I know we'll all continuing to be watching and rooting for your success. So thanks so much, Joseph. It was great to see you again this year in the tournament.
Of course. Thank you so much, David. It's always nice talking to you.
Absolutely.
So wow, what a if you can't beat him, join him endorsement for rolling there. Joseph saying that this is his last day tapping. I never thought I'd hear him say that because and plus his performance there was really good.
I mean, look, when you get as incredibly old as Joseph is now, you have to switch techniques. The muscles, they just don't hold up anymore, right? So gotta switch over to the rolling technique at this point in time. So, but again, Joseph, obviously one of the greatest ambassadors we could have asked for, to take the reins from Joseph taking the reins from Jonas, and it's wonderful to see him. But again, next year, perhaps going with the rolling, it's going to be a terrifying thing to see.
Yeah, and I really hope we get to see Joseph evolve along with the scene and becoming a formidable roller. That is going to be a great story. We're going to be watching it. We're going to have our eyes on you, Joseph. We want to see it. We want to see a two-time Tetris World Champion coming back with a new play style, maybe taking their third championship after their evolution.
Yeah, and it's going to be crazy because, again, next year, how many rollers are we going to see? We're going to see a bunch of them. But as we move on to the next match in the top four, no rolling over here. It is going to be hyper tapping versus hyper tapping. But what's interesting about this match coming up, outside of the fact that these are just the brothers fighting each other, of course, that is Dog and Pixel Andy as well. But remember, Pixel Andy was forced to go from DAS to hyper tapping to keep up with his brother. Is this going to be a similar situation now where both of them now are going to also have to switch over to rolling to keep up?
Well, they're going to have to keep up with each other. And I mean, it's a rematch from the finals last year. But before we do that, we want to give a big shout out to the Tetris company and the Tetris brand, because we can't have a classic Tetris tournament without Tetris itself. Of course, them bringing the cash prize for this to us, $10,000 pool with $3,000 going to the top prize, $1,500 going to second, and prizes on down to the top 16.
Yeah, again, Tetris is a game that will stand the test of time. It's a game that I don't think anybody is ever going to stop playing. One of the most intuitive video games ever created. And honestly, whenever people talk about, video games as art, they try to talk about things like, oh, this game made me cry. The story was so good. No, Tetris is the truest form of video game art. And I 100% believe that, because it is absolutely just, I feel like, the perfect video game ever created. It's intuitive. It's fun. Everybody can get into it. Yeah.
And at our level of competition, it most definitely will make you cry.
True, for sure. And look, I know everybody here in the chat loves Tetris as much. Everyone loves playing this game so much. So again, shout outs to the Tetris company for continuing to bring us new products. Obviously Connected being the latest one. We still have the drawing for 2 games for your choice on either Steam or on Switch. So type connected in the chat to get entered into that giveaway to pick up the latest copy. And Tetris Connected, combined with the artistry of Tetsuya Mizuguchi, who brought us Rez and Meteos and Luminous, and these beautiful music cross puzzle games, really
And
kind of
bringing that expertise with that genre into Tetris, sort of creating a kind of like a marriage of the two. And you talk about games making people cry. Well, a lot of people, especially who play Journey mode, will say that Tetris is an emotional experience in Tetris Effect, and maybe even more so in VR.
Absolutely. And again, it's a transcendent experience. Again, I've talked about this on the stream before, but Tetris not only just was a game that I love, but very much important part of my life as well. At one point in time, suffering huge amnesia. I mean, not in amnesia, insomnia, and just a lot of stress. And that's when Tetris the Grandmaster showed up at my local arcade. And the game really helped put me into a place of a lot more calm, and I was able to get my sleep and everything. And so, not just a game that I love playing, but a game that really I feel like has helped me in situations. So.
Okay, it looks like we're going to announce the winners actually right now. That's what Command is telling me. I can wait for another confirmation if possible. And we've got 9 winners here. So I guess they were just looking, they sent the bot through the chat just now. Maybe there'll be a 10th. I'm going to wait for Command to see if there's a 10th, because usually it was 10. And I see only 9 names here. So maybe they're doing the last run now.
All right. So you want to just go back and forth? You could read the first one, I'll read the second one, and
why don't we do 5 and 5 if we get 10? Then that way. Okay, so I guess it's. I have not heard a 10th name.
I think we're getting a 10th name coming up here.
Okay,
so
we
are keeping the chat in suspense. They're all like, let me know. Am I connected?
Okay, the chat's all connected, but we've got our 10th name. So we will start naming them up. I'll do the first 5, and James can do the next 5.
Yes,
or
go
like
for
4
it.
plus 1. So our first winner for the Tetris Effect Connected giveaway is Monkey_Tails. TALES. Monkey_Tails is our first winner. Our second winner is Chaos_Nuggets. Chaos_Nuggets is our second winner. Our third winner is Tecate. TECATE. So it's like Tetris Effect Connected 8. Is our third winner.
Huge speed runner apparently as well.
Wow. Fourth winner is Leotario. Leutario. Leotario is our fourth winner. Where's that? Okay, and our fifth winner is Legola. Legolaaa.
Legola.
So I'll let James take away the next set of 5.
All right, hang on one second. I'm gonna wait for a second before announcing the next names here, because I think not everybody is able to watch the stream currently. But again, just as a reminder to everybody, when you win this prize, make sure you claim the prize and make sure you let the moderators know that you've won the prize and that you're down to collect it as well. But again, this is for your choice of Tetris Effect Connected on either Switch or Steam. And just as a rereading here, the first 5 that we mentioned here, in case you didn't get a chance to hear, was Legola, Monkey Tails, Chaos Nuggets, Tecate, and Leotario. The next 10 are coming in. Just one second. I'm trying to see here, try to get some word on when I can start reading those names for you guys. Oh, sounds like it's ready to go. All right, here we go. The next 5 that are going to be awarded a Tetris Effect Connected is Iceman Grant. And after Iceman Grant is Light Chaos 02. So if you're Light Chaos 01, too bad. It's Light Chaos 02. Pandisha is the next winner of a Tetris Effect Connected. Green Mario the 9th winner, and finally, the last winner is, drumroll please, Doppelopoulos. Congratulations to the rest of these winners here. Iceman, Grant, Light Chaos 02, Pandisha, Green Mario, and Doppelopoulos.
Congratulations to
And
our
if I'm
winners.
not-
Enjoy
if I'm
the
not
game
mistaken-
and get connected.
Yeah, Green Mario, also a huge speed runner as well. So Takate and Green Mario, two big people in the speed running community, getting a copy of Tetris Effect. So I expect to see them at the next GDQ playing some Tetris Effect and getting through journey mode as fast as possible.
Wow. So yeah, maybe they can start speedrunning Tetris.
Oh man,
All
there
right.
you go. Congratulations to our winners, though, and we are getting the next match set up for you guys. And again, thank you guys for tuning in and joining with us. And shout outs to everybody who was able to make the Classic Tetris World Championships. I'm sorry, what it is, including the Tetris Company and to Tetris Effect, who are two important sponsors here as well. And I guess, hang on a second. I've got another guest here. The other boy.
Yeah. Both James and Chris are powered by cats. So
Mhm.
with all the hype, it's like kind of draining. It's great just to have, cats around to help.
Yeah, this cat is almost looks the same because he's definitely almost as big as your cat as well. Because this guy,
What if I have
the chunk.
That one's kind of got like a grumpy cat sort of look to it. I have one somewhere else that has that formation. But yeah, got all the cats.
This is someone in the chat is asking what the name is. This is Nathan. My other cat, the black cat, is named Jasmine. So it's Nathan and Jasmine here. So yeah, what a good boy. And he's definitely trying to moon the whole chat right now. So I'm gonna try to. This is a family friendly stream here, Nathan. Man. All right, I'm gonna have to throw up my my cat emote here. So here you go. There you go.
Not too bad, having talking about cats when we're about to talk about dog.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's raining cats and dogs and Tetrises.
I'm actually training Nathan to play Tetris so he can be cat playing Tetris.
Oh wow, there you go.
Nathan, Jasmine would definitely be the better Tetris player than Nathan. Let me just tell you that. I don't think Nathan has the patience for it. What a good cat.
Yeah.
Oh, man. But I think we're getting this underway here. We're running into a few little camera issues here, but I think we've got it all settled and ready to go. And again, Dog versus Andy. So I wonder if we're going to see them yelling at each other from across the hall. Oh, man.
Yep, there's room for that. And, the other thing is, they're playing out of the same household. And, they're going to have, Max Out Club connected on two fronts. They've got two NESs and two TVs hooked up and two internet streams going at the same time. So if their internet goes out, they'll both go out, possibly.
I mean, I know last year, obviously, because they made grand finals, when we interviewed them, we were able to talk about this and it was thematic. But, I just kind of want to repeat something from last year, which is honestly shout outs to Dog and Andy's parents as well. Obviously allowing them to, play this and have a good time with this and really kind of pursue this gaming passion here. I mean, it's got to be exciting for them as well. But again, it's the family support is a huge factor in being able to get involved in these kind of things. So, absolutely amazing, support from the parents. Very, very cool.
Yep, I would not be here if my mom didn't drive me down to LA for the Nintendo World Championships, where I was able to start my Tetris competitive journey and win that city. So parents are definitely to thank for seeing this, especially brothers too.
Yeah. And man. But
all right, ready to go. Get to see the
Andy.
Brothers Showdown year 2.
Andy going up 2-0 last year, then falling, and here we go. 5, 4,
3,
3, 2,
1.
1.
Tetris.
Tetris. And here we go. It is going to be looks like yeah, they're both going to start again. They're going to both start again from the beginning, I think. Or he's pausing the game to let him catch up pace-wise. Was he playing on one hand that whole entire time? Was he doing that thing again?
Could be. We saw it happen earlier. Boom, Tetris for Andy. And Dog way up high. Oh, barely getting that long bar over. But Dog having to dig some of that out. Not looking happy about that. So we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, I'm curious right now if this is going to, are we going to ask for a restart, or is this just going to go the way, keep going?
I'm not sure what the issue was, or if there was an issue at all. I didn't see any, I don't know. Dog just not looking happy. We'll figure that out. He's continuing to play though.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here. We'll get a ruling from everybody pretty soon. Obviously, we want to make sure that the conditions are the best for everybody. We'll figure out exactly what's going on.
It looks like they're going to play out for now, and we'll ask them, or have our judges ask what the issue was and determine whether we need any sort of replay or not.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll get official wording here, but if not, then obviously that kind of unfortunate start right there is going to hurt Dog a lot, because you can see his Tetris.
We got a ruling. We are going to restart.
We are going to restart. There you go. Perfect. Okay.
So it was apparently some kind of misstart and then a reset. So and that threw Dog off, and he continued playing. So yeah, they're too far apart and are going to restart.
Yeah. Of course. So, like I said, we're doing our best here to make sure that this is kind of a fair situation for everybody. So let's go ahead and get started. And frankly, when we said 3, 2, 1 Tetris, I don't feel like we gave it enough. So we need to do that again as well on our side. So.
Fine with me. Things happen. That's why we've got the judges and people making decisions here, in the background, making all this possible.
Yeah, and again, no better time to say, but thank you to all the people out there, especially the judges, the guys streaming here, of course, doing all this work, and so many people doing wonderful roles here. You cannot run a tournament like this online without a billion moving parts, and to have everybody work together in sync to bring you this event, to bring you this level of entertainment. Definitely a team effort. So shout outs to everybody. I know
looks like we've got Chris Higgins as a judge here. Shout outs to Chris Higgins. And the documentary Best of 5, the Classic Tetris World Champions, is going to be a movie, or actually a TV series now coming out, that both James and I actually went down and we hung out. James, you're like the last other person I know that I've hung out with in IRL.
I know, right?
Recording together.
Oh man.
So looking forward to that.
Yeah. And again, just really, really thrilled, to have become a part of this community here. This is just such a wonderful community. And I'm so happy, that the players and everybody in the Classic Tetris community have welcomed me into this community. And it means so much for me to be able to commentate the top 8 here. So really, really appreciate that to everybody.
Yeah, well, we love having you. You're part of it. You're a big Tetris fan. I know you got your, TGM is one of your favorite games, and we're all fans of Tetris, whether they're classic in the middle like TGM or modern stuff like Tetris Effect Connected. We all love Tetris Effect Connected, of course.
Yeah, and I'm wondering. I wonder if it has anything to do with the fact that they're sharing the same internet here, that are causing the problems here. And, honestly. It's weird because, I have been around since 2020. I think I was around at 2016, started around 2016, 2017. And I still feel kind of like an outsider in a lot of ways here. But again, thank you guys for having me in the community. And it looks like we're about to get started here.
Get started. We get to do the countdown again.
Okay, here we go.
5,
4,
3,
2, 1. Tetris! Let's go. Andy versus Dog, brother versus brother. And again, just kind of a little bit of a late start from Dog, but obviously it's not going to matter. He's going to keep playing through here.
Yep. And yep, this is brother versus brother part 2. Last year it was the grand finals in top 2, but because of the way the brackets lined up, it's going to be a semifinal match.
Yeah, that is a great question. Who is the who are the parents rooting for here?
A lot of times, you have brothers. I'd be against my brother, and we just wanted one of us to get through. So
yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
See, them do their best.
Yeah, absolutely, no matter who makes it into the grand finals, the parents, like I said, shout outs to them, and they couldn't be more proud. Back to back, 2 years in a row, getting into top 4, and frankly, probably could have been able to get top 2 again if the brackets hadn't fallen this way. So,
and of course, the winner of this is going to have to go against the roller. So, kind of like a final boss, or going, against a new play style.
It seems appropriate. It seems appropriate to have it go that way, to have rolling be one of the last, to be the last opponent for, what might be the last if we see these players hyper tapping. I mean, if Joseph said that he's done with hyper tapping,
Yeah. I mean, am I really seeing in 2021 the end of the tapping era? What?
Right? Didn't it just start?
What happened to Das?
Uh-oh.
That is a massive Vitz. Like that, you could drive a moving truck into that Vitz there. But it looks like you're going to have to burn it off from the top.
How is he going to go through this? This is kind of a really awkward situation. Again, not going to be something that he's going to top out from, potentially. Again, like I said, I don't want a commentator curse anybody, but look at this. Nicely done. Nice.
Nice
burn.
That
was so
perfect opening. So clean. There you go.
Beautiful, and still at a 76% Tetris rate. And, just to reiterate, Andy going up 2 games to 0 last year, and it looked like the older brother was going to take it, but then Dog
and reverse sweeping.
Yeah.
In dramatic fashion.
So, that's definitely something that's going to be on Andy's mind. He knows that no lead is going to be big enough against his brother. But again, how many times do you feel like that these two have played each other,
I mean, we don't even know, behind the doors of their household, it could be an infinite number of times. They have great competition. I always like to say that you can always play Tetris Effect Connected and get a great AI opponent, but these two brothers get to be each other's AI opponent whenever they need to, as long as they're willing. So that's a great thing to have.
Again, just these beautiful burns by Dog. It's just, it's I always say that Tetris is a game of people with OCD, but because when you see someone clean out a playfield just perfectly, it feels so good.
So we are neck and neck here in line 80 territory. This is what you want to see in the brother versus brother match, even if it's a semifinal.
All right. So, I mean, we've definitely seen some, awkward situations for Dog, at the beginning. But despite all that, he's in the lead now in terms of Tetris rate. He's got an 81%. He's gotten himself all the way there. Oh, boy.
Dog reacting to just a slight misdrop. I mean, if long bars come, it's not even going to matter. But I guess he's going to have to stack on top of it and dig a bit.
Yeah, not looking pretty here, and especially because the pieces are just not coming up with what he needs. Oh, this is
a bit of a mess.
One misdrop causing this mess here. Very frustrating, and so you can kind of say goodbye to that clean Tetris rate that he had, because it's going to take him a little bit to burn through this, but.
Yep, setting up the tuck there, still trying to maximize efficiency.
Yeah. Again, not going to be a problem of cleaning through this. It's just irritating to have to do this, especially when your brothers, both of you now on this big old drought. But now Andy kind of in an odd situation because of that drought as well. It's still going. There's a 40-piece drought again. How many 40-piece? We've seen a bunch of 40-piece droughts, I feel like.
Yeah, it's been pretty brutal this year. Andy getting cleaned up. Not much of a problem. Maintaining a very good, is that 66% Tetris rate? About to hit transition with this next Tetris.
Yeah, and now Dog
5,
back
6,
to a
6,
clean
transition.
play. Both players at a clean play field, and now this is where the hyper tapping starts to shine. Beautiful burn by Andy.
Yep.
So
Dog
good.
going into transition with the Tetris. 500,000.
Yeah. You can see right now 61% to a 68%, virtually neck and neck. And, it's because they're both hyper tappers here, it's very different than what we were seeing in the Huff versus Joseph match, right? Where it was clear that Joseph keeping up wasn't going to be a strong enough of a lead. But in this situation here, staying close and staying within firing range is going to be very important. Whew.
Yeah. Okay, so Andy up now by almost 100,000 points. Dog getting a Tetris, batting it back just a bit, but Andy not letting up one bit.
Yeah, 69% Tetris rate right now for Andy. Dog sitting at 65, so very close.
Okay, Dog taking a triple there. But from, what I've seen in competition, Dog really excels post-transition, post-19. So we'll see him kind of buttoning up his game, maybe even getting that Tetris rate higher as we get into the 20 levels.
Whew. Just stacking everything over there on that left side.
Okay, so now you see Andy having to do some burns. So Dog now with a cleaner playfield, ready to score. Could come back here. Boom, Tetris for Dog. And it's begun. Dog just one Tetris away from catching
look
up.
Look at that dirty Tetris from Andy.
Yeah. Andy not letting up. Able to maximize those lines. Boom, Tetris for Dog.
Yeah,
and boom, Tetris for Andy. Wow, Dog with that tuck.
That was crazy.
Boom, Tetris for Dog.
Dude, it is
neck and neck.
Neck and neck. 67% versus 67%.
Wow. Here we go. And this is what we wanted to see. Dog is getting unleashed here. Getting that higher percentage of Tetrises post 19. Boom, Tetris for Dog.
Oh, man.
Ooh.
Some interesting
fast
tucks right
there.
Yeah. That was beautiful play right there from Dog. Andy having to do some cleaning right now. Needs that J piece. Finally gets it. Now he needs to figure out a way to get into that gap there in column number 9. Very awkward situation.
Ooh,
gets over there, but he keeps having to cover it. Finally gets through and boom, Tetris.
Boom, Tetris for Andy.
Yeah. Beautiful burn and clean play right there and perfectly timed
Both
J
players
piece.
on the verge of maxing out. Here on level 28. So kill screens are also coming. Boom, Tetris for Andy. Max out.
Again, max outs are he missed. Andy was trying to get that tuck in the last second. He missed it.
Boom, Tetris for Dog. Max out. Okay, both on the kill screen now. Andy topping out first, and Dog is gonna take the first round.
Yeah, that one tuck from Andy. He just needed to get that. I think it was the Z piece tucked in there. He missed it and ended up blocking his Tetris well. And that was the difference in that match, was that single tuck that he needed to get in there.
So yeah, I mean, seeing Dog play a little bit of post 29, if he's the one to go on in the bracket, that's what he's going to need to go against Huff, as we saw previously.
And there you go, Dog taking the first game here. Again, different than what we saw last year. It took a while for Dog to kind of recover and get everything together, and was able to reverse 3-0 after going down 0-2. Maybe this is Andy's strat. Maybe he wants to go down 2. Maybe he'll have Dog right where he wants him.
Look at that score, right? Those are not scores to be ashamed of whatsoever. They both put each other 2 kill screen max outs. So that's what you want to see here. Semifinals.
It's crazy because, 2 kill screen max outs, and, it almost feels like it's expected. It almost feels like it's normal, and it's so crazy because obviously it's unprecedented from any other year. But again, maybe
Now that's
maybe
the
this is
norm.
the new
Yep, that's what
norm.
it is.
Yeah.
Welcome to 2021.
Yeah. All right.
And I guess, a preview for 2022.
Here we go.
All right.
5, 4,
3,
2,
2, 1.
Tetris.
Tetris.
Little different takes on the start, just very slight differences. But Andy now set up for a Tetris. Boom, Tetris. And now set up for a Tetris is Dog as well.
Yep, starting off, we'll see, who doesn't use the long bar for a Tetris first. I guess it's going to be Andy, but he uses the next one, so no problem.
Exactly.
Or is there still, 0-point differential?
So again, playing across the hall from each other's siblings, first and second place from last year, going up against each other here. Once again, Dog taking it last year, and Andy here trying to maybe get revenge. Ooh. Could he have tucked that in there? I'm not even sure. But he's going to give
for a delayed tuck, I guess.
Yeah. And some really unfortunate art.
Andy missing the delayed tuck. He's going to need a long bar. He gets it. Gets it over. Boom, Tetris for Andy. Almost precarious there.
I mean, he's still not out of this yet. He's still not out of this yet.
And
Dog. Perfect. Okay, there we go.
Reacting to his situation or Andy's, but Andy getting that tuck finally actually got it later on, which is hilarious.
And now he can actually set himself up for a row 2 Tetris.
Yep. It's all part of the plan. And there it is.
There it is. Nicely done.
For Andy. Economizing those lines. Dog set up for Tetris. Now, boom, Tetris for Dog.
Okay, and now set up for another Tetris. Boom, Tetris for Andy, and he's going to burn through there. Perfect. And that L piece is exactly what he needed. And now he's set up, once again, neutral play field. Just needs to fill up that column number 9, but usually that's the least of the concerns. Very easy to do single line burns and such to get that set up. He's ready for another Tetris.
Mm-hmm.
And boom, Tetris for Andy. That's going to drop him down to about a 62%, but Dog is at 57% as well.
Yep. This is a close game. I think I already said neck and neck a few too many times, so.
But that's tradition, man. That's the tradition. Neck and neck.
Neck and neck.
Ooh. Andy was just about to block that, and at the last second said, "Oh, the eyepiece," and was able to shift it over. Micro adjustment. Again, a couple of micro adjustments here, trying to figure out, it's going to fill that up instead of, there it is. There's the tuck that he's looking for, and he's Tetris ready again.
Mm-hmm.
Dog trying to get Tetris ready as well. Should be able to do, yes, he's ready to get that Tetris now.
Yep,
and
boom. Tetris for Dog.
Yep. Now Andy's set up again for the Tetris, and he's gotten himself up all the way to a 73%. Look at how aggressive. He could have played for a burn
really high.
Yeah.
Nope. Got to economize every line. Really
Still
good.
not burning. Oh, my.
Content to set up those tucks. Wow.
Yeah, it's kind of an awkward tuck.
Nice spin.
What is he? Where is he going with this?
Oh, that's where he's going.
I can't believe
He spin. Boom, Tetris for Andy. What masterful movement. Wow.
What gap? I didn't see a gap. Did you? Taking care of it like it just didn't exist.
Mm-hmm. Boom, Tetris for Dog.
Oh, not quite there yet. Set up for the Tetris. There we go. That T-piece will give it to him. Meanwhile, Dog looking comfortable here. Both of them have gotten themselves to above 70%. Again, We say it with me here, neck and neck
Want to
between these
see
players.
two brothers. And just past the 100 line mark.
Yeah, for both players here. Boom, Tetris for both the brothers. And boom, Tetris for Dog.
Yep, it's raining Tetris. And it's raining Andes and dogs.
Nice.
Boom, Tetris for Dog. Okay. Andy moving that piece at the last second. Wow.
Yeah. Dog
4D
here.
mind games there. With
Dog
delayed
said he
turns.
was-
Wow.
Yeah, and Dog, oh, that was so nice. What a setup by Dog. I was about to say he had kind of a awkward playing field, but then that tuck that he set up for the upside down L piece was genius.
Yeah, actually, we're seeing a lot of unorthodox moves from both Dog and Andy here. What a show.
Again, this is a repeat of the grand finals from last year. This time going to be the semifinals here between these two brothers, these two siblings. And a
All right,
transition
Andy
now
and
for Andy.
Mm-hmm. Nice clean
Yeah.
board. And ready to score already.
Yeah, but has to do a little bit of cleaning here. Oh, that was perfect for Andy. And we have a transition for Dog now.
Tetris for Andy
Dog.
and Dog. Boom, Tetris for Dog. Here we go.
Uh-oh, a misdrop right there by Dog. Again, going to be able to clean through there. Again, Tetris rate is the concern.
Yeah.
Oof. Okay, beautiful clean. He's looking for that eyepiece. Where's the eyepiece? Gonna stop waiting for it. It seemed like it was taking way too long for it to show up. So, yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, Dog looking to just clear back down, trying to avoid any dependencies. And it's clean again.
Yep. Still has a couple of these and not truly clean until he can get these JLI dependencies out of the way. Look at
dirty
this.
there.
Where's the eyepiece? Yeah, there you go. Beautiful triple. And a triple
Taking two
again.
triples. So yeah, Dog having to burn there. Andy now with some holes in the stack. So even though Andy has a lead, it could even out just a bit. Okay,
Yeah,
Dog
both-
finally clean.
Yeah, both of them going through some of these eyepiece droughts. And again, oh no, what? Oh gosh, a
Dog
bunch
just
of misdrops.
Forming a new religion in that stack there. And yeah, it's gonna have to dig.
Oh,
Tuck.
whoa.
Oh
No.
no. And that's
Yeah.
gonna be a misdrop. And Andy's gonna take that one, so we're 1-1.
Yeah, there you go. So Andy off of that misdrop, and this is the thing about classic NES Tetris, right? One misdrop translates into the potential for just disaster. You know, because you put one, it's so much about the game is knowing what the top layer of your landscape is going to look like. And even for the best Tetris players, when you get the misdrop, you have to shift your brain so fast into what the new landscape looks like, not what your predicted mental image of the landscape is anymore. And so that can cause the next piece and then the piece after that just to fall out of place. And that's kind of what happened to Dog right there. He misdropped one and then that just spiraled out of control.
Yeah, sometimes the best players are gonna be the ones who can kind of predict what to do after their misdrop, but that wasn't recoverable. And Dog wasn't able to get that back. Okay, round 3. 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
Tetris. All right, here we go. Game number 3, tied 1-1 between the brothers. Yep, starting out with some very clean play here, as expected.
Boom, simul Tetris starting out. But yeah, we're definitely seeing more emotional reaction from Dog, and Andy is kind of like the Stone Cold Terminator here in this matchup.
But what a rough start right now from Andy. Again, same pieces, but completely different complexion in terms of what their boards look like. Oh God, there was a couple of last second adjustments right there from Andy to give himself such a beautiful board. Boom, Tetris, simul Tetris for both of the brothers. And you can see, though, how much that kind of is going to start Andy a little bit behind. He's got the
just a bit.
54%, but not, like I said, you see how quickly the percentages skyrocket this early on in the bracket, this early on in the game, I should say.
The game. Yeah.
And there we go. Simul Tetris again.
Tetris.
Yeah, at the exact same line.
Yeah. They're dropping at the same rate, so when the long bar comes, if they're set up, it's going to be a Simul Tetris.
Okay. Yeah, boom, Tetris for both again. As long as they're both set up, we're definitely going to be seeing some Simul Tetrises here. But again, a situation here where Andy just did not have the right pieces to be able to get through this. Yeah, it has to keep trying to create overhangs, but then it has to end up blocking the overhangs.
Yeah.
Ooh. T-piece? Oh, no, that was so nice.
Yep. Good solve there.
And now, but he's so busy trying to clean through these.
Yeah, having to not use those long bars to score.
Yeah, he did not want to block that one column, so he moved the pieces a little further to the side than he wanted to.
Yeah, it's looking real type B Swiss cheese in there.
Yeah.
Okay, he's almost out of it, though. As long as he can do these burns without covering the hole in the process.
Yeah, getting some good RNG now. Okay, here we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Just needs to grab some pieces over there onto the right side. Nice split burn.
Mm-hmm. Nice. 2 long bars and he's out.
Yep,
and
there it is.
Ready.
So he's out, but look, he's
at the lead of Dog now.
Yeah, 40% Tetris rate. What he needs to rely on, you know, we've talked about this a lot, rely on Dog perhaps running into a couple of missed drops. Even if it doesn't take him out, if it forces him into a clean situation like Andy just had to go through, definitely something that no worries, guys. We've getting through here. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah, set that up there by throwing the eyepiece over there. Very nice.
Needs the long bar really badly. Okay, he covered it up. He's gonna have to do some burns. He's high up.
Got the line bar just a little too late. He needs another line. Where's the line? And he's not.
Man, didn't use the J to open that up. Okay, he gets it. Boom! Dirty Tetris. Who survives that, but needs to dig back down, back into safety. Wow.
Okay.
Nice survival skill by Andy there, but yeah, the lead by Dog. Now almost 200,000 points.
Yeah, the lead starting to become an insurmountable level here. Like you said, 200,000 points. It's hard to rely on Dog, you know, having any bad bills or misdrops or unfortunate situations. So this is going to be a hard one for Andy here. He's going to be putting a lot of pressure on himself to play as aggressive as possible.
Props to Andy for even surviving that high of a dig. That was extremely close to a tap out situation, able to survive long enough to get the long bar. Because sometimes people give up before that, but Andy didn't, and manages to survive to this. So the outcome's not known yet, but you know, Andy's alive and can still score.
One of the things that you'll see these players at this, you see how aggressive that he has to play. But one of the things that you'll see a lot of these players do at this level is like they'll even not rotate the piece right away when it's coming into the screen, just so they can last second rotate it based off of what appears in the next block. It's crazy to watch them do that.
Yeah, that's the next level of play is kind of being able to make the last second adjust. Ooh, Andy with a high transition, but manages to yeah.
But again, 41% to 79%, essentially half as efficient as his brother right now. So we have a situation where Dog is in great position. He actually can't. Oh God, what a bird! He can actually play safe. You know, we've talked about so much how playing safe is not an option. I feel like he can actually play safe at this point.
Yeah, we'll see if Andy turns on the heat here, because he's gonna need to and maintain all the aggression he's capable of, and kind of want to use the higher scores that the Tetrises give you on these levels to try to make up the difference. Nice T-spin by Andy.
Yeah, you saw Dog right there, willing to go for the triple, just like I said, to keep the play field safe. So definitely not going for anything too crazy. He now needs an L piece to tuck in there. Not going to wait any longer for that. Beautiful dig, beautiful burns by Dog. He's playing very, very patient, but his Tetris rate is dropping now. Uh-oh.
Andy having to cover the well and do some burns. But
look at this
back open again.
30-piece drought. Oh, brutal, brutal. And you can see right now his Tetris rate dropping a little bit, but never mind. Here we go. Still at max out pace, still at 65%. So staved off that dangerous situation. Again, back to playing safe, but back to playing just efficient Tetris.
Yeah, the score in terms of numbers has the gap has closed a bit between Dog and Andy, but Dog is still behind by almost 10 lines at some times. So the lead is a true lead. Maybe a bit more than what you see there.
Okay. Yeah, you can see Andy playing aggressive there. He actually set himself up a reliance on another J piece. And oh my goodness,
for Andy. Nice setup.
Yeah. Getting that dirty row 2 Tetris. Beautifully done.
Excellent.
Up to 51%. However, Dog still running smooth here. And yeah, you see him just go for the doubles, go for the easy burns, keep himself safe. Boom, Tetris for Dog, 68% still.
And yeah, Dog, a Tetris and a little bit more will get him a max out. Wait for the long bar, taking the double. Boom, Tetris for Dog, max out on level 27. Andy now on level 28. Will probably max out. Oh, hitting kill screen there on level 29. So Andy gets the Tetris on the kill screen and had the lead for a moment. So post kill screen play will have to do it for Andy here. If he can survive.
I don't think he can do it.
No, that's all. That's gonna be the all points that Andy will get. Dog will take the third round.
Again, here, look at how much he was down to like 30% and built his Tetris rate all the way up to 55%, 1.02 million points. And he's going to go down. His brother's still playing here, practicing at post-kill screen play.
Preparing for that battle against Huff, apparently.
Yes, smart thing to do. Oh, couldn't get that all the way over. Is that going to be... that's...
Save some hyper tapping energy for the next round.
Yeah. And again, crazy stuff. 55% Tetris. So we said 60% is the max out pace. But the fact that Andy was able to max out at 55%, going all the way down to like 30-some% pretty late, in mid-game, going down to 30%, getting all the way over here is so crazy. Well done. Well done.
Yeah, this is a great match. Andy is fighting for his tournament life, and Dog is 1 point away from taking the set.
Yeah. But again, it's crazy. We're sitting here, obviously, shouting out all these platitudes to Andy's game. That was a losing game. And now Dog is up 2-1. So the younger brother right now, poised to try and make it 2 years in a row that he is going to take it over Andy in the CTWC to try to go up against Huffaluffagus in the grand finals. Can he book himself back-to-back grand finals and cement himself as one of the greatest back-to-back performances in CTWC history?
Right. We have, but a select few repeat world champions, and Dog could be the next. Is Andy playing with rolling there. He's just, tickling that controller, you know.
He saw the hints of it. You're like, I mean, again, as I mentioned, Andy was a player who's look at this. He's like practicing. He switched from rolling. I mean, he switched from Daz to hyper tapping. He's accustomed to switch. This might be something that he's considering again.
Yeah, I mean, what if he whips it out in this round? We'll see. 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
Tetris. All right, here we go. And yeah, actually, that's a great point in the chat. Whoever wins this, there's going to be a back-to-back in grand finals. So regardless of whoever wins this, it's still going to be one of the greatest consecutive back-to-backs, 2-year performance.
Yeah.
Well, gosh,
So
every
whoever
time I see-
goes to grand finals is going to get a second trophy to interlock with one they've already got.
Get a couple of T pieces in there, yeah.
And he built up high. Boom, Tetris for Andy. Playing aggressive. And nicely burning off that top there. Dog building for that tuck there. Really nice. Boom, Tetris for Dog.
Yeah, good back-to-back eye pieces helped him out there. And now look at that. Look how nice and flat he got that play field just like that. Great pieces and great play as well. But choosing to do some burns here. How's he going to handle that column 4? Not quite. Yeah, okay, there you go.
Goes clean.
Yeah, but he needs another eyepiece. There it is. Boom, Tetris for Dog.
And yeah, Dog taking a couple of burns, creating a couple of holes. Nothing major yet, but Andy in great shape now. Ooh, Dog putting weight on that hole. Let's see what he does with this. Probably just going to play off of row 2 there.
Row 2, yeah. There we go. Oh, look at that. 3 line bars in quick succession to help him get into that, to get that dirty Tetris. Now he needs another line bar to get in there, or he's just going to, I mean, regardless, he's going to need the line bar, but he can also set up a dirty Tetris. Yeah, couldn't do it. Pieces said no. And now he has a double line bar requirement. Yeah, don't chase that. Don't chase that.
Oh, he's going to go for the dirty.
And he gets it. There we go. And he's still in that dirty situation, and he knows the kind of player his brother is, so he's going for it. Oh, that was so nice. Oh, man. What a smart play there.
Taking them where they come now. Demonstrating the versatility.
You see, he doesn't want to cover up that column 3. So that's why he put that piece in what almost kind of like if you weren't aware of, if your cleaning skills aren't strong, you aren't aware of why he shifted that piece over there. But, for a player like Dog, he knew he didn't want to cover that up. And look at that
Column 3 Tetris. So,
that beautiful transition.
Right back over to the right. That's what you want to do. Okay, Andy now having to do some burns here. Kind of has a spire up the middle, too.
Oof, this is kind of a tough situation now for Andy. Needs to get through here. And despite all that, Dog is sitting...
Overshifted just slightly, but managed to get it to where it needed to go.
Yeah, Dog, again, with a higher Tetris rate, despite all that cleaning up that he had to do. And,
You're still neck and neck.
Yeah, sort of. I think, obviously here, Andy, a little bit behind. We've got the 69% versus the 61% now. Okay, Andy now getting some good RNG there to get a nice clean playfield. Again, beautiful micro adjustment. Dog, meanwhile, has himself set up a Tetris, and so does Andy. So there we go. 97 to 103 lines. Playing right on each other's heels.
Yeah, no, this is a really close game. The rate is catching up as Andy's making those Tetrises, so it's
Yeah.
kind of even out here.
It was about a 10% lead, but now coming all the way back here. Simul Tetrises. 72 to 68. Oh man, but here we go. A little bit of cleaning from Andy again.
Yeah. And Dog trying to get back into scoring position and does there. Boom, Tetris for Dog. Neck and neck scores.
Ooh.
Andy going for a
Dog.
dirty. Nice.
Yeah, there we go. Nicely done by Andy. And now, yeah, we're going to drop that there, and he's back to a neutral playfield.
Mm-hmm. Andy about 8 lines away from transition now. Dog not too far behind. Both already over 500,000 points.
Yeah,
Boom,
both
Simul
also
Tetris.
very close to transition. Not a great overhang that Andy has built for himself.
Waiting for a tuck. Gets the tuck.
Oh, this is going to transition him. Oh, no, actually, that last, there we go, does transition with the Tetris. Nicely done.
560 going into transition for Andy. 599 for Dog.
Oh, and now running into a drought right at the start of this transition.
But yeah, Andy had a good setup there to burn off the top. Gets a long bar. Boom, Tetris for Andy. Here
And
we
he's
go.
up to a 63%. So, again, max out pace now. Here we go. A massive drought, but no problem for Dog. 71%.
Yeah, this is going to be monster scores by both players.
Yo, what if they both get to the kill screen and then all of a sudden we see Andy bust out the rolling out of nowhere?
He's running with a good game here so far. No rolling required.
Andy with such a beautiful, clean play field. Trying to play a little safe there. Finally gets that long bar and boom, Simul Tetrises. However, you can see that Andy is playing a little bit ahead right now. He's at 169 lines compared to 164.
Their lines are 168, 169, so right in line with each other.
Couple of burns there, and again, this drought! Oh, can he? Oh, no, he can't get the Tetris just yet. Has to do some more burning. Has to keep burning. Again, every
Both
single
players,
time the
okay.
line piece.
Dog manages to use one to get the Tetris.
Yeah, the line pieces have been coming at the wrong timing for Andy. He's down to 60%, 59%, I should say.
Finally got it back up to 60. And playfield's both in good shape. Here we go. Dog is unleashed. And Andy's not letting up either.
Yeah,
Boom, Tetris for Andy.
Looking really, really strong
100,000
right
points
now.
away from maxing out here, so strong games, both of them.
However, Dog, he's sitting here looking pretty right now with this. Oh, okay. Oh, what a beautiful burn.
Nice.
Oh, man.
And, having to do a couple of burns.
Yeah, but
Still
that's
ahead.
fine. He's got not a sizable lead, but a decent lead. He's got the lead.
Yeah, a bit more. Yeah, a couple of Tetrises. Difference now. Andy in good shape. Looking for a long bar. There it is. Boom, Tetris for Andy.
Yeah.
Dog hits max out at level 27. Boom, Tetris for Andy, also maxing out.
And now he's got to do a little bit of cleaning here.
Okay, it looks
He's
like
going to
Andy-
set up a dirty Tetris. He knows what he has to do. What an adjustment at the last second. Where's the long bar?
Andy winds that long bar. Boom, Tetris for Andy.
And he's going
kill
to
screen
stick with it.
Oh, he's setting up for 2? Yeah, he's setting up for 2. Crazy. Oh my goodness. Boom, Tetris for Andy. Kill screen. Oh, and isn't able to use that long bar. And that's gonna do it. Dog takes the win and will be the brother to advance to the final 2. But what a showing by Andy. Now Dog in a position to possibly be a 2-time champion.
Yeah, I mean, how many times? I mean, look, what's the situation we had, right? Jonas sitting here winning 7 times with 1 interruption by Harry. Joseph coming and winning 2 years in a row. And now with the potential of Dog to win 2 years in a row, meaning technically that Harry would be the only winner who hasn't gone back to back. But Huffaluffagus is standing in the way with that rolling technique. And how more appropriate could it be to have a grand finals with last year's champion going up against the new technique, the new hot thing in town, the rolling technique from Huffaluffagus.
Rolling is now the legendary weapon discovered to go up against the final boss in Dog. Will will rolling be the dog slayer? As odd as it is to say, or will Dog be the rolling slayer?
Oh man. But it is, we have our grand final set up. Huffaluffagus going up against Dog in grand finals. Last year's champion versus, I mean, we have to call Huff the strongest roller right now because he's here.
Right.
And nobody else is. So for sure, the strongest roller setting up grand finals again, back to back again for Dog in some of the most competitive years ever. You know, I know
Dog is already guaranteed a trophy to interlock with his existing one. So
yeah. I had said when Joseph won back-to-back that I thought it was probably the most impressive run ever because the level of competition increased so much even in his second year. But to go back-to-back grand finals for Dog this year with the competition at the strongest it's ever been is crazy.
Of course, you know, the brothers being a part of that, you know, dropping the bar, raising the bar, whichever you want to call it.
Dropping the bar. We don't raise bars here in the Tetris community. We drop bars. we're like DJs here. We drop the bass instead of dropping the bass. We drop the bars. That's what we do.
Bars. Yeah.
I'm too old to say that, dude. It just doesn't sound right coming from me.
Man. You know, with Joseph saying things like I'm just getting old. Like, I mean, here we are, you know, crumbling into dust.
I don't feel so good. Oh man.
The new generation of Tetris players doing the finger snap on us super veterans.
All right, and trying to get set up here again to talk to Andy, to hear his thoughts, and I'm sure his words of encouragement for his brother. I'm sure he'll cheer him on. See, this is a question. Yeah. Does he go into the room to cheer him on, or does that make Dog nervous? You know, I'm curious how this is gonna go.
I think, I mean, Dog's been in this position before, and all he can do is just play the best Tetris and try to defeat the legendary weapon that is rolling.
But again, I mean, this year, what the crazy thing about this year is, you know, I'm gonna state it like this, and I you know, people can disagree with me if you want or not, but honestly, this might be the last chance for hyper tapping, maybe to be able to have a clear.
Hyper tapping is not dead.
Look, Joseph said this might be the last day of tapping ever for him.
So, hyper tapping. It's gonna get, you know, thrown into the annals of Tetris history along with Das and I don't know, other older play styles.
I just need now a meme of Indiana Jones, you know, with "this belongs in a museum" and like showing it that like it's hyper tapping now, you know.
Oh man. It's only been a year or two, I think. But yeah, I mean, a year or two in Tetris years is an eternity.
I mean, at this point, yeah, for sure. And I think, are we ready to go here with some words from Andy? We're still getting that camera set up
Okay.
there. Again, shout outs to everybody who's continued to watch. The grand finals are coming. Again, this is going to be a crazy, crazy match coming up.
But hey, Das had a longer run than hyper tapping, if that's what you wanna, if the fans of Das want to say they had one thing over hyper tapping, is just won more championships in the end. If if tapping's only going to get the 2 that I got or 3 that I got, but we shall see. This might be it's like Joseph Dog, and maybe Dog again, or it could be the first roller.
Yeah. And again, passing the torch from Jonas to Joseph, perhaps maybe we're seeing a situation where Joseph passing the torch over to well, see, here's the thing though. What's interesting,
he's going to take up rolling. We won't know
Right.
until he's tried, and I think
Exactly.
Joseph is still in it to win it.
Yeah, and so this is the thing, right? Joseph is obviously in this because honestly, rolling is less physically stressful than hyper tapping is. So one of the differences in this situation is that Daz the hyper tapping, you just, if you can't hyper tap, you can't hyper tap. You know what I mean? It was kind of a situation where you didn't have the ability. It was hard to make that transition if you just can't do it. But going from hyper tapping to rolling is entirely a possible thing for all the players out here. Rolling has kind of opened up that ability to everybody.
All right, so Andy's ready, and we're going to go to the interview. Take it away.
Andy.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Making it back. Another year in your second year. By some definitions, maybe you could be considered a world champion. In the 2 years you've been in the tournament, you have defeated players from all continents and countries around the world. You have been undefeated except in your own house. How does it feel this year versus last year?
I mean, this year, this me versus Dog, it's always a good match. I actually maxed every game, but Dog, he's just too good.
So, from the very beginning, which one of you got into NES Tetris first, or did you guys both get into it at the exact same time?
Dog actually got into NES Tetris like 2 months before me, and then I saw him playing it and I thought it looked cool, so I was like, I guess I'll play as well.
Gotta tell him to quit for 2 months, and then you'll be on equal footing.
Yeah, I've said that sometimes because he also picked up hyper tapping like 5 months before me. So I was just playing DAS, so he has like 5 months more of experience.
So now the big question, James Chen noticed, or the commentaries noticed, you're messing around a little bit with the rolling grip. Is that what was that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm practicing rolling for sure. Rolling is the next big thing. As of right now, it's still evolving, but definitely for next year, rolling will be on the top.
So now with the situation of, there was a moment, I had several crazy survival moments in your match. What was going through your mind in that moment where you had 2 individual moments where you kind of needed a long bar to stay alive? You had to do everything you can to give yourself as much time as possible for that long bar. What was going through your mind?
I was actually very chill throughout this whole game because I was fine. Whoever won, whoever played better, still one of us are going to make it to the finals, which I'd always be happy for. So yeah, whenever I got into those situations, I was just like, I'm going to play well. I'm not going to early top out. I want to put on a show. So.
Well, how does the rest of the scene feel from this year to last year? Obviously, you've had to go out to Dog both times, but you made it all the way further. You made it all the way here with a much stronger field, perhaps this year than last year. What was your whole journey like getting to this point this year? How did it feel?
I definitely felt people were getting better. Definitely the big thing that happened this year was just the rollers. Like Cheese, Hydrant. I was definitely expecting some of them to get in, and Fractal. So I was pretty surprised whenever Tetris Time won, for sure. And Miles also. He got good like 1 week after CTWC, so the scene has just evolved so much from last year. So I'm happy that I still made it to the top 4.
So now for Dog in the finals, how will you be watching? Will you be in the same room as him, as James Chen speculated? Will you be watching on your own computer from your own room? What do you think the situation will be?
Well, I mean, I don't want to distract him, so I'll probably be watching from my room, but if he wins, I'll definitely be there.
One last question. The match you did win today, Nenu. Nenu perhaps could be considered like a bit of a rival for you at this point. You played him last year and beat him in the top 4. And then in CTM earlier this year, you had to beat him in a very tense match for your first Classic Tetris monthly victory. How is Nenu as an opponent facing Nenu?
Me and Nenu are definitely rivals at this point. He's just like a really consistent player. He got that 1.18 against me, and I just clutched out a 1.24 to barely take it. CTM, I had a victory against him. I mean, they haven't all been victories. I think I lost once to him in CTL. But yeah, I took out Nenu twice, but then Doug took me out twice, so...
You've been on the giving and the receiving end.
Yeah, I'm also excited to see, because did Nenu say that he was going to take up rolling? I'm not sure.
I don't know, actually. Guess
Because
we'll
if
have
he
to wait
is,
and
then
see.
he's definitely still going to be my rival. Including Dog.
Yeah, I mean, he said he feels like he's left in the dust. It doesn't seem that way if he can still make it this far each year. And definitely,
sure.
if he jumps on rolling like a lot of people are now, the sky's the limit.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess last thing, is there anybody you'd like to shout out or thank that's, watching or that that has
Yeah,
been...
of course. I'd like to shout out my parents for always supporting me. Dog playing Tetris. My brother for just always playing, always like we're just pushing each other's limits. And definitely the online community as well. I mean, I can't list all the names, but a lot of people in the online community help a lot.
Andy, it may have been a surprise for a lot of people when you made the finals last year, but it was no surprise this year. Your amazing run, you've definitely shown that you're one of the best players in the world and at the very top of the scene. So great to have you again this year and to get to see your amazing games and your amazing performance. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
When you were born, something changed. My heart could not contain the miracle of this world and all that it creates. With every passing day, the winds might grow stronger and carry us away, but we will hold on to joy to light the way, to keep the reminder that love does not escape. I'm yours forever. There is no end in sight for us. Nothing could measure the kind of strength inside our hearts.
One of the first formal studies of the phenomenon was at Harvard Medical School in the year 2000.
Participants played the game for 7 hours each, spread over the course of 3 days.
Remarkably, 63% of the participants, almost 2/3, reported seeing imagery from the game hours after they finished playing, often just as they were falling asleep.
Blocks. They all saw blocks. There is no end in sight for us, nothing could measure the kind of strength inside our hearts. It's all connected. We're all together in this love, don't you forget it. We're all connected in this love. There is no end in sight for us. We're all connected in this love.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, to Classic Tetris World Championships. We're right at the cusp of the grand finals. But before we get to that, again, you know, I talked about this a little. We talked about this a little bit earlier. You know, it's been a tough year for the Tetris
What a
community.
year. The last
Yeah.
couple of years, you really.
We lost Pepe earlier from the LATAM community, as we talked about. But of course, that's not the only loss that the Tetris community has suffered recently. And so obviously we can't go on without saying something about Jonas Neubauer. So
Yeah, we lost our greatest Tetris ambassador we could have ever asked for. And it's not just a loss to our community, but I think, you know, it goes beyond gaming, maybe even to all competitive competitions.
Yeah. So
Losing him.
we have a very special video here and a special guest. So
A special guest will be joining us after that. So here we go. And that's all I can say. Just take it away.
My name is Jonas Neubauer. I am the 7-time world champion of Tetris.
Jonas always wanted to be some kind of prodigy.
I've been playing Tetris since I was 9 years old on the NES. That right there, hold on.
Oh, did you do that all on purpose?
I saw it develop.
Round one will be an attempt for the most lines.
Jonas scores 294 lines, the second most in recorded history.
I kind of rolled the dice a little bit and tried to set up the Tetris for the win. I'm glad that played out.
Jonas Neubauer is your world champion! He is the world champion!
Jonas Neubauer is your 2011 Tetris World Champion.
How does it feel to win 2 times in a row?
It's still sinking in.
For the third year in a row, world champion, Jonas Neubauer. Your champion for the 2013 Tetris World Championship, Jonas Neubauer. And Jonas Neubauer is your 2015 Tetris World Champion. Campeón del mundo, Jonas. ¡Que viva España! Jonas, campeón del mundo de Tetris. Jonas is your 2017 champion.
Jonas is the most talented and just sees the game at a level that no one else does.
Jonas is just a top-notch player, and that he definitely just puts the pressure on.
I got lucky with my bracket. I really wanted to play against Jonas.
I'm glad I'm playing Jonas, because I would hate to lose to anybody else.
Yeah.
I love Jonas.
Truly an honor to pass the torch to the new generation. The crowds just keep getting bigger and the stakes get higher. This was an inflection point for the tournament. I'm just so honored how big it's getting, how many people take it so seriously and play with their heart. Oh, I would like to say hello to my wife, Heather. Thank you, wife, for also being married to me and being awesome and hilarious. To be a relevant part of just a warm and wonderful community. That is better than any monetary compensation that your boy can get. It was an honor commentating all your games, and it just enforces this international component of Tetris that just touches my heart in such a beautiful way. This has been such a positive influence in my life. I love you guys so much.
Noise. Still noise. So much noise.
The crowd has been spoiled.
Noise. Noise, noise, noise. Noise, noise, noise.
Heather's live.
You ready, Heather? Okay. Hi. We were making a lot of noise because we weren't sure if the noise was working. Hello. If you don't know me, I'm Heather. I was Jonas's wife, and this is the new trophy. They sent me a mock-up a while ago, and it made me cry. This is not pre-recorded. And then I showed it to Jonas's mom, and it made her cry. And I'm not sure if that's exactly what you want in a trophy, but a lot of you were asking for something like this, and honestly, it does feel like the right move. So, it's been a hard year, but I wanted to say thank you. Thank you to everyone who has been there in so many ways. So many of you were so kind and so generous, shockingly generous, scarily generous, so patient, so supportive. I haven't really been able to respond to a lot of things emotionally, but I've seen so many tributes and so many stories and so many messages, and they've helped. Even a little, they've helped. And thank you to everyone who's here and everyone who watches, everyone who helps put this tournament together, everyone who helps make this tournament what it is, all of the viewers over the years, and of course it's still growing because it's amazing. These people are doing the most ridiculous things. I think we all kind of wish we could know what Jonas would have thought about rolling. Who could say? But yeah, all of the participants, all of the people who tried out, all of the people who made it, every bracket, every person who plays, who loves the game, who loves watching. The commentators, of course, you guys are amazing. Wouldn't be here without all of you. All of the organizers, all of the people behind the scenes, like everyone who does everything, all of the people who do the copy pastas. You drive me crazy, but you're part of it too. Ever since I met Jonas in 2012, he was on his way to defend his title. He was the 2-time champion. Even back then, and the whole time I knew him, the main thing he said about the tournament is just that he was so grateful it even existed. So, thank you for keeping it going. And love you, miss you, mean it. And boom, Tetris for Jeff. Cheers.
And
yeah,
thank you,
so
Heather. Thank you so much, Heather. We love you, and we all miss Jonas, but
Uh,
we
just
want
want
to give a hearty boom Tetris for Jonas. And that trophy is going to be taking us into the future of competitive Tetris.
Yeah, and it's obviously it felt like the right thing to do to turn it into a J piece for the trophy. And the quote that you saw on the screen is engraved onto the trophy itself. And I'm going to read that quote for you guys again. It says, "If you're a high visibility player, it's on you to move the community in a positive direction." And that's exactly what Jonas embodied, right? He was the guy who he was such a great ambassador even after, Joseph took the championship. That's when he even dug down harder, traveled more, spread the love of the game and the community even more, to get more people involved. And you could see the kind of graciousness he had in his heart, even when he lost to Joseph. He was so grateful and he was so humble in that situation, recognizing what it meant to bring in the new generation of players to the community.
I think, Jonas understood his role and what was happening, and that we were actually building a community. It became more than just a tournament, and he was able to use all of his efforts to become this Tetris ambassador and to create resources that were able to usher in a new generation of players and bring more eyes to what we did and bring more importance and love and to spread it across the world. That's what Jonas did, and I don't think we'd all be here, and the Tetris community, especially the classic Tetris community, wouldn't be what it is today if Jonas weren't Jonas. And I think where it touched me the most was I got to watch, and I grew myself. I wanted to become more like Jonas in that instead of wanting to become a champion myself, it was actually better to cheer on everybody around me to our scene. And that, in turn, influenced everyone else around him, and everyone in our community kind of has that little piece of that Jonas spirit of giving, spirit of cheering everyone on around you and bringing everybody up to create a wonderful community. And that's what really stuck with me.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about this in the past, but we were mentioning that I sometimes feel like I'm kind of new into the community. And I still remember the first year of CTWC that I did. We had the pre-party at, the upstairs of our, favorite location up in Portland. And, I was nervous. I didn't know a lot of the people there. I was very scared. And here comes Jonas, at the time, a 6-time champion. And, this is the guy who has every right to just be, like, I'm Jonas kind of thing. But honestly, like him and Heather as well, the two of them were so welcoming to me for this community. And, he introduced himself to me. We talked. And he, again, even back then in this ambassador role, really made me feel at home with the community and really welcomed me. And I really appreciate that from him. Honestly, I really, really do. He really made me feel like part of the family, and I appreciate that so much.
Yeah, I really do think that having a champion, being welcoming and wanting more people involved and just making it a place where people will watch a video or they'll jump into his Twitch stream, and he was just always so warm and so authentic, and that's something that you don't really see that in other esports. And then I would even say in other sports in general, when you have someone who's at the top of their game, their superstar, you can't just jump into Twitch chat and then hang out. But Jonas, would you let make you feel like your family and let you into his life and his world. And I think that's why across the boards, he's just so universally loved because at any level of knowing Jonas, or maybe not even having talked to him directly, you felt that warmth, you felt that genuine spirit, and you wanted to become a part of this family that is our Classic Tetris community.
And to be honest with you, it is my true belief that Jonas is still with us, and he's still always going to be a part of this. And in fact, I have joked many times, and I've said this, and it's not even a joke. I really think this is the absolute truth. But Jonas is still with all of us, and he is the person now who is giving us all of the RNG that we're getting in all of our Tetris games across the world. There are times on my stream that I've played Tetris and I'll get the bad RNG and I'll scream out, "Curse you, Jonas," because I know he's the one in charge of giving everybody their pieces. And, I know he's, every time we get one of these droughts and such, that Jonas is the one laughing at us, basically saying, "Ha, deal with this RNG." He is definitely there now, and forever in my heart, he will be the one that is giving us the pieces. So, whenever we get the good pieces, I will thank Jonas. And whenever, we get the bad pieces, curse him because, that's what he would want. He would want to be trolling us all, even at this point in time.
As I alluded to earlier, the other way that he lives on in us is I think it's all up to us to be ambassadors for our community, to learn what we can, to learn how to pass on our knowledge, our love, welcoming everyone else into the community, and allowing that part of Jonas to live on in all of us, and to do maybe not even in just limited to Classic Tetris, but everything we do in life. And I really want that to be something that sticks with me for as long as I'm around. And I'll definitely keep that in mind going forward. And Jonas will be with us. Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. But again, thank you again to Heather for showing up and, being able to speak out.
Heather,
very difficult thing
also
to do.
a part of our community. Even aside from being connected to Jonas, her doing commentary and, her being a amazing Dr. Mario player. It's just so good seeing her again, and our hearts are always with Heather, and we love her as much as Jonas, and hope to see this Jonas's legacy continue through us.
Yep. And there's nothing more than he would want than us to continue forward, play the finals, the grand finals here. It's like Heather mentioned, I can only imagine what he would say if we told him that players at this point in time are getting to level 52. And that
He might have been one of them, to learn rolling. So
absolutely.
In my, in my mind, that's the alternate timeline that I'm going to roll with.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, Jonas would want us to get going. He'd be like, "Enough of this. Let's get to the grand finals."
Find out who our champion is going to be for CTWC 2021. It all comes down to Huff versus Dog, rolling versus our final boss and defending reigning Classic Tetris World Champion.
That's right. And you can see Huff and Dog. Again, no better way to have this grand finals go in the year where rolling has been introduced and has become such, as you mentioned, a powerful weapon in the Classic Tetris world, the Classic Tetris community, going up against last year's champion. So this really is like the new thing, going up against, the reigning
what
champion.
A showdown. No matter how the results turn out, it's going to be a story for the ages and a cornerstone in CTWC and Tetris history. Yeah. Make no mistake.
And it's again, this is poetic because it's exactly how it went. It would not have felt the same if Joseph, the new hyper tapping master, didn't have to dethrone Jonas in the grand finals. He was able to do that, and we're here in a similar situation. Can Huffaluffagus, as our resident master of rolling here,
the last survivor of the rollers coming in, Believe it or not, some people thought rollers would be completely dominant through the top 64. That was not the case. Huff's the last one standing.
So it doesn't feel more appropriate than this to have it come down to Hufflepuffus going up against Dog.
Yeah, it has to test itself against a world champion.
Yeah, this is definitely the matchup that we've been waiting for. See the players here. They're going to get ready to go, and this is going to be the grand finals again. Thank you, everybody, to joining in, watching this for a very special year of Classic Tetris.
And of note, I didn't get to mention it before, but both first and second place trophies will be the Jonas Neubauer J piece.
It's so great. It's so great. Again, wonderful tribute to Jonas. And, to have it be the Jonas Neubauer Trophy is just the only right thing to do. It is the appropriate thing to do. We cannot have Classic Tetris World Championships without Jonas.
Absolutely. I love to see it. And that means, Dog is actually guaranteed to be able to interlock his T with a J.
Yeah. And, let's see here. The players are warming up here, getting ready to play, practicing on that level 29. And Dog actually with the glove on right now. I think he's practicing his rolling right now. But here we go. Let's see if we're going to get started here.
All right. They're training on 29.
Yeah, because it's crazy. It's crazy, right?
That's what it's going to come down to. It's going to come down to kill screen play, and they know it.
Yeah, you've seen before, we used to start on 19 because, that's what it was going to come down to. We're at a point right now where these players are starting, their warm-ups at level 29.
They know what it's going to take. They know kill screen play was. I said it before. I said it, I think, even last year, that the next step is kill screen play is going to be a factor, and it has been today. And we are most likely going to be seeing that with these players both scoring after kill screens.
Yep, and again, here we go. Ready screen here. Mm-hmm. This is the grand final.
It all comes down to this. All of the drama and all the action. Our huge field of over 210 players coming into this, down to these final two. Former champion or current champion versus new play style. So, champion Dog versus Rolling. Huff versus Dog.
Waiting for Dog to get that ready screen up. But again, 2021 has seen so much advancement in this community here. A lot of changes here, a lot of new people here. Undoubtedly, we'll bring in a lot more people. There we go. The countdown has started.
Let's go. Five.
With
a drink. 5,
4,
3, 2,
1.
Tetris! And here we go.
Yeah, not sure why Dog taking a drink beforehand. Why he could take a drink in the middle of the match, He's shown us that earlier. But this is it.
See if hydration is a factor.
Grand finals here again. If you guys are just tuning in, Dog, last year's champion, Huff, the new champion of rolling, the new technique that is taking Classic Tetris by storm. Ooh, nice.
Dog with the Vits.
Yep.
Vertical eye tech setup.
Okay.
Yeah, both players maximizing the scoring potential of these pieces here. Dog building up high.
And boom, Tetris for Dog. Again, it's crazy. It is definitely a high stack, but for these players here, the skill that they have, the speed that both players have, that height is almost nothing now. Mm-hmm. They basically can play this as if it is all the modern Tetris rules. Again, if you guys are new to Classic Tetris, just tuning in for one of the first times here, the rules are so different in this game as compared to what they are in modern Tetris. Your ability to manipulate the pieces after they touch down don't exist. You only get one preview window. You have no hold at all whatsoever. So if you have a piece you don't know where it's going to go, you have to stick with that. You have to hold that in a different way.
Get over to the left side if you're a roller or can tap fast.
Yep. Okay, interesting setup here for Dog. Seeing how he's going to try to break through this is not good here, but he's working on trying to clear out this stack. Again,
it's going to have to burn down a bit.
Not going to be in a situation.
Trying to set up.
Yeah,
a bit piece dependent now.
Oof, what a rough start here.
Needing a long bar now. There. Getting the triple and able to burn back down. But yeah, Huff's going to start leading here with Dog having to make those burns.
Yeah, that's the important part. Again, the Tetris rate is the important thing here. And so the efficiency that they have. And again, Huff, it's scary to say this, but Huff has a better chance of surviving post-kill screen situations than Dog. And so Dog, kind of in a similar situation to where Joseph was, is going to want to be able to keep his efficiency as high as possible. He wants to keep that Tetris rate as high as possible, but this RNG is not going well. So, I mean, like I said, you know, maybe this is Jonas saying, you know what, it's time to pass the torch again.
I don't know. This new generation, I don't think they're ready to pass torches quite yet. And any of them that are still playing as tappers can take up rolling. It's an option.
Yeah, but he set up a beautiful, dirty Tetris there on column number 4, and now he's going to be able to transition over. He's got a 41% Tetris rate, but again, at 87 lines, he's got a long way to go. He has the ability to definitely get this Tetris rate back up, but right now, Huffaluffagus, you know, obviously we haven't been, you know, paying attention as much to his stack because it's been pretty clean up to this point.
Hey, so I've got online facts just in from Pumpy Heart. So apparently this is the first time that we have CTWC finalists not competing under the same roof. Let that sink in for a bit.
That's amazing.
Right? We were only online, you know, we were online for our first year last year, yet Dog and Andy were under the same roof, and before that, it was all physical. So it was all live events. And this time is the first time the top two are under different roofs.
That's right. Good call. Good call.
Nice one, Pumpy Heart. Thank you, Pumpy Heart, for getting us those online facts and letting me deliver them.
But you can see right here, 62% on the side of Huffaluffagus. Had to do a little bit of cleaning. Still not burning. Again, the amount of risky play when you are a roller is it's absolutely terrifying. Again, if you're used to modern Tetris rules, it doesn't look like that much of a big deal. But you know, in NES Tetris and NES Tetris, it is absolutely scary to play that high up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
Huff
far
with the lead so far.
Yeah, and Dog has not been able to catch up in that Tetris rate. He's still at 50% in the transition. Huffaluffagus sitting at 63% in the transition.
Yeah, I mean, these are actually kind of lower performing games for both players. Huff transitioning about 520 and Dog, you know, in the high 400s.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see if they can kind of get pumped up and scoring here post 19.
All right, boom, Tetris for Dog, and look at this. We always say 60% is a max out pace, and Dog has gotten himself up to 58%, while Huff has dropped down to 63%.
Oh, Huff with the left side, really kind of perilous there for a second, but is able to get the long bar over to the left.
Ooh.
And burn it back down.
Look at that! But that's the opportunity.
Yep.
That's the opening that Dog needs.
If Dog's gonna become unleashed, now is the time to do it. Dog picking up speed as the speed increases. Post 19, Dog increasing the Tetris rate. Unleashed.
Yep. Oh no, the OP's coming right after he covered up that perfect spot for it. Hufflepuff trying to play a little bit safe right now. Hasn't been going for anything crazy despite having the rolling in his back pocket. And you can see here just continuing to dig. And Dog now with a higher
Now with a
success rate.
100,000 point lead out of nowhere. Dog is unleashed. Let's go.
Who let the dog out? I mean, look, someone had to say it once this weekend, and that's the perfect time to say it right there. And here we go.
All right, Huff is back clean, ready to score. Boom, Tetris for Huff. Boom, Tetris for Dog.
But again, the question comes down to, does it really matter what the efficiency is going to be? Or is it going to come down to Hufflepuff being able to survive during kill screen?
Here's that situation. I was talking about it where the Tetris rate isn't going to reflect the outcome because Huff made his Tetrises early on and Dog's making them all now here in the mid-20s where the Tetrises are worth more.
Yep.
Ooh. Dog getting kind of spiry in the middle, looking to burn down. Ooh, aggressive. Got the log bar. Boom. Column 4 Tetris for Dog.
Dog is trying, good.
Not letting up one bit.
And again, still with a slight advantage, and he's gonna stick with it here.
Yep.
Had a chance to burn through.
Tetris ready.
He's gonna keep it.
About to max out. Boom! Tetris for Dog. Max out. Level
And
28.
he's still gonna stick with it.
225 lines going into potential kill screen. Just the Tetris and any more lines than that. Okay, the next Tetris is going to put him into level 29, and there it is. And Huff goes into level 29. Still behind by about 86,000 points. So Dog now taking the triple. Okay, Dog smartly surviving here on kill screen. Taking the burns.
Tapping versus rolling, level 29 kill screen play. And look at this.
Dog's in better shape than Huff. And Dog defeats Huff post kill screen. Oh my goodness.
This is thrill screen. It is. And there we see a case of hyper tapping outdoing rolling.
And I'm going to say it. Tap is not dead.
Dog showing the power of tapping, still able to take this one over the rolling from Huff, but it's still just one game to nothing.
One game in a series.
Only one game. And again, playing from behind. Dog was playing from behind from the beginning, and then at some point, like you said, just all of a sudden coming from behind, bursting out, and just taking
Dog
the lead.
unleashed. We have seen that before. Dog, might not have the best game going through 18, but 19, the dogs get let out and unleashed Tetris after Tetris. It is raining Dog Tetris.
Great job here. And now Dog maybe taking a little bit of a break here, trying to gather himself here, trying to become
a great game from Huff. It's just that, Huff's other games going past kill screen, he was able to, get line clears and survive and, show off a bit, getting 30, level 40. It didn't happen that time. So let's see if Huff can get it together and perform in the way that we know that Huff can post kill screen.
Here's a good question though. Would we if Dog can take this, would we consider him the 4th back-to-back champion? Because technically Jonas was back-to-back, then got his streak interrupted by Harry, and then came back and back-to-back again.
The double back-to-back. I mean, if you count individual people, it's still the same, but I guess if you count streaks.
This will be the 4th streak. But again,
but you love to see it,
Yet. Huff is definitely not out of this yet.
Yeah. Yep. Tap versus rolling. Here we go.
All right, here we go. Readying up for game number 2. Dog taking game number 1. Both players maxing out, getting to kill screen, and then surprisingly enough, the hyper tapping outdoing the rolling.
Oh man, pumping heart, pumping.
Not dead yet.
Back again. I've got one here. Huff and Dog have met 8 times previously. Dog has won every single time. Wow.
But how many times have they faced each other with Huff at this point? I mean, this guy has been practicing all the way since he qualified. He's been probably playing so much Tetris, so much rolling practice here. We saw what he did against Joseph and how effective that rolling was.
Yeah, just necessitating kill screen play here. And Dog just did that, showing that, Capping can still do it too.
Yeah, absolutely.
And with the online facts coming in this continuous stream from Puppy Heart, apparently they're so all those matches were before the evolution of Huff.
Okay, interesting. Oh, what the heck just happened?
Yeah, a bit of a burn there situation for Dog, reacting to that wildly, but doesn't look dangerous yet.
Yeah, but again, it's that percentage, right? That's always the worry here, especially if he's just going to get spammed with these S, Z, and T pieces when he needed everything else to be able to burn through. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's going to feel much more comfortable now, much more manageable stack. But all of a sudden, these O pieces out of nowhere, but at least gets the L pieces, exactly what he needed. And there we go, burning his way through, and boom, Tetris for Dog.
Yep, and Huff was pretty efficient, but is still only up by a couple of Tetrises, even after all that burning by Dog.
Yep. Again, it's early on. We saw Dog just coming all the way back and catching up.
Yeah, that's Dog being unleashed. Watch out after level 19.
But again, a little bit of a interesting. Okay, so he's trying to set up that dirty Tetris.
Yeah.
He had a chance to burn more, but he chose not to go for it. Still has this dirty Tetris set up, and it pays off.
Tetris for Dog, dirty center well, amazing.
Really, really just beautiful play from Dog to get that center well Tetris. Now set up for another one.
Gets those nice tucks in there. Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, you can see right now on Huff's side, having a little bit of a situation here. Obviously, nothing he can nothing that he can't handle. But again, not to sound like a broken record, that Tetris rate is the important part. And he's out of there, cleaned up the field. He's ready for another Tetris, and there it is. Boom, Tetris for Huff.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, this is still a close match, and Huff with a 1 Tetris lead now.
Yeah, 66% versus that 57%. And as we keep going again, obviously Dog is just continuing to bring that up. He had a similar start like this and got it all the way up to 60-some% and was able to still max out last game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to have to spend time burning or getting warmed up for the rest of the match, that's the way to do it. Make those Tetrises at the end, and you can still win.
Man, Dog is getting some pieces, let me tell you. And I don't mean that in a positive way. He is definitely running into some really, really unfortunate sequences for himself that are forcing him into these awkward builds.
Tetris for Huff, getting out of that drought finally, but still built up high. Boom, Tetris for Huff again. Just really aggressive builds here. Huff just stacking up so high, and it's working out.
Yeah, unfortunately for Dog trying to get out of the situation that he was in, it was only triples. He only got, another misdrop from Dog. Perhaps maybe a little bit of sign of nerves from Dog's side.
Yeah, just didn't get that last tap to get that over. I mean, it's not a huge hole, but definitely wants to maximize every line.
Yeah, but even still, despite all of that cleaning that Dog is having to do, he's still at 50%. And Huff, 58%, doing some cleaning himself. So Huff hasn't been able to use this opportunity to gain a larger lead.
Ooh, Dog with a last-second adjustment to make a better use of that piece.
All right. Yeah, now Dog is looking for that other J piece. There it is. Now he's Tetris ready. Boom, Tetris for Dog.
Yeah, Dog with a better looking stack now. Huff kind of spiry, trying to look to even things out as we approach transition. 15 lines from transition. Wow, nice stacking by Huff, just getting stuff over to the left and rebuilding, getting Tetris ready.
And Boom Tetris for Huff, and boom Tetris for Dog. So both players back in the thick of things here with these clean play fields.
Transition to 505,000.
Yep. So not quite max. Well, actually, now at 60%, definitely max out pace. Boom, Tetris again. And no!
Mischief by Dog. And transition coming soon, so he's going to have to get this board under control.
Yeah, like I said, this is very uncharacteristic of Dog to have these kind of drops here, miss drops.
Okay. Needing a long bar. Oh, covering it up just at the wrong time, but manages to start burning. It's the right move.
Oh, beautiful. There we go. And now it just needs to get that column number 10 cleared open. And there
Dog
it
back
is.
into safety. In the meantime, Huff has opened up a lead now of 156,000 points, increased to 180,000. Dog finally set up, looking to fire back. Ready to score. Boom, Tetris for Dog.
Uh-oh, and
Huff
now
with
a
slight
missed drop from Huff. Not as
Dog hitting another Tetris. Boom, Tetris for Dog. Dog again, just back-to-backs there, so Dog catching up. Dog now consistently playing better post-19.
right. This is where it feels like Dog really shines, having some of those problems. And in fact, some of those misshifts, maybe he's moving too fast. Because
Nice mind spin by Dog.
Woohoo! That was beautiful.
And yeah, the game's moving faster now, and he's pulling off these even more impressive moves. And a line spin miss would be, potentially deadly. That's not one piece you want to mess around with. End up skewering yourself.
All right, not quite Tetris ready yet. Now he's finally Tetris ready. Meanwhile,
Oh, nice burns. Wow, keeping that clean with those solves.
Huff staying.
Dog
Where's that
hitting.
line piece? There it is, finally. And Huff, again, 61%. Looking clean, looking smooth here.
Huff looking super strong, looking really with a huge lead here.
And even though with the lead, he's still playing as efficiently as possible.
Still super aggressive, not letting up one bit.
Yeah, he has not stopped chasing those Tetrises. And
Yeah.
2 Tetrises here in level 26.
Yeah,
for
Dog's
Huff.
got, even though Dog is looking to be unleashed, that's a lot to make up. Boom, Tetris for Dog. Huff not letting up one bit.
Yeah, okay, Huff playing a little bit
Yeah,
safer
taking
now.
a triple there. And able to with that 168,000 point lead.
Yeah, and
Boom,
he is
Tetris for
not
Huff.
stopping. Yeah, he's at still 60%, but he's getting close to that max out now. What a tuck by Dog.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Getting a little bit messy for Dog. Boom, Tetris for Dog. Let's see what he does with that left side. Opts to burn. Probably the right choice. But kill screen is coming. Let's see if Dog gets his board safe, or if he chooses to try to get another Tetris in that time.
Oh, looks like Huff was able to get another Tetris.
The score differential is almost seems insurmountable unless it's all kill screen points at this point for Dog. So it's going to be up to Dog to score as many points on kill screen as possible. It has to make up 249,000 points. Let's go.
Can this be done? This will be the play of his life if he can pull
Kill
this off.
screen play here. Pure kill screen play is going to be the deciding factor. Probably for the first time we've seen a chase down quite like this. Can Dog do it?
Oh man.
And it's not like, the game's not going to get any faster. It's just a matter of singles and trying to survive as long as possible.
What?
Maybe getting a Tetris in there if it's ready. Okay, gets a triple. That's already impressive. This
But
is going to be the
still-
performance of a lifetime for Dog. Let's go. Wow. Still going.
200,000 points behind, though. These triples are
Art
not
Blackburn.
scoring enough points.
Needing just the right pieces to stay alive at this speed. So smart from Dog.
That was beautiful play.
Can he keep it up? Yes, gets a double. That left
Oh.
side. Wow. Wow. Fighting for his life. Wow. Let's go.
Look at
Let's
Huff's
go.
He's like,
Dog.
no way.
Oh my
No.
god. I don't know what's beyond unleashed, but this is a beyond Dog being unleashed.
Dude, and
Oh
even
my
Huff
goodness.
has to
You've
applaud
got to
right
be
now.
kidding me.
Is this
Holy
a personal? Is this a personal record for him? Oh no.
Okay. Maintaining the burns. Got some Swiss cheese down there. Can he survive it? Oh my god, getting the double. That left side. Can he get something to that left over there? Oh man, that left. So dangerous. And that's. Oh, 35. Level 35 and a chase down. I think that's a record, maybe?
Dude,
For the chase down player?
All those singles, all those doubles and triples, and he was only able to chip away at about 60,000 points to try to catch up. But he was playing ridiculous.
Out of his mind. Yeah. So, that puts Huff on notice because had Dog scored better, that was some amazing survival past 29. And this is going to be a showdown of the ages. GG's. 1-1 now. A best of 5 has now become a best of 3.
Yeah. What is Dog's highest level? What's his record? I'm curious. Because that was ridiculous.
So, he was 4 lines away from his PB, and Dog has made it to 36 before, for your next online fact.
Oh boy.
So yeah, he is really busting it out, like, when it matters. So not able to secure the win there, but definitely stating his case for post-kill screen survival.
Okay, here we go.
3, 2, 1,
Tetris!
And what a show. This has been, we've been on the edges of our seat here. And you, audience, thanks for coming along for the ride. Wow.
We're on the edge of our seats, and the audience, they're the ones who are winning right now because we are seeing some of the highest level Tetris I've ever seen. This is definitely the most hyped Tetris that we have ever seen. That crazy post-kill screen run from Dog.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, that's what you need to see. I think that might actually, boost Dog's confidence because that's, showing that he's capable and just needs to score a bit more going into the kill screen. But Huff, if Huff didn't maintain that aggression, like going flat out and not holding back like that, then Huff wouldn't have taken that round.
Here we go. You can see right now both players at about a 60% Tetris rate.
Mm-hmm.
Huff with just gaining a little bit of a lead here, but if Dog can get at least one Tetris here, you can see boom, Tetris, and look at this, neck and neck. Same Tetris rate, same lines, the score differential basically non-existent. But again, that first game, I mean, the pieces were not friendly to Dog, and he's
look
kind
at
of
that dirty. Boom, Tetris for Dog.
Nice stuff right there. And got himself set up for another Tetris. Oh, love the adjustment right there from Dog. It's crazy when they play on level 18. It looks like they have like 700 years to be able to make decisions because it feels so slow compared to what they're doing at level 29.
Yeah. And, maybe we'll see Dog perform better, not just post 19, but post 29 as well. Just used to that high speed.
Yeah, but right now, Dog has built himself up a lead. You can see 70% Tetris rate, 62% for Huff. But again, still very early, only at line 50. So these percentages will change very quickly.
Yeah, I still feel like we have yet to see Dog just play a perfect 18. So maybe after enough games here in pre-19, we'll see a clean game from Dog.
Yeah,
and
Huff, yet somehow he's still here in grand finals. It's crazy how he can make it work with not necessarily the best RNG. He's able to make it work as well as this. Look at this. Back-to-back Tetris is still a 69% Tetris rate.
Yeah, so Dog now with a 1 Tetris lead. Huff still playing really good. Not a whole lot of digging or anything else. Just both players being very efficient here. It's going to be a high-scoring game.
Boom, Tetris for Dog. Needs a piece to drop in that column 3. The eyepiece is going to do it. Sets himself up for a Tetris. And again, boom, Tetris for Dog as well. Huffaluffagus working on clearing out that column on the side. Oh, perfect. He went for the Tetris, and then he got exactly the J piece that he needed.
Okay, bit of a hole for Dog having to dig now. Just a bit.
Yep.
And Huff is clean.
Yeah, playing pretty safe, actually. And I think this might be Huff's strategy right now. Knowing that he can outlast Dog in the kill screen, post-kill screen scenarios, I think he actually is playing, quote, safe. You know, I've seen a couple of situations where he could have fished for something to keep his Tetris rate as high as possible. And I say that, and he's at 69%. Like, I'm saying that like 69% isn't amazing right now.
Nice. Boom, Tetris for Dog. Taking the lead.
Oh, what a setup. Beautiful burn right there from Huff.
And another Tetris for Huff. Scores are neck and neck.
Dog needing those line pieces. Oh, perfect. Back-to-back LJ to cover into that gap. He's clean again, ready for another Tetris.
Both
have to
fields are clean, both Tetris ready, waiting for the long bar. Boom, Tetris for Dog. Getting to be at about the 10 lines from transition range here.
Yeah, unfortunately for Huff, though, his stack is a little bit high. He's got 10 lines to clean, now 9 lines to clean it down. And there you go, perfect.
Boom,
Okay.
Tetris for Huff.
To be made by Dog. You could is he going to try to okay, actually he's got the transition now. Boom.
Yeah.
Still a Tetris.
557 for Dog, 541, now 565 for Huff.
Yeah, and again, the Tetris percentage is very even. Dog showing the catch up here.
Yep. Scores are neck and neck.
I'm sorry, but Dog's been in the lead most of this game. Sorry. And now Huff at the 68%. So
Good
they
stacks
are
in both.
absolutely neck and neck now.
Yeah, they're really doing well this game, playing super solid. No big digs. Okay, both building.
And again, just a slight, just the barely smallest of leads right now for Dog. He is definitely playing at a faster pace as well. As you can see, he's already in level, he's at 165 lines. And, so basically about 4 lines faster than what Huff is doing.
Ooh, playing up high. Dog aggression. Dog looking to be already unleashed. I mean, not letting up one bit, really. Oh, giving up the Tetris to keep the parity there.
Yeah.
Boom, Tetris for Dog.
Okay, and Huff gets a clear screen as well. And again, I think for Huff, though, he knows that he can, I mean, we've already seen him get to a level 41 as well as a level 40. He knows that the chase down is his strength right now. He can definitely play a little bit more conservatively.
Maybe, but look at this lead by Dog. 168,000 points now.
How is he
going into a couple of Tetrises away from max out for Dog? There's one. And maybe one and change will do it, or maybe just one. We'll see. Dog is Tetris ready. Waiting for the long bar. There it is!
And
boom,
boom.
Tetris for Dog, 998. So
next one will give him a max out for sure.
Yep. There it is.
There it is.
Oh!
Wait.
Missed it. Ooh. Boom, Tetris for Dog.
Man,
so
the drought came in
he's
that
going to have to
situation.
clean down if he wants to do that kill screen play again.
Yeah.
Huff looking good. Nice board. Still down by a lot of points, but there's the long bar. Boom, Tetris for Huff. Dog getting cleaned up, but is playing one off the ground there, taking the triple, maybe wanting to get back into safety. Boom, Tetris for Dog, now level 28. Oh, wow, the aggression. Dog taking the dirty Tetris, not burning down to the ground, but now does. In great position to do kill screen play. Max is out. 112.
He's going for the dirty again.
Wow, into kill screen. Dog, 1,161,000. Huff maxing out. Kill screen now, 107. Here we go. Kill screen play. Dog's board not in great shape. Is going to top out. Huff has to chase down 85,000 points now on post kill screen. And getting to 1,165,000 points.
Now we have seen Huff get some Tetrises at this speed, but he hasn't been able to get himself set up cleanly yet. And so you can see he's just going for the singles, the doubles, the triples. Oh,
wow.
Actually,
yeah, this is going to be... He's getting singles. And I mean, he's scoring pretty well with them just because, things are worth more.
This is what modern Tetris is. This is what NES Tetris 2021 looks like.
Turned into, yeah.
Post kill screen chase down. And look at this. He's still going. Level 33.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So there's some holes and gaps. Oh no, he's looking at the screen. It looks like that's gonna finish it for Huff. And Dog with actually the better score going in. Huff failing to make the chase down post kill screen. So back and forth they go. Dog is one game away from becoming a 2-time champion. And Huff needs to win this next game, to stay in the tournament and to keep rolling as its first year becoming a champion with rolling.
Tapping is not dead. Dog showing that it's still...
tapping, still has some life in it left. Maybe not having such a good championship run as Das quite yet. Tapping was... Some people were saying, tapping was going to be the thing forever, and that is not the case. But Dog is making a great case for tapping here, even in the year 2021.
And Dog again taking a little bit of a break. You can see Huff looks like he just wants to jump right back in here, ready to go, ready to play his next match.
And maybe if you play more matches as a tapper, maybe your hands take more wear to. Maybe depending on the situation, rolling can have an advantage depending on the environment and how many games you have to play, how long the day goes.
Again, we're not sure where Dog has gone, but probably shaking off his hand right now, trying to, massage those muscles again. I mean, Joseph talked about this a little bit in his interview, how, the hyper tapping kind of has it to the point where, his wrist can hurt for a long period of time. And definitely probably happening for Dog as well.
Yeah, what an incredible game between the two for that round. I mean, just, double max out, double kill screen, chase downs. We're getting kill screen chase downs as a matter of fact here in CTWC 2021. You'll love to see it. Can't wait to see where it goes next. Hufflepuffkus now fighting for his tournament life here, looking to turn it into a decider, and Dog looking to become a champion for the second year in a row, possibly. Okay, we're going to try to get it ready back on Dog screen here. Okay, looks like they're going to do some judging things here just to reset their game.
Yep. Okay, here we go. Dog on the verge. He is one game away from becoming back-to-back champion of the Classic Tetris World Champion for 2020 and 2021. Not only a new era of younger players, new era of playing online as well.
Mm-hmm.
First 2 years of Classic Tetris World Championship being a purely online. Of course.
And Dog looking to be the first champion to defeat Well, either one of these would be the first to defeat the opponent not under the same roof. So
Right.
that I guess that's like a bonus achievement.
All right.
Okay. Fine, we got the two readies. Dog up one match, and Huff having to win this game to stay in the match and in the tournament.
Look, if anybody knows that it's not over yet, it's Dog. He was the one
3,
that made the 2
2, 1. Tetris.
Tetris. He was the one that made the comeback against his own brother last year after going down 0-2. So he knows that this is not over by any stretch of the imagination. Boom, Tetris. Exact play fields for both players.
Yeah. Mirror. Okay, there's a deviation.
Okay, finally, the divergence.
They're both Tetris ready, though. Simul Tetris. Love to see it.
All right.
But yeah, this is really already historic, and we're seeing so much chase down post kill screen play that that's putting the entire field on notice. You're going to have to be able to do that if you want to become a Tetris champion now into the future. I don't think that's ever not going to be a thing at this point.
And you see how aggressive Dog is playing. He is playing so high up there. Finally gets the long piece. And there's that LJ tuck into the too wide gap. Always love that. All right, sets himself up a tuck here. And perfect.
I'm not sure if he missed the tuck or just wanted to do it with the next piece, but worked out. Same number of burns.
Yeah, but Huff is definitely down in percentages. And, this is important here because maybe the chase down isn't going to do it for Huff if he continues to play so safely. Because, he had that opportunity to go for the chase down. Didn't quite work out. And Dog's play was just too efficient. His score was just too high.
Yeah. I mean, Huff kind of was within striking distance, but, it's not guaranteed. I mean, even for a roller, it doesn't seem like it's infinite all the time. You still have to, it's still a skill screen. You have to survive and make intelligent placements to be able to continue to score past 29, even if you've got rolling.
See right now, both players at excellent rates, but Dog at 83% Tetris rate has to. Oh man, look at this SZ spam all of a sudden.
Yeah. Not a whole lot you can do about that. Holes are going to be formed, but if you burn it down efficiently, then you can minimize the damage.
Man, look at this. Dog giving himself a couple of line bar requirements. And now the burning it has to happen here. This is a good opportunity for Huff to try to catch up.
Yeah,
Huff with a clear playing field.
Yep. Huff really in good position here. Really efficient. Maybe even going for a dirty here to maximize those lines. Nope, opposite take the triple.
Just takes the triple. All right, and set up for the Tetris. Boom, Tetris for Huff, 70%. He has given himself the Tetris rate lead over Dog, but barely. It's neck and neck.
Yep, neck and neck.
%69% versus 68%. This is
nice.
Crazy.
Both at 69%. Okay.
Both of them playing at such high efficiency levels. Boom, Tetris for Huff. Boom, Tetris for Dog.
Yeah, Huff opting to go for the spin there for a delayed burn. Seeing into the future there, or at least trying to. Yep, gets that L piece for the flat burn.
And again, boom, Tetris. Oh boy. Huff kind of in an awkward position.
Yeah, Huff was getting fancy with those delayed burns.
But that
might resolve it cleanly.
Yeah, okay. Look at this. All these eyepieces showing up just in time for a boom Tetris for Huff.
Yeah, that was Very interesting stacking there by Huff. You could kind of see what he was going for, and it just kind of needed to deliver the pieces to put it all together. Huff with a fist bump. Yeah.
Proud of himself for that dig. Excellent dig. And now
Well, it was
Tetris
almost
ready.
like a self-inflicted dig. Like, he knew what pieces would solve it, set it up, and yeah, executed. That's what you need to do. And keep that efficiency.
Boom, Tetris for Dog. Dog at 74%. It is back and forth with who has the percentage of the Tetris rate lead. Boom, Simul Tetris. 69% versus 75%. But Dog still increasing that percentage up to 76% now.
Yeah, Dog actually getting better at 18. You know, no big dig like before.
Haven't had to see the dig Dog. Saw that one in the chat.
Huff looking for a T-spin there. Oh, I think missed a T-spin there. Dog going cheese grip for a moment there. You know, and
yeah, he's like, no,
fighting games, you know, they have like the taunt button in the fighting game.
Right. Just kidding. All right, but now
Huff with a
Tetris
long bar
ready.
stack there. And Huff heading transition at 507,000 points. Dog into transition, 667,000 points now with a sizable lead. 2.5 Tetrises ahead.
Yeah, again, we have a 69% Tetris rate here
Nice.
at the transition, and he's behind. He's behind. It's not good enough. Yeah, and fishing for those Tetrises, and it's going to pay off. There we go. Boom. Tetris for Huff.
Boom, Tetris for Dog. 100,000 point lead now.
He's playing so high. Boom, Tetris for Dog. Oh,
Boom, Tetris for Huff. Let's go. Both players super aggressive. Great stack. And consistently scoring. This is what you want to see. Boom, Tetris for Huff.
Has
Boom,
to
Tetris
force
for
an
Dog.
eyepiece requirement, but he gets the eyepiece. And now, here we go. Tetris ready again is Dog. And there it is. Boom, and
Boom.
Simul Tetris.
Simul Tetris.
It's 80% Tetris rate.
Boom, Tetris for Dog. Unleashed.
Time to do a little bit of cleanup. He's
Yeah,
not.
this
Okay,
Huff's-
there it is. The L piece finally is the one that he needs.
So Huff looking clean. This is his chance to catch up.
Yep. If he can get that
Moving high
eyepiece.
and aggressive.
Ooh,
Nice
opened it
burning.
up, but still no eyepiece.
Oh,
There it
ooh,
is.
barely
And
getting
last
that
second.
in. Boom, Tetris and Tetris again for Huff. That was key. Keeping
Yeah,
that
again,
aggression.
By
Boom,
being
Tetris for Dog.
by being a rolling player, staying within striking
out.
distance is so important. Wow.
Max out for Dog. On level 26.
Yep.
So
You
Huff
can see-
behind by 143,000 points now. Has some catching up to do.
This is the strategy. This is Dog's strategy. He is just gonna basically play extremely good, better Tetris than you, and so it doesn't matter if you can go.
And let's
for the
see if
face down.
Dog sets up for post-kill screen play. Because maybe he's learned from these last few matches. Keep the playfield safe. Dog can do it all.
He is
Dog
at-
hitting another Tetris, 200,000 point lead. Huff now with some cleanup work to do. Not going to have a great screen going into 29 unless he can clean this up. Oh, dirty setup from Huff. Can he clean it? Needs a long bar. Boom! Tetris for Huff. Simul Tetris. Dog getting a Tetris going into the kill screen. Here we go. Can we see Dog going rabid, unleashed, perfect clear on the kill screen? Oh my goodness.
And here we go. 2 Tetrises at level
Double post-kill
29.
screen play. Dog needing to get something over to the left and knows he can't make anything further. Okay, Huff now having to make up 169,000 points. His tournament life on the line
chase down of his life. All on, this is it. This is what rolling is supposed to bring you.
Rolling. Yeah.
Yep. This is it.
New playstyle versus reigning champion.
Can
Who will
rolling
survive?
Uh-oh.
Left side's a bit high there. Gets it. Nails that triple. Some holes in the stack. Oh, oh, that middle is going to be a problem. That middle is going to be a problem.
He's still alive.
Yeah, he's still alive. But those
For how long?
Swiss the clock is ticking, and it looks like Huff knows that is going to win it for Dog. Dog is your 2-time Classic Tetris World Champion for 2021. GG's.
There you have it. And again, like I said, this was, got to imagine what kind of game Dog was forced to play at that point. He had to play with the most efficiency that he could have mustered. He was at 80% Tetris rate so he can get a score high enough that 1.14 was not enough. With this chase down all the way through level 32, 35 in the previous game, not enough. Dog just playing absolutely amazing Tetris.
Rabbit Dog taking it again. Our final boss defeating the legendary new weapon that was devised in the last year, showing that tapping is not dead. And you can see the high fives between Dog, and we're most likely thinking it's Andy over there, just slightly off screen. But man, what a showing from Huff! Really, legitimizing and showing the threat, the up and coming threat that Rolling is going to be playing here in the future of competitive Tetris.
Yeah, what's really going to be interesting to see, I mean, we've saw Dog is practicing Rolling, so he's probably going to move in that direction as well. But again, we've had the hybrid players who have done Daz and hyper tapping. Maybe we're going to have hybrid hyper tappers / rollers, which we've seen
that
before as well.
We've seen people switch like the hand style in the middle of the match, and who knows? The strongest players may be rollers or tapping rolling hybrids. But definitely Dog, not just legitimizing tapping, but just the stacking involved to be able to play safe and actually kind of adapt in that match to be able to do some post kill screen play. Dog can do it all.
Dog, again, the 2-time Classic Tetris World Champion. And again, though, we can't say enough about Huffaluffagus. Again, tied for 3rd last year.
Performance.
Changed his play style. Completely this year, coming with Rolling instead.
On the kind of like the test subject to see whether or not Rolling, has got the chops to take it to a world championship, and we know it's got the potential. Maybe it'll happen next year.
Yeah, great job. Again, now perhaps Dog, showing that he is the next phase of repeat champions here. But again, it's so crazy. Obviously, it's so wonderful for Dog to be able to do this back-to-back amazing accomplishment. But it's so crazy because the future of Classic Tetris is in such an interesting flux position right now.
And it might be in Rolling. We don't know. But here's Huff. We're going to be ready to interview him. We are ready to interview him now. Take it away.
What's up, guys?
What is good? Congratulations, first and foremost, Huff, on this amazing placement here, on this amazing play. You got a level 40 and a 41 earlier, probably a record for Classic Tetris top 8 play. But at the end there, you weren't able to chase him down. But I gotta ask, how long have you been doing Rolling now? How long have you been doing this technique?
I've been doing it since I started in late November or late 2020-ish when Cheese told me about it. And then I only started really grinding it around like March or something.
Wow.
So a little bit into 2021.
So you actually haven't been like the longest of the rollers practicing it. You kind of changed midstream. Were you already practicing for CTWC 2021 before you took up Rolling, or was all your training with Rolling?
Oh, Yeah, I guess all my training was rolling. I mean, I'm still practicing with tapping, but
Yeah, but definitely, you've definitely stated the case for it and are the most successful roller coming into the championships this year and coming out of it with a trophy.
Yeah.
Happy
What's
about that.
what's interesting to me right now is, obviously, for this year, hyper tapping comes out victorious. But, as a player who has transitioned from hyper tapping to rolling, and you hear the same message across from everyone, Joseph even joking that this might be the last day of hyper tapping. Do you feel like rolling is going to be the dominant technique moving forward?
Well, if people get better at scaling on 29, lining out for a while, then it could definitely take over. I think it's only the beginning.
Do you feel like your performance was better this year from taking rolling, or do you think that maybe there was a setback having to learn it, or how do you think you would have done had you done tapping instead?
If I was only tapping, I would have lost.
Ah,
I would have made it to top
yeah,
8. So,
that's a pretty strong endorsement there.
oh yeah, no, it's better.
So obviously you're one of the only, well, I mean, I make it sound like there's not many, but 5 players made it into the top 8, the top 5, and all 5 of you doing so again. Tell me what is it that allows you players to stay so consistent for back-to-back years?
Man, I don't know. We got lucky, I guess.
I don't know,
There
man.
you
That
go.
had to be a lot of luck between many competitors, especially you, Huff, with showing such consistent play. You're one of the most consistent stackers, and all of your games really just went the distance. No big digs, no massive problems. Just such solid play from you, Huff, and not luck. I would say it's not luck.
People in the chat say 10% luck there, but mostly skill. Again, I believe the record is that you haven't been able to defeat Dog in a tournament yet.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Oh man,
this is the first time that you tried with rolling. Do you feel like that this was your closest game, or do you feel like you've had closer games in the past?
I can't really remember. I don't remember any of our matches that well. I might have had a close match before, but this was definitely this was the best match we've had yet, for sure.
Yeah.
By far.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely that one thing you got him to do that chase down, but he wasn't able to do it. What were you thinking during that chase down where you were ahead by a couple 100,000 points?
I thought I was good, and then I started going a little bit, started sweating a little bit, but yeah,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
Did that affect
Could
your
never do
strategy
that
for the
tapping.
next game at all?
No, I was pretty much like consistent, just trying to focus on my own game the entire time.
Yeah, it did look like you were playing a little bit safer, like not as aggressive. Like I feel like you pushed Dog to playing as aggressive as possible. Did you feel like your strategy was that you could use the post kill screen play for chase downs?
Yeah, it's kind of tough. You kind of get in your own head sometimes, like
Mhm.
as you're at the kill screen, because it's such a big speed increase. You just
Yeah.
gotta hope you can get into that flow state, right? Just keep
Yeah.
going.
And Dog, definitely had one of those chase downs where he was living a long time. It wasn't enough to beat your score, but we saw kind of like that flow state that he was able to hit.
Yeah. I mean, you're still now currently still the record holder for the highest points. So
Congratulations on that world record, by the way.
Thanks.
What a way to get the momentum coming into this.
yeah, and congratulations as well on being able to be one of the first players also to claim the beautiful new Jonas Trophy in the shape of the J. Obviously this tournament is about you and Dog here and these great performance here. But I mean, do you have anything to say about, Jonas and his inspiration for the Classic Tetris community?
Uh, I feel privileged and lucky to have gotten to talk to him. He definitely got me into this game. So
Yeah,
I'll
you're
say
actually
thank
the
you to him.
last player to have played against him in a competition. So
Yeah.
definitely kind of like a virtual torch being passed to you through competition, and hopefully we'll keep you strong throughout the rest of your Tetris journey.
Hopefully, yep.
Congratulations again. Any big plans on how to take some of that prize money? Gonna celebrate with a nice dinner?
And I don't know. Yeah, probably.
Awesome.
Any shout outs you want to? Yeah.
Yeah,
Congratulations again. Yeah, some shout outs for you, Huff.
So first, I want to say thanks to Puppy Ball Fan Club, the homies, you know, Goob House. Can't forget. See, Shen was cool. A lot of people. Aaron, very very nice people. The MSM community especially, and everyone else. My aunt and family were watching too, so thanks to them. And I think that's it.
All right. Well, congratulations again for Huff. You've got, a great second place trophy. Enjoy that, Jay. Earned it. And we hope to see you in the future of competitive Tetris.
Thanks a lot, man.
I mean, look, he went from third place to second place.
Yep. You know what's next.
Year. Next year is his year. But obviously, once again, this year belongs to Dog. And I believe we have David with Dog, and he's gonna be able to talk to him. So we'll get that ready for you guys in just a second.
Mm-hmm.
But again, congratulations to Huff. Played
yeah,
amazing.
What a run. And a joy to watch him play and showcase rolling, taken to what is currently its fullest potential, and definitely in position to take a championship. A future championship could be in the cards for it. And we'll even see what Dog, and other players have to do to match that, possibly even taking up rolling on their own. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, it's such a crazy situation. Again, even 5-6 years ago, could not have imagined that this is the position that we would be in here.
No.
Bringing in so many players here, bringing in so much new blood playing Tetris. Not even from just a player standpoint, but from everyone getting involved here. I mean, obviously David, doing so much awesome work, producing so much awesome content here.
Yeah.
And guys like Sharky, not only an amazing player, but also being an excellent commentator as well.
Running events, Dog, Sharky, Vandy, just so many cool Tetris events happening year round. Really keeping that skill bar, whether it's raised or dropped, it's keeping it going throughout the year.
Yeah. So once again, though, if you guys had just tuned in, you missed it all. But, definitely the VODs will be available pretty soon for you guys on the Classic Tetris channel.
Oh, yeah. So and the highlight reels from this are going to be insane. I don't want to put more work on Game Scout, but yeah, whatever content's going to be coming out from Game Scout, who we're going to see in a moment, is going to be off the hook. So here we go. Here's Game Scout during the interview.
Let's go.
Oh, hey.
I'm here with the Philly watch party. We've been watching over the past, several hours. Amazing what everything has unfolded. And I'm sure there's been watch parties all around the country, the world, virtually on Discord calls, maybe even on Zoom calls. I have no idea, but it sucks that we can't be all together in person, but it's great that we've all been able to be connected over this tough time, this tough year, this tough 2 years. And it's incredible what we just got to see from Dog, from Huff, from all the players today. So, Dog, we'd love to be able to talk to you.
GG's, let's
GG's,
go.
Dog.
Right, thank you.
Dog, how does it feel? Back to back.
It's amazing, going two for two. That's pretty crazy. Going into the top 8, a lot of people say this, but I was sort of content with whatever I got at that point. So, my goal was the top 8. But just to go this far twice in a row is pretty awesome.
So incredibly, you ended up facing two opponents that you had to face last year. Andy in the semifinals. Obviously, you guys couldn't have the finals rematch, but in the end, the only person that could take Andy down was you. So what was your mindset going into that game?
I had a more of a better mindset against Andy, probably because I was more like I was happy with whatever results that happened for that match. Obviously, since it's just a good result for us either way.
So, final match versus Huff. Obviously, you got to play Huff in the semifinals last year. He said himself he felt like he overperformed that year. It was kind of an amazing run for him. But this year, of course, he's a completely different player. What were you thinking as far as what you would need to do to beat Huff with his crazy potential to get level 35s, level 40s, obviously seeing him chase down Joseph twice in the previous match on 29?
So, whenever I was going into that match against Huff, I honestly had this feeling of like I felt like I was the underdog. It was really weird, but like I think it's just because I saw what Huff was capable of, and whenever I was playing my first few games, right, I felt like I was always behind, just because he could play so deep into 29. That's the best way I could describe the feeling. But it's just so nerve wracking, watching like these rollers play on 29 and just seeing if you're gonna catch up or not. It's pretty crazy.
So I've just gotten the news that once again you are the number one in ELO. How does it feel?
Number one in ELO. That's honestly the only reason I played CTWC, dude. Wake up.
Well, actually,
Yeah.
let's go back to the
That's pretty
very
awesome.
beginning. So I think you had mentioned the original thing that got you into NES Tetris was watching Joseph versus Jonas and the CTWC 2018.
Yeah, that was the pretty much the first time I saw Classic Tetris. And before that, I think I was actually playing some modern Tetris before that. And I think that was after I watched the Trey Harrison video. And then that sort of got me into Tetris, and then I guess it just led to the Joseph versus Jonas match.
So now, obviously, it's weight of everything that's happened over the past year. We haven't been able to host a tournament in person, and obviously lost, a huge champion, the 7-time champion. But now you will be the first recipient of the Golden J Trophy. What does that mean to you?
It's honestly a dream. Just like getting this far in the Tetris community in general, and sort of getting handed the torch. It's just awesome. The feeling of having that J piece.
One thing I admire about you, Dog, is that you're not just a player. You know what it's like on both sides. Not just to be a player, but also to be an organizer of events. You've done the Classic Tetris Brawl. I'll do the promo for you. You put on a fantastic event. Graphics are incredibly professionally well done. You have a unique aspect to it with the 3-player matches. I think that probably also gives you insight into what is it like doing all the work? What is the work that goes in behind the scenes to make a tournament like that happen?
Like just organizing my own tournament and stuff like that, it just gives me so much more respect to the people who do organize these tournaments for the players and the audience. It's a ton of work behind the scenes, way more than anyone would expect. And it's honestly, thank you to everyone who organizes the events in the Tetris community, because it is a lot of work.
Is there anybody you would like to thank among your family and friends, anybody else that may be watching at home, people at school that may have found out about you over the past year and now are rooting for you?
Yeah, obviously I'd like to thank my mom and dad. They were watching the whole time downstairs. And they weren't actually only watching me, they're also watching the other matches. I remember them getting hyped about Joseph versus Huff. So I could hear them downstairs. And I also thank the MSM community. Having someone to talk to the whole time about Tetris is pretty awesome. So, a few people at school that obviously know me, or not know me, but like know that I play Tetris. So I think that's actually pretty cool. And I'd also like to thank the Classic Tetris Brawl staff for helping out with the tournaments. I really appreciate that. And yeah.
Doug, it showed that not only can you come in as a rookie, but you can come in as a defending champion and hold your own and get another title, even in the face of a brand new play style that nobody would have ever expected a year ago. You're a true champion in all our eyes. Congratulations once again. And thanks so much for an amazing performance. We can't wait to see what you'll do both in front of the controller and behind the scenes in the community to come.
All right. Thank you.
Again, only time will tell what the future for Dog is going to be in terms of whether he sticks with the hyper tapping or the rolling. But again, the hyper tapping is going to remain the champion 4 years in a row, 2 years with Joseph, and now 2 years with Dog. Oh, you're muted, Chris.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's great to see a returning champion really hammering down the legitimacy. We had Jonas being a multi-time world champion, and then Joseph, and now Dog, just really showing how much proficiency you really have to be that good to get past now champions with multiple years of experience. And Dog, our latest 2-time world champion.
Yeah, I kept saying 60% wasn't enough. 60% wasn't enough. I guess the answer was 80% because that's what Dog did in those last 2 games there to make it so that Huff couldn't overtake him with the chase down.
It was so exciting though, seeing those post 29 chase downs. It hasn't been that way in previous years. I said that post 29 play was going to be a factor, but I didn't know it was going to be this much of a factor. And so exciting. I think the winner is everybody here, watching and wanting to play great Tetris. So I think we're going to have Vandy come on and.
Actually, before we move on here, look, again, this event cannot be possible without the sponsors who are, help make this tournament happen. They're the ones that are, providing the prize money and all the stuff. So again, shout outs to all of them. Make sure I want to get to them all. Twitch, of course, being the amazing platform that we have to be able to bring this amazing event to all of you guys. G Fuel for being the official esports energy drink of esports and always supporting all sorts of esports out there. Again, not enough to say about Tetris Effect Connected as well. And they do have a classic mode. So if you want to grab that and try that out, definitely do so. Xbox, this was the first platform to have the Tetris Effect connected. So definitely check out the Xbox Series X and Xbox Series S, and make sure you check out their Game Pass for a wonderful deal on being able to get access to tons of games. And
you can't have a Tetris tournament without having Tetris and the Tetris brand. A big thanks to Tetris for providing our $10,000 prize pool for this year's $3,000 grand prize. Now we know it's going to Dog, and the $1,500 second prize we know is going to Huff, and then cash all the way down to our top 16. Thank you, Tetris. Be sure to follow Tetris at Tetris_official on Instagram and all their other social media. Thank you again, Tetris.
Yeah, and of course, everybody here at the Classic Tetris World Championships doing amazing stuff. Definitely check out the merch that they've got available as well. A lot of the classic shirts there. We've got the I love the 80s themed.
I'm wearing my CTWC shirt right now. I love it.
Yeah, I've actually got on the old one underneath this gray thing here. So, but again, if you want to wear the CTWC brand with pride out in public and show everybody the wonderful community, the wonderful culture, and the wonderful people that we have, definitely grab yourself some CTW merch now.
I
Just
support
type in
this directly, and if people ask you what it is, you get to tell them to jump down that rabbit hole that is the Classic Tetris community.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And
See,
so-
here's my CTWC shirt right here.
Yeah,
It's great.
nice. And of course, look, obviously that's it for the Classic Tetris World Championships. But as David, was talking to Dog about, there's Tetris stuff happening all year round, right?
Yeah.
So we're having Tetris events, Dog's running a bunch of stuff. There's so many great people out there doing a bunch of awesome things. And so, you can still flex your Tetris skills all year round. So keep an eye out for local tournaments coming your way. Already confirmed for 2022, the Southern Qualifier in Central Texas at the new ATG Expo coming mid-February, the weekend of February 13th through 14th. As well
talk about this next one because it's in my home area now. The return of the Desert Qualifier. This is where, boom, Tetris for Jeff tries to make his qualifying run and has done so for a couple of years now at the world famous Game On Expo in Phoenix, Arizona, August 5th through 7th. And that's been confirmed. And I am so looking forward to that. You might even be able to look forward to commentary there because I'm usually a guest there every year. So check it out. Game On Expo, Phoenix, Arizona, August 5th through 7th.
And of course, one last thank you to all of you guys at home as well, not only for watching, but also a lot of you out there with some generous donations to the CTW stream. Now, I think Keith has a list of all the donors that we have who have donated during the course of the stream, and he would like to thank all of you personally for your contribution.
That's right. I'm going to their houses right now. So, no, I'm going to read them off right here. So, yeah, big thanks to Blue Lagoon 52, tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Meta 4GT with the Prime sub, 3 months. Let's go, they say. The Obtuse Goose with the Prime sub. Thank you so much. Alien Bot Speedruns, 10 bits. Thank you very much. LZ Cards fan, great streamer and a subscriber. Thanks for gifting a tier 1 sub to Leslie Pro. An anonymous gifter, thanks for gifting a tier 1 sub to Pokimane. There you go. I don't think she needs one. Ian Kinetsu, thanks for the tier 1 resub, 6 months, amazing. And Pog, he says, Dear Righteous, Dr. Righteous giving out 10 community gift subs. Thank you so much. Chris, just now, Chris011 giving out 10 tier 1 subs. Amazing. I'll try to catch anybody else at the toward the end. Anthony Ho, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. He says, let's go Huff. Let's see. We've got 100 bits from Min Dizzy. Thank you so much. Killer Yoshi, 300 bits. Amazing. Johnny Levin, 100 bits. Thank you so much. The Sharp Mexican tier 1 sub says, let's go. Let's see. There's more. I know there's more. Where are they?
They keep 10. Dude, we're getting so many subs right now.
Yeah, I can't even keep up. It's like messing with the scroll wheel where it's crazy. So I can't even. You're totally trolling me right now. Let's see.
Keep trolling him.
Yeah, keep trolling me. It's just ruining. You're ruining everything right now. All right. I think maybe we've caught up. But if we hadn't, we missed you, then blame all the new people giving out subs, and we'll go ahead and thank you guys as well.
Shemc just did that. I think it was Anomalous just did a bunch of donations as well.
Yeah, Ultra PSX with 100 bits. Tweak Bacon gifting a tier 1 sub. Chaos Final Cut cheering 1,000 bits. Kleister with the Prime sub. Despicable Name with the Prime sub. Vorpal
DexCL with a bunch of gift subs just now.
Yep, DexCL 5 community subs. Vorpal 120 with a sub. Big Mo, that's March with 100 bits. Tetrium 100 bits. Everybody wants to be part of this. Mr. Bastien gifting a 1-month tier sub to 1975 Tyler P. Thank you so much. Anomalous giving out 10 community subs. SheMC giving out 20 community subs just a minute wanted to go. So at some point we have to stop people, but World's Best Hector, thank you so much for the 100 bits, and amazing. So I will be quiet now and let you guys close it out.
Again,
So-
thank you. So generous out there from everybody.
Yeah. Thanks for watching, and thanks to the players. We have more thanks to go around, so we don't want to forget anyone. Hopefully we don't, but thank you for
Evie
Chris
Baby
Forrest.
with the subs.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, even more.
Wow.
Yeah. So thanks, Beast and Shen. Both James and I were doing commentary with Beast and Shen over the course of the event. Sharky, Keith, Vandweller, Kibi Bite, who I was doing commentary with before, Kingsman, the Bangarang guy, Chris Bidwell, Sean Aldis, one of our judges, Grand Designs, also doing commentary for us, Scout with our interviews and so much great content, Pumpy Heart with the online facts, Chris Higgins, one of our judges, Peyton, Jesper, Sergio and the Holograms, Steve DeLuca, Lola, Aaron, Jaws Homoki, just more people, Brian O'Donnell, Tyrannosaurus Rad, Anthony Ho, Eric ICX, heartfelt thanks to Heather Ito, Sir Mazer, Wing, Rocco Rishi, Mark and Daniel from Classic Tetris Germany. That's right, Classic Tetris Germany now. Nanshao and Giovanni from Classic Tetris Italy, and Messex and Boxy from Classic Tetris Iberia.
That's so awesome. And of course, also on all the other Classic Tetris streams that have been going on with all the foreign language commentators. Shout outs to Green Tea, Corian, SQR for the Japanese stream, Johan, Nomori, Mr. FAQ 2014, The Zero, Dixon Wu, John Wong, Sival, and Julian Paniak. Again, for holding it down for the hours for the foreign streams as well. Again, CTWC becoming such a global event. It's awesome to see.
World, checking it out, checking out the scene. I think it's great, whether you're watching CT4, the Quattro, or the Polish one, which is our Ocho. Now you can learn a new language and spread the love of Classic Tetris at the same time. It's great.
Yep. And again, hope you guys enjoyed this and had as much fun as we did here. Being able to commentate this is such a joy and a pleasure for me.
It's a joy and an honor. Love doing it with you every year, James Chen. I'm just, I'm speechless. What a show we had. So many twists and turns. A lot of times it just comes down to the Tetris being played, and what we saw here on display is unforgettable. And I love seeing the J Trophy and the shout out going forward to our eternal Tetris ambassador, Jonas Neubauer. What a way to encapsulate all that we stand for.
Yeah, exactly. Jonas will live in our hearts forever and will always be a part of the Classic Tetris community. Again, we cannot have this community without him. So awesome. So I think that's the last for me to say anything. Any last words for you, Chris?
Just gotta thank absolutely Trey, Vince, and Adam for once again making CTWC just this wonderful community, able to grow something like our ambassador and Jonas, able to grow people engaged and excited and just something to look forward to every year. Like, it's funny because it's like, sometimes I say, like, this is a job, I don't know whether I fell into it or I did it because I started getting good at it, but it's the best thing in my life. I really feel like seeing everybody, the lives that we've changed, new champions rising up, and the storylines unfolding. It's such an honor to be able to tell them along with you and to boom, Tetris is for everybody. Boom, Tetris for you. And do that every year. And thank you, Trey, Vincent, Adam, Robin Mahara, actually, for helping start the whole thing. I love it. And of course, thank you, James Chen, for being my wingman all these years. And like I said, you're the last human I outside of my local area that I hung out with. You and Chris Higgins. Don't forget, Best of 5, the Classic Tetris Champions documentary series will be still coming soon. And it was great doing that gig with you, James.
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks to Chris Higgins and thanks to you, James.
Yep. All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Take care. Have a great rest of the weekend. And
Looks like
we'll
we're
see you
going to
next
be.
year.
Yeah. We're going to be doing a raid. I heard Matt Martin, but I'm not sure. Do you know?
We got
Okay. 1276 raid. Holy crap.
Nicely done, everybody.
Wow.
Congratulations.